Hey everybody, I think I am live. Can anybody hear me? Oh, Spencer's gonna kill me with this framing. The framing is not the best framing I've ever had. I can fix that. Hey guys, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty well. We're just waiting for Daniel to join. Discord, I think, is being kind of difficult on that side of things, but he will be here shortly, and we will start reading. I'm just gonna adjust my camera. If that's any better. No, I don't want to end the stream. Let's see. That was probably very loud on the mic. Sorry about that. Oh god, I'm dropping things. Things are happening. There we go. Let me share. I'm sharing the stream on the Discord server for those of you wondering. Um, I saw somebody mention the Worst Witch. I need to do more Worst Witch content. I had a lot of fun back when I did the Worst Witch 80s movie. God, that was like over 2 years ago now. It's like 2.5 years ago now. Oh my god. Time really does do timey-wimey things, doesn't it? All right, sharing this to the server. Sorry if you get pinged. I know. I feel bad about it every single time. But there we go. The server peeps now know. This is a really obscure. The Worst Witch really doesn't get enough credit. Honestly, it just doesn't. Timey-wimey. Have you ever watched, yeah. You ever watched the old Doctor Who? Hey, Natty. How are you? We are just waiting to be joined by Daniel. In the meantime, I'm gonna talk about my crochet stuff because it's coming along. It's getting there. Hey, Jay. My crochet stuff is looking more like an actual blanket, which is nice. See if I can. It's made a lot of progress since it was started literally on a live stream here. So I'm very proud. Didn't mean to do a new angle today, Jay. Right before I went live, my my tripod kind of sort of tipped over and I caught it and then I had to like reset it up and it's not quite right. But it's here and so we're doing our best. So you know the anime convention my club is co-sponsoring, so we were going to meet with the people set up for tomorrow at 10 a.m. They never showed. Oh no, that's terrible. I am very sorry to hear that. I'm really excited. I'm doing Dragon Con again for the first time since pre-pandemic. I did 2018 and 2019 or 2017, 2018. I think I did 2018, 2019, but then COVID happened and I haven't been back since. So I'm very, very excited to be going back this year. I love Dragon Con. I get to room with Natasha and Gabe, so that's really fun. And yeah. I would be pissy too. I would be very, very pissy. Con is very fun, but it's stressful enough, especially if I can't even imagine being an event planner for it. so I'm very, very sorry. But yeah, what do you
Okay,
guys?
can you hear me now?
Hey, I can hear you, Daniel. Can
Okay,
you
but Kev, I can't hear you.
Oh, hang on. Let's see.
Let's see. Is my webcam on? It should be on. Do you see me?
I can't see you, but I can
Guess
hear
it's
you.
still loading. Hold on.
Let's see. We're having minor technical issues, but here we go. Can you hear me now?
Though. Okay, just turn it on. Okay, there we go. Got my computer on.
All
I'm using
right.
the website for today.
All
Because the
right.
darn app does not want to do anything.
Can you hear me now?
Want to do anything.
Can you hear me now?
No, I still can't hear you.
Weird. I could hear myself in repeat.
No, I still can't hear you.
Weird. I could hear myself in. Can you hear me now? You remember those old commercials? Can you hear me now? Let's try this. Let's see.
Maybe OBS is like reset or whatever.
Can you hear me now?
Maybe OBS is like reset or whatever.
Oh boy, hang on. I'm muting the desktop audio because it's all just a feedback. Avery Echo. Hang on, guys. I'm trying to figure this out. Let's see. Can you hear me now? Good. Can you hear me now? Good. Can you hear me now? Good. We can hear Daniel. We can. Yep. I can hear and see you, and I'm gonna message because hello, 1, 2, 3. We're doing. Can you hear me? I can hear myself on a feedback loop, so I know that I'm being heard somewhere. Okay, let's see. Whoop. Yeah, I know you guys can't see or hear Daniel. I'm making sure that I can see and hear Daniel before I broadcast. Can you hear me now? Good. Do you remember when the Can You Hear Me Now guy switched to Sprint and then that was like their big dunk? It was like, we got the Can You Hear Me Now guy. And then that was like a revitalization of his whole career. Okay, so you can hear me on your end, Daniel? I have, that's really weird. I'm hearing myself like on a feedback loop, so it sounds like it's going through to that side somehow. It's set to my microphone. Let's see. Let's just see if I can mess with it at all. I don't think any of these inputs are actually working. Hmm. Let's see. Let's try to figure this out. Hi, Chris. Welcome to the welcome to the Texorcism stream. No, I'm just kidding. We're gonna start reading in a second, but just trying to figure out why Discord is bullying Daniel. Let's see. I can hear you in my ears. I can see you. I believe you can see me. Let's see. Why? see. Can you hear me through? Can you hear me now? Don't take shots every time I say, "Can you hear me now?" All the technical difficulties all the time. It's all good though. Let's see. Let me try. Let's see. Hang on. I'm gonna hang up and call back. Let's see. Can you hear me? Okay, can you still hear me? Nope, we're going back here. You can hear me on this. You can hear me here? Can you hear me here? Okay. So you're hearing me on a less good microphone than my good microphone, but you can hear me, so that's the important thing. So, with that being said, I'm also hearing a little bit of a feedback. Just so you know.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm not hearing it anymore currently, so maybe it fixed. Let's get everything on screen. That's always great.
Yes, we got it now.
Woo! Okay. All right. Hey guys, welcome. I don't know why my framing is so abysmal today, but welcome. Let's see. I think everybody can see and hear. Can you just give me one mic test just to make sure? Yes, we got Daniel on screen. Yay. I can hear you. I don't think they can hear you, but I can fix it. There we go. I think they should be able to hear you now.
Chris said, I hear and see both of you.
Yay! Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry about that, guys.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a real stream over here without like a little bit of technical difficulties, right? Like it feels weird when everything does work. I'm just like, when's it all going to break?
It's the first of the month, so Tech Ghost is doing their monthly haunt for the month.
Wait, it's the 5th of the month.
First Friday of the month.
Oh, first Friday. I was like, wait. Am I truly that? Do I not know what day it is?
For everyone who is not Mexican and celebrates it, it is Cinco de Mayo. For us Mexicans, it is 5th of May.
Always funny when people celebrate holidays that they think are something other than it actually is.
All right. Well, tonight I am drinking favorite Honest Tea Organic Black Forest Berry Herbal Tea.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
On it.
Honest Tea is so good.
It is. It's not. It's not super duper sweet.
That's good. A really big one here is Gold Peak because everybody's like, it tastes just like the way your grandma made it. But it's like it's so sweet. Like Southern tea is so incredibly sweet. You have no idea. I remember I was at Six Flags and I was drinking Gold Peak and I was just like getting nauseous. Like I like Gold Peak, but it was like the extra sweet kind and I was like, this is just sugar. This is not at all refreshing or good to have when I'm on roller coasters.
And then the proverb for tonight is logic will get you from A to B. Imagination will take you everywhere.
Cute, I like that.
Albert Einstein.
Very cute. I like that.
Right there.
Nice. I know Snapple has the little fun facts, and my ADHD brain loves a good fun fact. So I'm like, ooh.
Let's see. Thomas says it would have been fun to have someone dub Daniel's voice. No, it would have been fun, but I'm pretty sure the role of Daniel would have been filled by Daniel, directed by Daniel, produced by Daniel.
Hi, Tarfield Owl. It's also Red Shirt Day in Canada. Well, that's good. I did not know that. I'm not up to date on all the Canadian things. I apologize. Wait, real quick, what chapter are we on the Power Rangers fan fiction?
Oh, we're on. So we did Monday on Friday, and now we're on the next chapter called Lost Art.
Nice. I guessed correctly, and I actually got it on screen this week.
Perfect.
Um, don't know why it wasn't happening the other weeks, but hey, guys, we can actually see it. So, and then I think you are reading the first half of the book, if I'm correct.
Yes.
So
So let's get these chops rolling.
Yep. So, Daniel, if you're new, Daniel is going to read us a chapter of his Power Ranger fanfic that he wrote years ago. As a palate cleanser, before we get into the sad and nail biting world of Animorphs. And when we do, we're going to read. Well, you're seeing it on your screen, clicking in. But I almost said episode 10, book 10, The Android, by K.A. Applegate.
I should probably, maybe after this stream, I should probably be able to link the link to my Google Drive. That
Nice.
way, anyone who wants to read them can be free to do so.
Oh
I'll
yeah.
go back and read.
Yeah, we do have because K. Applegate made these completely legally, just free.
Yeah, it was on an online article, and then back like around 2021 or so.
I might be able to find while you're reading that. I might be able to find the article, but yeah, we'll have it. We'll
Looks
share
like
it.
Discord finally decided to update. Now that I got
Discord
a
takes its
workaround.
sweet time until you threaten it.
So for anyone who has trouble with Discord updating and then closing and then updating and closing, use the website. The website works just as well as an impromptu.
Yep. So yeah, so we're going to yes, I'm gonna try to keep up with scrolling. I'm really bad at keeping up with scrolling when I'm not the one reading because I get distracted. And I'm
Okay.
crocheting. But I will try my best.
All right, if you will all turn your pages or turn your Wattpads to chapter
To the Book of Power Rangers.
To the Book of Power Ranger Primal Rage, the chapter of Lost Art. You're afraid you're gonna make a new? Oh, I know what they're talking about on the website. You're afraid of accidentally making another account. I know what they're talking about. So if you have the Discord app, and then if you're trying to log in, there's the QR code scanner on the Discord app. You just scan it, and then it'll log you in automatically that way. Okay.
Oh no. Oh dear.
It's okay if you didn't watch.
Hang on, Daniel. Give me one second.
What?
Something just fell. I'm not sure what.
Okay. Meanwhile, Laser said they didn't grow up watching a lot of Power Rangers, and that's okay because I grew up watching a lot of Power Rangers, and now I have a love-hate relationship, more so hate than love. I love the idea, and I love some of the seasons, but I hate all the new stuff.
Okay,
I'm a snob.
I think we're good now. The what I like to call the voice box, which Spencer hates that I call it that.
Welcome to Voice McBox. Can I take your order?
The thing
I wish I was out of here. I wish. I have to clean the mess I made. I wish I was out of here.
I don't know what that's from.
Fairly Odd Parents.
Oh, I forget most of Fairly Odd Parents. It was more my brother's thing. Most of what I remember from it is watching it with him, and it was quite a long time ago. But yeah, basically the thing that's responsible for making sure my voice and your voice is getting to them and your voice getting to me fell on the floor and disconnected. So I was like, great. I was like, oh gosh. So we're fixed. We should be good now.
Okay, so to answer Thomas, I watched Kamen Riders kind of later. I think it was kind of during my phase where I didn't have cable, and so I couldn't really watch Kamen Riders. And then Thomas, to answer your question on the thoughts on the new Power Ranger movie, are you talking about the one with like the back in like 2018 or something? Didn't really care for it. If you're talking about the one on Netflix, not that good.
I like the way you said that. I thought you were going to say the one on Netflix is actually good, but you were like, this one was bad. But if you're talking about this one, it was also bad.
Well, yeah, because it's like, come on, these people are still trying to live in the limelight of Power Rangers. I mean, like, come on, do better for yourself. Yes, it was part of your past, but elevate and strive for more.
Power
Oh,
Rangers always
hard.
struck me as like, like those like 80s cartoons that I sometimes will put on. I'll put them on like in the background of like having to work and I'm like, this is kind of cute and
Mm,
repetitive and it's just enough to keep me distracted from the fact that I'm working while I'm working. I feel like that's where Power Rangers goes, you know?
yeah, I kind of stopped after Nickelodeon got a hold of it.
Ah,
I kind of fell off at that point. I still kind of keep up with it and see something, then I'm like, just tired.
yeah, I
Just
can imagine there can be some burnout.
But yeah, so Thomas, to answer your question, the Netflix one, it's very disappointing, and a lot of other people seem to agree so I'm glad I'm not the only one in that boat. Okay. Chris said Avery needs to do a series on cartoon series based on R-rated movies. RoboCop, Rambo, Mortal Kombat.
I
You
don't
gotta
think
do it.
I probably should. I don't think I've watched like any of those things recently myself, but I probably should get on that. By the way, real quick, that Beauty and the Beaster thing that I covered, I kept getting
Hmm.
tagged in this thing on Instagram from this like, it was called like Pastor Humor, this like Instagram page where like they were posting. I guess they post like Christian memes, and they were posting clips of the Beauty and the Beast, and all of the comments were Christians that were just like mega offended. I was just like, oh no. Now I feel weirdly bad for this church. People
Avery,
are
you can't offend people because you're Southern, and people from the South are the most religious out of the religious people.
well, no, I just mean like I thought it was funny that they were like genuinely like offended that like they're like this is heretical. They're making fun of the resurrection. I'm like, to be fair, I don't
Avery,
think that's what they're doing.
put them on your prayer list.
They were really mad, and I was just like, oh dear. I think it's kind of funny. Like
Come
it's
on, you should
strange,
have just
but
said, I appreciate it, and I'll make sure to put you on my prayer list.
mad at me. They were mad at this other random page that were just like
Ah,
they were mad at this other random page just for like sharing about it. They were like mad like they were like I hope everybody from that church gets hit by lightning, and I was like, "Whoa, calm down, guys." It's like
lightning.
there's church tea in the community apparently.
Apparently so. Um,
I am from the Northeast originally, but let's be real. My family moved away when I was like a year and a half old, so I don't remember it there except for like trips back to see family. Like I don't
where are you
remember
from
living
again?
there.
Maryland, Maine.
I was born in Portland, Maine, but then we really quickly moved, and we moved to a place called Norcross, Georgia, which is like South City. And then we moved like to the suburbs, like outside of the city, and now like for the past 5 years, I've been living like in Atlanta proper. So I consider
In
Atlanta home.
Atlanta.
I
Be the real
consider
housewife, everyone.
I'm way too boring
What
to.
would be your tagline?
I don't even know because I'm such a boring human. I can't even imagine. Reality TV
But
would
that
not
would be
want
your
me.
charm, is that everyone else would be like all over the place and be like, I don't know why they're all arguing for. I mean, like, you're just having dinner, and then all of a sudden, like, I hear them out of the corner of my ear, and they're like,
I'm the one just like
it's not
giving
what we.
looks. I'm giving like Jim Halpert looks to camera where it's like everybody else is going crazy around me and I'm just here for the entertainment. I could see that.
Your tagline would be, what would it be?
If you were boring, we wouldn't be
Avery
here.
the boring one.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Um, I mean,
All I need is a good book to read.
yeah. I can see myself like being the one day drinking and like doing crafts, just kind of like watching everything fall apart around me. That would be kind of fun.
That'd be your tagline, though. It'd be,
um,
because, like, reading, you know what reading is, throwing shade.
yeah.
All I need is a good book to read people to fill.
There you go. Oh, what did you think of the end of California Diaries?
I wish it was. It was fine. It was fine. I just kind of wanted more suspense, like a kidnapping. Like
A
Moesha, the last
kidnapping.
episode of Moesha,
I
like her
yeah.
brother got kidnapped, and then like that's where it ended.
I think she just wanted to leave it on like a slightly like positive. There's not as much turmoil in their lives because this is like the last book. Which I
Yeah.
appreciate. If there had been like something big happening and then like I was like, oh wait, like this book is the last one, I would have been really upset. Um,
What if it was like, I don't know, what if it was like what like Sunny got pregnant off of Ducky?
oh my god, she's only
Oh my
13.
gosh, scandalous.
Oh gosh. No. I do love I love that we had a very Dawn light book considering it was the last one. Like
Or what if Dawn was pregnant from somebody back in Stony Brook?
I fully just like you can't convince me now that Anne doesn't hate Dawn.
I'm pretty sure Dawn is a self-insert and she's just in denial.
No, I always felt more like Mallory or like Claudia was a self-insert
River
personally,
in Egypt.
you know. Cuz like Dawn, she said like Dawn wasn't meant to be an actual like long-running character cuz she only thought she was doing the 5 and then Dawn shows up at the
Yeah.
very end of the 5, so it's like I think she's just
Mhm.
resentful that people keep making her write Dawn.
Okay. Finally, it decides to pop up. Let me switch over to my desktop version so I can close the one. Hello, Toonie. Um, just gotta give a sec.
Thank you, Chris. That gives me way too much
Meanwhile,
credit. I relate very much. If you guys have ever, if any of you have seen Gravity Falls, I relate very much to that scene where they think they're gonna die and they're all confessing stuff to each other, and Wendy's like, "I'm not chill. Everybody thinks I'm chill. I'm stressed out all the time."
okay, so enough stalling. We will get to reading.
Yay! Hi, Toonie.
Okay.
Perfect timing.
Alright then. Chapter Lost Art. Within the first week as Ranger, the gang agreed with Quetzal to meet every other day to train. It is a quaint afternoon with a balmy breeze gathering the leaves of the outdoor hallways. Derek jots notes into his notebook with his teacher, Mr. Hayden, concluding his lecture on pop art and its evolution. We still have a bit of time left. Let me go ahead and explain your next project. Mr. Hayden walks down the aisles with a stack of paper. You are to emulate a style of pop art from an artist listed on the paper. The topic of your piece is a vivid memory. Along with your submissions, you are to type a report on the artist you chose, your inspiration, and how your piece captured their style. MLA format. Mr. Hayden then draws names from a bag. One by one, he draws a rock with a student's name on it and said, "Student tells Mr. Hayden who they chose as their artist." Yes, Thomas, we can hear you. We've heard you, and we told you we've heard you. Let's see.
I related to Wendy very much.
All right. Derek looks at the paper. He cannot take his eyes off the 3 words. A vivid memory. Derek, Mr. Hayden reads his name. I expect you'll pick someone to match your ambitious creativity, perhaps David Hockney or Andy Warhol. He answers with half certainty. Keith Haring. Mr. Hayden, surprised by Derek's choice, pauses for a second. Stepping outside of your comfort zone, we're all excited to see what you have planned. Once everyone chose their artist, there were 5 minutes left before the bell. Students put their notes away and freely talk, and Derek continues to stare at his paper, feeling a pit in his stomach, unable to look away from the 3 words, a vivid memory. Give me 1 sec. Let me change over to my desktop or the Discord on my.
I'm at least keeping up with the scrolling, so I have that going for me.
Okay. Good.
Yep, we're good.
Okay. Um, Derek has one inspiration to draw from. A pizza decided to say, Hi, Avery. I'm graduating tomorrow.
Yay, congratulations!
Yes, first of all, congrats. And second off, Derek has only one inspiration to draw from, but he feels it's not appropriate for his prompt. Seeing the word memory makes him remember that one day. Um, Remembering the smell of the car, remembering the song that played on the radio, remembering the screech of the tires. The bell rang with the class racing out of the messy, paint stained classroom. Derek makes his way over to the center of the campus. With the gang all together, they head out to meet Quetzal. At the same time, Mimi starts making her commute home. Via her device, she communicates with data. Any luck finding anything else I can use to track down this ranger? Yes, while readjusting certain properties of the still image, I noticed a marking on the ranger's forearm. I will make sure to report this new finding to the captain. No need, he only cared about who the target is. But Makora, the captain instructed that I give him a weekly report on any new findings. I understand that he asked for a weekly report, but what good would it serve him if we don't know who the target is? I'll be back at base in 20 minutes. In the meantime, prepare a squad of hunt droids and use that tail of yours to drop a monster. She puts her device away, catching up with her posse. Wait up. Animorphs, just dropping in to say hello, Avery and Daniel and everyone. Please be safe and have fun. I'm going to watch Joe Bob Briggs' The Last Drive-In on Shudder.
Oh, that sounds fun. Thank you for popping in, Adam. We
Um,
appreciate you.
Thomas says that my mic's a little too loud.
I turned it down. It should be
Okay.
good now.
That reminded me of something. I totally forgot what it reminded me of. Oh yeah. Because just a quick reminder to everyone that everyone's welcome and nobody does not like anybody. But if you say anything that is sus, be prepared to have people voice their opinions on it.
Yep.
Just a friendly reminder.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll remind you we'll remind you as best we can, but we can't be responsible. I'm just kidding. We can't be responsible for I was gonna say your feelings, but that sounded too harsh.
No, we are not responsible for the way you reciprocate the message being told.
No, we all sometimes
But
are like, we need the reminder. So yeah, that's
yeah,
that's what
we
we
need
do
the
here.
reminder. Everyone's welcome here, and nobody has any grudges against anybody.
Yeah. This is a safe
But if
space, so we always are just like, just making sure. Just making sure
yeah,
we're keeping it safe around here.
yeah, but if you say something that's a little sus, like, "Oh, I met John Cena, and then he said that, oh, he would help me sign a contract with WWE," be prepared for you to be like, "When did this happen? I don't think that sounds like John Cena." Blah blah blah. This and that. So, just a friendly reminder out there for everybody.
Oh wait, where are we in this story? I'm trying to make sure I'm scrolling properly.
Mimi was talking to Data, and
Okay.
walking down the empty residential streets on her way home, Mimi
Ah.
and her gang shoot the breeze, gossiping. I know, I can't believe she did that. They stop a few blocks before Mimi's house with Val and his gang blocking their path. Mimi and her girls face them, clearly unimpressed. Can I help you? Val inches his way closer to the girls, tussling his hair and his head. I think I dropped something. Have you seen it? Maybe. What'd you drop? Val wrapped his arm around Mimi, boasting his arrogance. Your number.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at the people that have those pickup lines, and it's just like, ugh.
Well, I tried to make him very smarmy and slimy, so. Seeing that her gang of girls is visibly uncomfortable, Mimi plays along. I think I found it. She encroaches her body next to his. Here. She grabs him by the crotch. No second thoughts.
Oh my god.
Val's expression turns to pain. He whimpers, okay, 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 okay. Are you sure? Let me double check. She grows a Cheshire grin, tightening her grip, looking her nuisance straight in her eyes. Sorry, sorry, sorry. She lets go. Val hunching over, gasping for air. Mimi and her gang then walk past Val and his posse. The girls laugh and add a few quips. Mimi stays behind and crouches next to Val to meet Val's eyes. To meet Val's eye level. Mimi tightens her tone and whispers, "Next time, you'll be seeing a doctor." She fixes her face and catches up to her girlfriends. With school out, Kyle drives his car to Hillard Park. The rest of the gang looks confused. Derek looks to Kyle. "I thought we were going to go see Ketzel." "We are, come on." Um, the Rangers step out of the car, with Kyle leading the pack. The Rangers make their way from the bustling playground of Hillard Park past the center pond and end up at the Oak Groves, an older part of the park. You hardly care to venture near this end of the park because of the lack of anything interesting. The afternoon sun peeks through the grove, with many of their dry leaves covering the floor. Derek reiterates, "I still don't see where Ketzel is." "Don't worry, dude. I know where I'm going." Kyle then frames his arms out in front of one of the larger oak trees near the middle of the grove. He walks through into its trunk with a vibrant glow outlining his body. Everyone follows. Keeping his word, Kyle leads them to base. "Pretty cool, huh?" "Really cool. How did you figure this out?" Caroline is impressed by Kyle's discovery. "Kyle has been studying my library. We are creating a channel of checkpoints through the whole city as a faster means of response to threats. I also did it because I can't keep paying for gas every other day." Kyle admits with a bit of embarrassment. "At least now we don't have to bug you for rides everywhere, dude." Torin compliments the work put in by Ketzel and Kyle. Kyle humbles himself. "I mean, there's a lot of things we can do with our spirits, Torin. You just gotta read." The alarm sounds off. Ketzel seats himself at its surveillance setup. He resets the alarm and pulls up the surveillance channel, causing the alarm. The group huddles around to get a preview of their matchup. The monitor shows a squad of around a dozen huntroids surrounding a shimmering, indiscernible figure near the pond at Hillard Park. "It's a group of those robots again. What's that thing they're surrounding?" Torin voices the question on everyone's mind. Leanne looks to Torin. "If it's moving, it's probably a monster." The Rangers ready themselves. Primal Rage, Spirit Engage, and head out to Hillard Park.
That's the name of the story.
Yes, I was so cheesy. Let me take a drink. Okay. Makora, out of her disguise, device in hand, directs the operation. The last known reading of Sacred Spirits was in this vicinity. Hunt droids clear out the area of any civilians. While leisurely checking the readings on her device, she asks Data on the other end, "So what's so great about your latest creation?" Mikora, "The beauty is not in imitation's presentation. Their beauty lies in their power." "If you say so." Mikora is surprised by the sound of shots hitting two of her hundred. "I gotta call you back." The Rangers appear, Makora clearing her throat, quipping, "Why don't you just hand over your spirits? There's no need for us to fight." "Why not just quit?" Leanne snaps back. "Have it your way. Imitation, I don't know what you do. Just stop them." Data's creation blindly radiates for a second, and then charges at the Rangers alongside the remaining hunt droids. The Rangers advance seemingly unaffected at Imitation's radiance. Derek makes his way closer and slows down to a standstill, his head tilted down in disappointment. With stoicism, he reminds himself, "It's not real. It's not." Having their hands full, Caroline notices Derek out of the corner of her eye. Derek. Derek chokes out to Ketzel. "I can't do this." Tears streaming down his face, with him running away from the battle. "And where's he going?" An anger-filled Torn asks while destroying hunt droids. Mikora starts to pursue Derek. Stop her! Kyle and Leanne run to catch Mikora. The two cross each other's swords, blocking Mikora. Did you lose something? Leanne catches Mikora's attention. Mikora looks at her new target, taking a step back into a fighting stance. Derek is running back to the large oak tree and unwillingly demorphs. He darts his hands over his torso and head in confusion while still keeping his pace. Passing through the checkpoint gate, he falls to his hands and knees. Ketzel runs over, kneeling beside Derek, and placing his hands gently over his shoulders. Derek continues to cry as Ketzel comforts him, stroking his back and shushing in rhythm. Back on the battlefield, the four rout Mikora and Imitation, but due to the absence of Derek, they're unable to create their Chimera cannon to finish off the pair. Mikora and Imitation retreat in a blinding flash, causing the Rangers to look away. Looking back, all that remained is lingering smoke and metallic debris from the fallen Huntroids. Damn it! Torn mutters. The four find a thick cluster of trees in the grove and demorph. Still processing what transpired in their bout moments ago, they walk through the large oak tree, returning to base, unable to contain his thoughts. Torin can't help but tout his issue with Derek's behavior. What was that all about, dude? Leanne sides herself into Torin's path and pulls him aside. They reach the other side of the base. I'm just going to tell you how much you're not helping right now. What do you expect me to do, babe? Give him a pat on the back and tell him, it's okay, you did your best. I don't know what your problem is with him, but the least you could try is changing the way you talk with him, especially right now. Caroline and Kyle sit down next to a disturbed Derek. He coughs for air, feverishly red in the face. Eventually, Derek tires himself out crying. Once everyone takes their moment to settle down, they all sit together around the long stone tabletop. After an awkward moment, Torin breaks the ice and asks, Derek, what happened? So, chat, what do we think happened?
I mean, it could really be anything, right? At this point.
He ran away and he was crying. What do we think happened, chat?
Ooh. Wait, I'm catching up with messages. All I can think of is Babs right now with the with you knitting. Wait, I don't. Wait, what? What is Babs? I feel like I'm missing.
That. I don't know who Babs is. All I think of is Babs Bunny.
Babs Bunny.
I gave up the reading. Okay.
Oh, welcome
Anyway,
back. Welcome back to chat. Haven't seen some of you in a little while.
Okay. Okay. Even with his best friend there, Derek did not feel comfortable looking at anyone. Looking down, hands in his hoodie. That monster. It turned into something. We didn't see it turn into anything. Kyle puts his hands over Derek's shoulders. Give him a chance to explain. Dude, Derek, what did it turn into? Derek tries to tell Kyle, but his sadness is causing him to choke up and fill his eyes. Kyle embraces Derek. The rest of the team stay silent, dreading the answer they are aware of. Your mom and dad. I saw them. I saw their faces. Everyone else huddles close, sharing their warmth and love with Derek. Once a few moments pass, they continue their questioning. What made you think of them? He wipes his tears and inhales. It's because of this project. I gotta do a painting on a vivid memory. I couldn't help but remember. While offering a suggestion, Caroline delicately chooses her words. Derek, maybe if you talked about it, it might help. No. Kyle boldly protests the idea. As uncomfortable as he feels, Derek trusts Caroline. He clears his throat. Okay. He takes a deep breath. This all happened in June. My parents and I were going to visit the lake in Turtle Cove. We did this every year since I could remember. I remember telling them I was getting too old and all I wanted to do was stay home. They still made me go. We were on the highway, and my mom and dad put on the new Kira Ford CD. I was sitting in the back so upset. What first was a stoic face turned into a smile. He pauses and tries to soldier on wearing a different smile, mustering out loud whispers. We got into a fight, and the last thing I said was, I hate you.
Oh.
That was the last thing I said to my mom and dad.
Oh.
He pauses to hold back his tears and keep his composure. The last thing I remember was looking out the window to see the lake, and my seatbelt pushing all the air out of me. The front window cracked, and the blood, their blood, it was on my face, and I couldn't look away. Derek hides. It is light stuff, Dirk. This is stuff I wrote when I was 20.
Here's the light palette cleanser before Animorphs. You can't have a good story without some sadness, I guess.
I don't go gratuitously into this. It'll just be for the joke. Derek hides his lips and looks to the ceiling with glass eyes. Kyle leans in to comfort him. It's okay, dude. The cake is a lie. Derek buries his face in Kyle's shirt. For a moment, all that can be heard is audible snorts cutting through the silence. Derek raises his face, avoiding eye contact. I didn't even have a chance to say I was sorry. Torrin excuses himself, stepping outside of the base to the falls. He leans his back into the layered bark of a pine and stares at the crashing water cross-armed. And he thinks to himself, who does that? Who forces someone to be reminded of something like that? Growing upset at the tactics of the opposition, the energy from his spirit causes his hands to catch fire.
Oh.
Being unharmed, being unharmed by the flames, he fails to notice this instance. Unable to hold back his frustration, he strikes the trunk of a tree, holding back tears of frustration. The strike casts a singe mark. A few seconds pass, and Torrent hears the sound and smell of something burning. He opens his eyes, immediately scaring himself. At a loss for words, he looks down at his open hands, and the red aura of Lupuscare slowly fades. Torin runs back inside to tell everyone what happened. The only person he sees is Quetzal. Where's everyone? Everyone else decided to take Derek home. From the feeling of Lupuscare, I sense something troubling you. No, I just had to be by myself for a bit. I didn't want to upset Derek. I know we are not too familiar with each other, but it is not normal for people to be villainous to their amicus. What? Derek is your ally. Why do you treat him different from the others when you care for him? But I don't care for him. I have taken care of the spirits for decennium. Regardless of what you say, the spirits tell another story. Not wanting to talk about his feelings, Torin tries distracting himself, practicing with his weapon, the spirit howl. So what if I care about the dork? Why does everyone care so much? I don't know. Why do you think everyone cares so much? Torin continues to practice with no response. After her initial encounter with the Rangers, Makora lay in her base mounting a gel mask to relieve her stressful day. I haven't had a Visara like this in some time. Can I get a battle report for the captain? Why are you so overzealous about my Pite? The captain is one of the most generous Vyakti in the known universe. I would probably be in a prison if I never ran into him. You mean to say he was? Ever since he found Maluspata, all he cares about is treasure. Makora sits up and takes her gel mask off. These rangers are nothing to take lightly. I've only heard tales of them from the Navagraha of Aquatar and Marinoi, but fighting them firsthand is something to experience. Anything else of note? We lost a unit of hunt droids, and I still don't know what imitation does. All that I saw was one of the rangers fleeing from the battle. Well, since you keep asking, I was inspired to paint imitation from the idea of a mirror. Everyone knows that a mirror reflects a direct image, but imitation can reflect an image for its victim based on the root of their dominant emotion. Now you tell me. So what does that have to do with the ranger fleeing? Most likely, imitation reflected an image that either gave the ranger fear, sadness, or disgust. We'll never know. So why can't it talk? Art has never been able to talk. Only through the interpretation of the viewer does it speak. So your creation can't talk. No. With the afternoon sun setting, Derek sits in his living room working on assignments. The tumbling of the lock can be heard with Danny walking through the door. Hey, mijo, how was school? Derek stays quiet, reading the next question on his assignment. Danny sits down next to him on their soft suede couch, looking to see what he was reading. You need help? Derek keeps his focus on the question. Not knowing what else to do, Danny goes for his oldest trick. He gets up from the couch to start dinner. Taking stuff out of the fridge and pantry, he keeps his eyes on Derek. After a minute, he rushes the couch and prods his fingers on Derek's side, tickling him. Derek, unable to help, Derek, unable to help it, starts laughing uncontrollably, lying back on the couch, kicking his feet and trying to cover his sides. Danny stops for a few seconds to see Derek with a comforted smile. There's that smile. I miss seeing it. Derek composes himself, sitting up. You want to tell me what's wrong? Looking away from Danny. I thought about them again, not knowing what to say. Derek. Derek pulled out his assignment. What's this? It's for art. I have to do a painting based on a memory. And it made you think of them. Derek nods, his head agreeing. Danny joins Derek back on the couch, with Derek leaning his head into Danny's chest. Danny strokes Derek's head, taking off his glasses. I miss them too, mijo. Not a day goes by that I can't think about them. Why did I have to live? He expresses faintly. Derek, even if they're not with us, they're watching over you and they want you to live, mijo. Things get difficult, and sometimes we want to quit, but we have to keep fighting to live. Not just for ourselves, but because you mean so much to so many people. I feel like such a baby sometimes. You're not a baby. A lot of people can't even bring up the courage to talk about things like this. Danny looks to Derek, with Derek looking up to face him. You're almost done with your homework. Almost. What are you making, anyways? Chicken Alfredo, your favorite. Danny starts prepping dinner, then catches Derek off guard for another tickling. Stop! You left the stove on. You're gonna burn the house down. Derek coughs out. Over at Kyle's house, Kyle finishes setting dinner with his younger brother by 2 years, lounging in the living room. He called out, Chris, could you get Kari and Casey? The TV volume is at a moderate level. He tries again. Chris grabs the remote, raising the volume to block out his brother. Losing his tolerance, Kyle places the baking tray down on the dinner table. Kyle strolls past the living room, into the hall, peering into the open room of his sister, Kari and Casey, ages 12 and 9, respectively. Guys, before he could finish calling them, he sees their room in a clutter. Why isn't your room clean? Mom said you'd help us clean it. Just barely remembering the favor he made a few days ago, Kyle exhales. Damn it. He gathers his thoughts. I'll help you guys clean after dinner. Come on, go wash up. Kyle walks over to his parents' room, slowly opening the door to a pitch black room. Kyle blindly reaches out to his parents' bed. Dad, he softly shakes the frame, making it creak. Dad, you gotta get up. You gotta wake up. Dinner. His father, Corbin, audibly inhales, stretching his arm and forcefully shutting his eyes. Okay, I'll go ahead and grab your brother, Kelvin. Kyle exits, walking down the hall to be surprised by his mother, Caitlin, coming home from her shift at the research facility in Turtle Cove. With the Poulet family convening at their dinner table, Kyle is chosen to give grace. Thank you for the work my parents are offered, so we may live with little struggle. Thank you for the food we are to enjoy, so we do not go hungry. Thank you for our family, so we may see we are loved. And please watch over Derek, so he can see how much he is loved. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Chris says, consider what morph is applied to the in the upcoming book. Um, Perhaps a poll should be run. Do you fit the human cliche of being pathologically disturbed by spiders?
Let's run a poll. Although I'd have to give choices for the poll. So do we have choices for this poll?
I'm guessing it's either yes or no type of poll.
Oh, okay. Cliche of being pathological.
Where was I? Oh yeah, amen. They say the Poulets enjoy their food prepared by Kyle. Passing around the dishes and pitcher, they converse to keep the meal lively. Um, Caitlin finishes their bite of chicken casserole, looking over to her eldest son. Is everything okay with Derek, sweetie? Kyle picking at his food. He's just going through a tough time. He reminded himself of the accident, all the while not making any eye contact. Wanting to get a rise out of his brother, Chris insights, geez, Kyle, you make it sound like as if he's your boyfriend. Kyle stands up so promptly, he causes the dishes to clang. He leans across with both hands flat on the table. This isn't some stupid joke, Chris. Kyle, not in front of the baby and your sisters. Corbin keeps Kyle in check. Kyle looks around the dinner table, reminding himself of who he was surrounded by. The cold, clinical stare of his mother and father, accompanied by the uncomfortable stares of his sisters, topped off by an unimpressed scoff from his brother. Kyle keeps his eyes locked on his brother, taking back his seat. As for you, smart mouth, you'll be the one helping your sisters clean their room after dinner and cleaning the dishes. But that's Kyle's, and it better be clean by the time I get back in the morning, or you can forget about making plans with your friends until I forget why you made your brother Kyle upset. The awkward air still looms over the dinner table. Chris quietly clenches his teeth, staring at Kyle, then back at his father, finally expressing agreement to his punishment. Fine. The next morning before school, Derek puts his books away in his locker. Someone approaches from behind. Morning. Derek knocks the top of his head on the roof of his tiny locker. He looks out to see Caroline. He gives her a smile. Hey. Caroline then surprises him again with a hug. Not knowing how to feel, he stays quiet for a second and shows a tight-lipped smile. Thanks. Oh, I just remembered. I wanted to ask for your help. Caroline reaches into her backpack, pulling out a velvet drawstring bag. Look, they're sea glass stones. Ah, cool. I got them to make cairns. She handed one to Derek. These are really cool. Do you fit the human cliche of being pathologically disturbed by spiders? Okay, there we go. Where was I? Okay. Do you think maybe you could help me build a cairn right now? Caroline can't help but chuckle. No, I mean like at lunch or after school. Yeah, totally. The bell rings. Derek hands back the stones. The school day commences. Caroline meets with her committee, reorganizing her committee binder. She puts everyone on the same page. Okay, so Miss and Relay got word from the store owner and he agreed to an interview with the school news. All we need to do now is submit the request form to Hari so he can have it finalized. Mimi, would you be able to take the form over to him next period? Sure. Which one's Hari? Don't worry, I'll go with you. The PR committee can't hide their excitement about what they are accomplishing. I can't believe we're pulling it off. Yeah, if it weren't for Mimi, we'd have to make a budget request. Caroline tries using the opportunity to test Leanne's advice. I think we all did it actually. Almost everyone's smile turned sour with stares directed at Caroline. Breaking the awkward pause. You know what? You're right. I just had an idea, and we all did our part. The bell rings, and the two girls make their way to the newsroom. Walking through the crowd, Mimi looks over, reaching to Caroline's hair. By the way, I love your butterfly clips. Thanks. Do you always wear something yellow in your hair? Well, not every day, but I do wear a lot of yellow. Why? Yellow was my mama's favorite color. So it became my favorite color because it reminds me of her and all the fun we used to have. Used to? Why did you stop? Well, she died 2 years ago. That's too bad. I know, but I also know she wouldn't want me to be sad. So I just think about all the things we used to do. Wearing yellow is kind of like having a piece of her with me. Caroline opens the door to the newsroom. Hari, arriving just before them, puts his backpack down, booting up his computer. Two girls walk up to him. Hey, Hari, can I give this to you? What's this for? The Autumn Festival is coming up, and the PR committee made arrangements with the store owner of Kiss Groceries to conduct an interview to be published in the Cascade. Sorry, we're not taking requests for the site. Oh, please, Hari. Using her natural beauty, Mimi charms Hari. Caroline, we have to be reasonable. Can't you see how busy he must be manning down the news? Falling for her charm. It is a pretty big responsibility. You must be new. I'm Hari, and you are? He extends his hand, flexing his brow. Mimi meets her hand to Hari, leaning in. Mimi. They lose each other in their eyes. Leon walks in, catching Hari's attention. You know what? Since you're new, I'll make an exception. Thank you. I'll have to repay your kindness. Maybe I could treat you to something at the Puree Friday? Derp says, honestly, this kind of reminds me of my own stories, but it's more a mishmash of stuff than one pure franchise. But it's more of a mishmash of stuff than one. Oh, I thought they were talking about me. No, they're talking about their stories. The Derp says. Or was I? Oh yeah, gruel. I was going to say great, but then I started to say cool. Mimi playfully replies, okay, well, gruel. The minute bell rings, and the two girls make their way to class. Calling over Leanne, he explained the situation. So I'm going to be conducting the interview, and you'll be finishing the article on where you sit at lunch says about you. Are you kidding me? Yes, Leanne, it's April 1st. Why can't I do it? I'm a field correspondent, and you told me to come up with another article. Because I promised the student council I'd accept their submission request. Oh my gosh. Are you doing this for that new girl, Mimi? Yes, I am. You know, she's just using you. What do you know? You're dating the former baseball captain turned convict. What are your sources on that? The bathroom or the vending machine? Last week, Mimi was hitting on Torin right in front of me saying how he had a strong jawline. Then why did Mimi invite me to get a smoothie bowl at Puree? Whatever. The day flew by. With the draw of sixth period, Mr. Hayden moved around all the tables to give his class some room to work on their project. Reminder, your projects are due tomorrow. I'll be walking around to offer feedback. Mr. Hayden walks over. Sorry, I saw Natty's comment. They said, "Whoa, that escalated quickly." Not sure what they're referring to. The spiders?
I'm actually not sure either. Uh, sorry. Oh gosh, sorry. I need to stop moving this microphone. My brother, if he's watching, is going to be like, "Stop! You need to stop moving the microphone."
Derp says, "Gotta say that got out of hand really fast." Don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, did they just mean the story?
Don't know. Nah, the combo between the characters. But isn't that normally how people like talk? People that don't like each other, isn't that normally how they like converse?
Um, I'm from the South, where everybody's just kind of passive aggressive to each other.
Anyway, let's
Natty says
see.
true.
Because like they have a mutual respect, but they don't like each other. Leanne and Hari. Hari respects that Leanne can write really well, but he doesn't like how uptight she is. And Leanne doesn't like how um, Leanne knows that Hari writes well, but she doesn't like that he decides to write these dumb articles and he's put in charge because of that. You're from Jersey. I'm from California. We just yell. We don't throw hands.
It's funny because I feel like everybody outside of California has this image of Californians being like super laid back and chill, and everybody I know who's
We
from
are.
California are like, no, 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 no.
No, we are laid back. It's just the problem is that we have a lot of transplants.
Ah, got you.
And the
So like,
transplants give us a bad name. It's like, I'm from California, blah, blah, blah. Let me speak to your manager.
oh, I see. So the people from California are chill. It's the people who
Yeah.
like
The
moved to
native borns
California
are chill.
by and
The
large
people
that
from
are.
Montana, Iowa, Idaho, wherever
Gotcha.
that decide to be like, oh, I live in California. Look at my beautiful house. Look at my beautiful children.
Ah, I got you. That makes so much more sense.
Go check out my family blog.
My family blog. Oh God.
John and Kate plus 8. Okay. Let's see. Reminder that your projects are due tomorrow. I'll be walking around to offer feedback. Mr. Hayden walks over, feeling excited to see how Derek's painting is coming along. Looking at a blank canvas, Mr. Hayden takes a second. Derek, you're usually almost done by now. I'm just a bit stuck. Keith Haring has a really clean, simplistic style, so I'm just trying to figure out how to convey my idea. What's your inspiration?
Well,
Still not comfortable sharing his memory. I'm not sure. Could I go rinse off the brushes? Derp Rex. Transplant, they said. Go run a lap, Derp. Go take a lap. That was a bad joke. Transplant.
I mean, if you're trans and you're a transplant to California, you're probably cool. Maybe the it.
No, they put a rose and the trans flag. I'm like, that's such a dad joke.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Go run a lap, Derp.
Who
Take
doesn't
a
like
lap.
a good dad joke here and there though?
It has to be good though, but because sometimes my best friend he tells bad dad jokes, and I'm just like, get out.
My dad tells horrible dad jokes, and I'm just like, no, 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 please no.
Okay, I think I'm good. Okay, I think we're good. Okay,
Okay.
so sure, maybe that'll clear your thoughts. Derek walks over to the large orange bucket filled with water and used paintbrushes. Do you want me to send someone with you? Derek looks up, squinting his eyes and shaking his head. He lifts the loaded bucket with both hands and shoulders raised, taking the bucket to the faucet head at the side of the building. He realizes he forgot to grab the faucet knob. He walks back to class. Hold on. I'm like, okay, there we go. Taking only a few steps, Derek feels a tapping on his left shoulder. He turns around to see Caroline. Hey, you free to talk? Yeah, just washing some paintbrushes. I'll help you. Sure. Derek gets the faucet handle for Mr. Hayden, walking back to the brushes he left behind. Derek pours over the dirty water onto the grass and picks up the fallen brushes and rinses the brushes under the running faucet. What's up? Well, I just wanted to know how you're doing. I'm okay. I talked to my uncle about it yesterday. I never really bring it up, but I kind of know how you feel. Derek blinks, then shoots Caroline a look of confusion. Well, what I mean to say is, I know how it feels to miss someone that was practically part of you, my mama. What? But you always talk about her. I do, but I never bring up the fact that she's dead. Why not? I just don't like the feeling I get from talking about it. But what happened to you yesterday, it made me think of my it made me think to myself, I have to come to terms with this. It wasn't fair of me to ask about your parents. I'm sorry. It was fair. And it takes a lot of courage to face something like that. Derek returns Caroline's surprise by giving her a hug. Thank you. Their moment is cut off when their morphers sound off. What's going on, Cutful? The monster from your previous encounter has gotten a strong reading of spirit essence near the checkpoint. This effort needs to be routed before our base of operation is uncovered. Derek grows anxiety in the pit of his stomach. Don't worry, we'll be there to stop it. Derek and Caroline find Leanne and Kyle. They get Caroline to make an excuse to get torn out of class and all make their way to a checkpoint Kyle created within the school. Too busy wrapped up in their issues, Miss and Relay notices the group and tails them to the secluded supply room. She keeps her distance and sees the five run through the closed door. Magical outlines and everything. Miss and Relay ponders to herself the severity of her conclusive situation before walking away. Sorry, I just saw Derp's comment. Yay, character development?
Character development.
I'd say character development. I mean, he Derek is shy. He's a shy little baby. Um, he's a shy little crybaby. And yes, there's a dog outside. We
Hi,
just got
doggy.
an yeah, not in my room, but it's outside. But yeah, Derek is a shy little crybaby who's recovering from grievance and PTSD. The dog wants to come inside, Natty, and we can't let him inside. We have to keep him outside so that way he's used to it when we're not home. Um, so yeah, I'd say he's got character development. He's able to talk about his the traumatic experience he's been through, and um, he's able to express his emotions without feeling too scared to do so. Alright. The Rangers make it to the checkpoint at Hillard Park. Torrin gestures to each Ranger to diverge in different directions. Before separating, Kyle puts his hands on Derek's shoulders. We're trusting you to face that monster. Derek keeps quiet. I can do it. Kyle splits off from Derek. Torrin quietly communicates to everyone to encircle the monster squad. The team encloses the circle, causing imitation squad of huntroids to malfunction due to the strong reading of spirit essence coming from all directions. Derek's anxiety grows greater, hearing his heartbeat in his ears. Torin, with the use of his sacred spirit, communicates with the rest of the group. On the count of three, Derek, we need you to give off your position. 1, 2, 3. Derek then runs that imitation and their squad of huntroids. Imitation radiates, casting a delusion of Derek's parents. Derek keeps on fighting with a clenched jaw and tears streaming down his face. The other four then execute their ambush, disposing of the hunt droids. They then divert their attention to Derek fighting imitation. Even with the image of his parents in front of him, Derek keeps countering and evading the monster's every attack. Imitation pauses to radiate again. Derek looks away. Looking back, Derek can now see and hear his parents. It's not your fault, mijo. The combination of both the image and the voices make Derek unable to control his emotions. Feeling Derek is unable to continue, Voldis is the name of his spirit. Um, Forces Derek to demorph again, leaving him vulnerable to critical injuries. Derek falls on his knees, hanging his head, crying, just imagining those were his parents. I'm sorry. Imitation readies his appendages to beat the life out of Derek, but Torin, Caroline, and Leanne start fighting it off. Torin leads the pushback, lunging at the monster. He moves out of the way for the two girls to throw in a few hits before joining back in. Kyle runs over, kneeling next to Christopher says some Christopher B says something bizarre and sad. Here's freaking Anthony, the king of bad dad jokes. He who started writing sci-fi, fantasy, blah blah blah, and never grew out of his particular pulpy style. He who grows so perverse with his writing that not only has he written characters that are on the ephebipholic borderline Geppetto in his only still running series is a Fantasyland where that is so much on people's brains that like I'm kind of just like I'm a little confused of what exactly this comment entails. Do you have any idea, Avery?
Um, I don't. I've. That's why I keep moving the microphone. I've never heard about this before. I think I generally get the gist of what they're saying. But I'm trying to read and I can't read very fast, so I'm just like, well,
Okay.
continue
So
reading what you're reading. We'll get back to it.
Okay. We should have never made you do that. Upset, Kyle carries his frustrations out on Imitation. Running full speed, he summons his spirit horn and stabs through Imitation. The group is in a traumatic shock at the sheer aggression displayed by their most laid-back teammate. The monster's body slumps forward into Kyle's spear. Kyle then forces the monster off his spear with the thrust of his boot as it falls in the leaf-ridden floor. Kyle continues stabbing the monster, unable to control his frustration. Deeming Kyle unfit to fight, Muriaceros revokes his power, causing Kyle to demorph. Data's creation withers into ashes. Kyle, still angry, loudly inhales and exhales, pushing around the pile of ashes and dry oak leaves. Thorin runs over, holding back Kyle's arms. How could I be so stupid? Um, Christopher V says, reacting to the transmit, not even sure why it flared up. I'm not sure either. I just saw the little dad joke and I was like, my immediate reaction to any dad jokes is always go take a lap
Go take a lap.
because I always heard everybody else in high school be like, go take a lap, go run a lap. Okay, where were they? How could I be so stupid? You're not stupid. Reversing roles, Derek consoles Kyle. I was still afraid of that monster, but Caroline told me that if I can't come to terms with this, then it'll control my life. I'm still very sad that my mom and dad are gone, but I'm lucky to have so many people who care. Derek then wrapped his arms around Kyle, leaning his head into Kyle's torso. Almost naturally, Kyle's anger subsides, and instinctually wraps his arms around Derek. Dude, you're like a brother. You're like my brother. It just pains me to see you like this, Derek. The team returns to base to give Quetzal a report of the battle. So after I killed the monster, it just withered into ashes. Derek then realized, oh my gosh, I'm supposed to be washing paintbrushes. Going back through the school checkpoint, Derek runs back with the bucket. Derek runs back to the bucket of brushes he left unattended. He hauled the bucket back to Mr. Hyden's class, with the last bell ringing. Students start piling their dirty brushes into the bucket of clean water. Gathering their belongings, Derek stared at his blank canvas. Derek, can I talk to you? What's up, Mr. Hyden? I'm just worried that you're not going to fin. Mr. Hyden looks to see Derek's eyes. Did something happen? No. I was just thinking about a memory for my project and I just needed some time to myself. I'm sorry it took forever. Don't worry about that. Derek, I don't know if you know this, but when I became your teacher, you revitalized my aspiration for art. Seeing how much emotion you put into your work and how excited you get reminds me of when I fell in love with art. Really? I just wanted to say that I almost quit teaching. I've had so many students make excuses, not really care about art, and use my class as a way to just talk with their friends. When I saw that goofy kid 2 years ago who had so many questions, I couldn't help but think this kid has so much potential. You thought I was goofy? I just want to say thank you, Derek. I honestly feel like you really helped to make my classes care about art. Derek then picks up his canvas to take home. Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Getting home, Derek finishes his project the same afternoon, and he thinks to himself, I don't want to be sad anymore. I'm tired of crying. I'm tired of people looking at me like I'm a baby. I just want to be happy. The next day, during sixth period, Derek's class presents their reports. When the last presentation finishes, Mr. Hayden draws a rock from his bag. Derek, I'm a little worried you didn't finish. Derek takes his covered project over to the easel in the front and unveils his project. My project is based on the style of Keith Haring. The inspiration for my piece is based on a hike I took with my friends to the Twin Falls. I chose this because it's the first happy memory I've had since my parents died. Even though there are only basic outlines, the colors and poses convey warmth and happiness I felt making this. The hardest part about the project wasn't the style of art. The hardest part was not giving in to my sadness. This whole project was an experience for me, and it helped me to learn that art doesn't always have to be about how you feel in the moment, but also about what you want to feel. I wanted to feel happy, and this is the result. The class applauds for Derek, and he takes a seat wearing a proud smile.
Oh, this is a question I had for you and for all of chat. Do you have a favorite artist? Speaking of art,
I like Rodney Greenblatt.
That's a
He's
good
the
one.
one that what?
I said that's a good one.
He's the artist for Parappa the Rappa, but I just love that type of style in general. It's just like so juvenile, but it looks so good, and it's like basically all that. Hi,
Yeah.
Paolo.
Hi, Paulo. Yeah, there's an artist who I have, and I've worn it many times on stream, but I have a necklace that's got one of her illustrations in it. Her name is Erika Taguchi, I believe is how you say her name, and um, she actually went to the same art school as my mom. I found out later on, but she does these really cool. They look like she
Fun.
illustrates children's books, and she has it's like these like anthropomorphic
Mhm.
animal um things, and so
Mhm.
like that's where my pendant of the little fox comes from. I love it so much.
I see. Yeah, definitely Ronnie Greenblatt. I thought he did the illustration for all of the other reindeer, but it's just similar to his style.
I love that style though. It's great. I loved that when they did all of the other reindeer, the animation, they managed to stay true to that art style.
Yeah, and just something about that whimsical, childish, like scribbly. I also like the art style where it looks kind of scribbly, but it's like really clean scribbles.
Yeah, I like that too. Um,
Um. So yeah, so that's the end of the chapter. What did we all
very
think,
nice.
chat?
Very fun. I liked it. We're getting some
We liked
character.
it.
We're getting some
Pretty
character
light.
building. I'm
Character
I'm
building.
I'm frightened by the fact that Christopher B says this is the um he said something to the effect of this being the saddest or most traumatizing book so far in the series, so I'm just genuinely like, "Oh
Oh,
no,
Animorphs.
what's going to happen?" Segueing to Animorphs, that's what I was thinking of, and so I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh god." All of the other reindeer
So yeah.
is amazing. Natty, I have a video on all of the other reindeer. I did it like I think my first Christmas on YouTube because I love that movie so much.
Mm-hmm. I remember they showed it all the time on Cartoon Network.
Oh yeah, I watch it. It's on YouTube now, so I just pull it up on YouTube once a year. I always have
Yeah,
to watch
same.
it.
I don't know why it just seems a lot longer than what it is.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I thought it was like full movie length, and then like when I went back to cover it, I'm like, it's only a 40-minute or a 15-minute
Yeah, I
thing.
know.
Um,
Crazy.
but that's just like super underrated. I love that. That's one of my favorite Christmas specials. You were gonna make a video on
And
it, weren't you?
I was, but then I saw yours. I'm like, no, we've already talked about it. There's plenty of other things I'll talk about.
Oh, you can still talk about it. I talk about stuff that
I
other people have talked about all the time, just because I'm
I
like, but I
know,
haven't talked about it yet.
but I'm like, I want to talk about um eventually after we get through the Phantom Investigator stuff. I want to start talking about other shows that I've like only had like a season that I remember watching, but like no, like I said, neglected nostalgia. That's
Yep.
gonna be what my channel evolved into.
We're almost
Neglect.
done with Phantom Investigators. Can you believe it?
I know, so sad,
I know.
so sad. All right, well, what do you think, chat? How are we feeling about the story so far?
I love how
Do we have
Torin
any?
is basically just a human cat.
Who?
Torin is basically just like, I like you. I just don't want anybody to know I like you.
Well, why do you think that is though? Is it just like his nature, or like?
Um, I think he's got a very tough love nature, but I also think he's just kind of guarded in and of himself. Human cat people usually are, in my experience.
Hmm. It's actually getting good, says the Derprex. It will get good. Eventually, there's going to be breakups, infidelity. There's going to be there's going to be secrets
Did you
and
finish
secrets
this
within
story?
secrets.
Did you finish the story?
I'm still writing it.
Okay.
I'm
You're gonna
writing it. I'm. You were saying?
I was just gonna say we're gonna get to a place where it's on a cliffhanger and we're all gonna be like, Daniel, write more of it.
We'll get there. The next chapter is called Building Blocks, and it's another. It's not no monster than this chapter.
Hollow, how is the Celtics game going? I know nothing about sports, but I figured I'd ask. Yeah, the Animorphs can be twisted. It is definitely it pulls no punches as far as kids books go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Check all my stuff. Okay. Um, just checking to make sure I didn't miss any texts. Been like super busy the past few days. I literally had to take a day off from school just
Oh,
so that way I can just recharge my batteries. So I was like, But so yeah, so that's how it's going so far. We only have three chapters until we get to a draft.
oh, good. They're winning the sports ball game.
So hopefully, they're winning the sports ball game so far. Yeah. So eventually, one of them is going to quit. Some of them are going to die. People are going to
Uh.
die.
Oh dear.
People will die. They will have to live through the trauma of people dying. Um,
The way you said that just made me think of, from Shrek. Some of the meme where it's like, some of you will die, but that is a price that I am willing to make. And it's a
yeah.
sacrifice that I am willing to make.
And then they'll eventually question the whole reason why they're even involved in all of this.
Ooh, existential crisis.
Well, I mean, like, what is it to their benefit, really? I mean, they're just pawns in the
Yeah.
grand scheme of it all. They'll begin to question why are you having us do this, Quetzal? What are we to you? Just expendable? Are we even
Ooh.
friends? It'll get to that point.
Quetzal, if
Just
that
not there.
is your real name.
His name is Quetzal, and he had a brother. But we'll get to that chapter soon enough, where he had a brother, and then
Uh,
his brother turns out to be evil.
ooh. Spoilers. Okay, so this is the 11th book we've read from the Animorphs series, but it's the 10th book because we read the Megamorphs. So, I see immediately why we ran the poll about spiders. I see immediately my mother. My mother is not a night owl, so she's definitely not watching. But if she was watching, she would be turning off right now as she's looking at this. Uh, my mother is the kill it with fire person when it comes to spiders. By the way, she truly, truly hates them, and I don't blame her. I think I'm more of like they're not my favorite, but they're chill. If they stay away from me, I can deal with their existence. I think their spider webs are pretty.
Okay, so there's 70 books. It looks like
Or 70
um
pages.
70 paid. Thank you. 70 books. So when I get to chapter 13, that's when we'll tag team it.
Okay, so
To
you'll read through 13 or to 13.
to 13.
Okay. So to after 12. All right.
Hmm.
Oh, I just said cool.
Oh, okay.
With
All right.
Hellfire. Now that song's in my head, Natty.
Like fire, hellfire.
Hellfire.
God, I love that song. There's just something about it that gives me like good chills.
Yeah, it's that Frollo is such an underrated bad guy because he is a bad guy that can exist and has existed in the real world, right? So he's so scary. To me personally, I find him so creepy.
There's just something about the part where he gets to like where it says where he's like singing about protect me, Maria. That part is like something about like the chord, like the piano or the organ, it like kind of goes like upbeat a little bit at that point.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think it was Jonathan Young who is basically like a theater kid who also does his music is very metal, but he likes a lot of like he does a lot of like metal covers of
Mhm.
um musicals, Disney musicals, stuff like that if you don't know. And he
Mm.
has a great cover of Hellfire. It's actually it's fire for
There's
lack of
someone
a
who
better
did
word.
a there's someone who did a Latin cover like
Ooh.
in it. Yeah, so like I forget who. I'll post it in the Discord after. But yes, someone sang it in its native Latin,
Nice.
and had it translated. Let's see. Just
Golden
saw.
spiders are good luck. Explains why I don't have much. Aw.
Okay. Make sure I got everything correct. Should okay. Let's see.
Well, you guys know how I feel about cockroaches. And I don't know why I'm so grossed out. I think it's just because cockroaches are just ugh, they're just dirty. And like I'm just like, why? Why are you around me? Plus, if you live in the South, there's definitely a bug season that we're definitely going through right now. So it's like, ugh,
Yep.
get all the bug spray, get everything.
I remembered. Cause I see that you're doing the thumbnails. The Vietnamese Animorphs covers are the ones that are like super like like they're hand drawn.
Oh yeah, okay, I'll start looking those up.
Yeah, so
I
you can
think
look them up on the wiki on the Animorphs wiki.
I was using the retold ones, and then I think we've officially run out of those. So
Dirtbrick says, honestly, I just want a nice, cozy romance with no drama for once.
you
But
know, true. I feel
these
that
are high
sometimes.
schoolers. High schoolers are still kind of in their growing pains of what romance is.
They're just figuring it out. Like they think they know, but they're really just emulating what the adults in their life have
Yeah,
shown them.
yeah. Eventually, Leanne's gonna break up with Torin, and then Leanne's gonna get with Hari, and then they're gonna break, and Hari's gonna break it off with Mimi, and then Mimi and Torin are gonna get together. It's gonna be like
No, so
all complicated.
Paulo says no such thing, son, and Natty says Derprex same. I feel that Derprex. I
Well,
have a
that's just how life is. It's complicated.
I've already said we're gonna have to start. I'm going to read. I think Welcome Home, Marianne, the BSC Forever, because that deals on Thursday because that deals directly with Sunny's storyline from California Diaries. But after that, I think we need Thursdays to be something a little bit lighter since we've all suffered for so long.
The Dirtbrick's like, huh, I thought they were all in college. No, they're high schoolers. They're all high schoolers. Student council, baseball team. Is that not all like, I don't know, sound like high school stuff?
I didn't go to real high school or college, so you'll have to tell me.
But yeah, that's eventually what's gonna happen eventually. That Leanne will break up with Torin, and then Hari will be seeing Leanne, and then he'll break it off with Mimi, and then Mimi and Torin will console each other, and then they'll get together, and then Caroline is gonna figure out Mimi's secret, and then Mimi's gonna figure out their secret, but neither of them know that the other knows about their secret.
Percy Jackson is great. I think we're gonna start reading Percy Jackson soon. I think that'd be fun.
And yeah, so that's pretty much how it is. That's what's going on in my brain right now.
Ooh.
And then eventually, Hari's gonna start hanging out with Derek, and then Kyle's gonna get jealous because like they're best friends, and then it turns out Kyle just has sexual tension and like feelings for Derek, and then Derek's like, you know what, I have feelings for you too.
Wait, so are you excited? Segueing back to Animorphs, are you excited for a Marco episode? Are you excited for a Marco
Yes, my
thing?
son gets highlighted for what's my son, my son.
I will say Marco has grown on me, just like Riku grew on me in Kingdom Hearts. I appreciate it.
So yeah, so eventually down the distant path, Kyle and Derek will end up together. It's just a matter of how I'm gonna make it that way.
Yeah, I kind of was the manager of the softball team in high school. Oh, that's cool.
And then eventually, Caroline's gonna be like, "Mom, Dad, where am I in all of this? You don't love me. You say you do, but you don't seem to show it." But that's down the line. Right now, Animorphs, Chapter 1.
Animorphs, Chapter 1.
My name is Marco. People call me Marco the Magnificent, Marvelous Marco, the Amazing Marco. And of course, all the girls just call me Gorgeous. Okay, maybe I've never actually heard anyone call me Gorgeous, but I am confident that someone somewhere must have called me gorgeous at some point. Or not. But definitely cute. I've heard cute with my own ears. And I'll soon be hearing it a lot more because I've had a major change. I've cut my hair. Or at least my stylist, Charisse, cut it for me. That's right, Charisse. And according to Charisse, my cuteness quotient has risen from a 9 to a definite 10. Aw, my son, he got a haircut. He looks so handsome, son. All spiky on the top. Anyways, where was I? Oh, yes. I was telling you about my name, or that my name is Marco. I can't tell you my last name, I forgot. No, not really, I'm kidding. I know my last name. I'm just not going to tell you. And I'm not going to tell you the complete names of my friends and where I live. What I will tell you is the truth. All except for the part about magnificent and marvelous. Everything else I tell you will be true. I know it will seem incredible, but it will be the absolute truth. Let's start with the reason why I won't tell you my last name. I have enemies. We all sort of do. But these guys are very powerful, very dangerous enemies. Not like the guys in your class who keep calling you Dorkwad. And if you knew who I was, I'd be dead so fast I wouldn't even know I was dead. The Yerks don't play games. The Yerks don't. What just happened?
What just happened?
Oh, because you touched your hand on the camera, and I'm like,
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that you're looking at this camera. I just adjusted the laptop screen back.
okay. So, the Dirtbag says, so basically, suddenly gay rangers. They're not suddenly gay. There'll be subtle hints throughout the story. Anyways, the Yerks don't worry about pity or kindness. They don't care that I'm just a kid. The Yerks plan to enslave or destroy the entire human race. They won't hesitate to roll right over little old me. The Yerks aren't just my enemy, though. They are the enemies of every human being, the enemies of Earth itself. And they are everywhere. They are a parasitic species. Think tapeworms. That's what they are. When you get right down to it, intelligent tapeworms. They are slugs, just a few inches long. They enter the human body through the ear canal. Once inside, they flatten themselves out and wrap themselves around your brain. They squeeze into all the folds and wrinkles of your brain and tie into your thoughts. They take over. They make you into what we call a controller, a human machine, a body whose own true mind is shattered and helpless. That's the special horror of the Yerks. They don't just take over your mind and eliminate you. They continue to be aware. They continue to be conscious. You sit there in your own head, watching the Yerks open your memories, watching the Yerk fool your friends and family, watching the Yerk turn the people you love into the same kind of slaves you become. You try to move your hand, but you can't. You try to move your mouth to speak, but you can't. You don't even control what your eyes look at. That's what it's like. My mother is one of them, a controller. For a long time, we thought she had died. I believe she had drowned. But I learned later that she was still alive. A very powerful Yerk had taken her body. I don't even know how long she was a controller before she disappeared. I'm pretty sure she was a controller even before she disappeared, Marco.
Yeah, because that was a very convenient boating accident.
Yeah, because I remember in book 5, she was like, she just decided to go out into sea, even though she knew that the waves were like weird.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, she was just trying to fake her death, trying to get the life insurance and collect her coin, be a rich bitch, all that good stuff. A very powerful Yerk. I already read that. I don't know how many times her goodnight kisses with the actions of a Yerk, trying to pass as a human. She was Visser 1 now. A Visser is a sort of Yerk warlord or general. Visser 1 launched the secret invasion of Earth. Visser 3 is now in charge. Visser 1, in my mother's head, took off after faking her death by drowning. She's somewhere now, maybe millions of miles away. No one knows about my mom but me and my best friend Jake. I don't want the others to know. I don't want their pity. The Yerks are everywhere. Not just my mother, but maybe yours too. Maybe your teacher, maybe your best friend, maybe everyone around you. But when you get together with family and friends, you may be the only one in the room who is not a controller. That's why we fight them. We Animorphs. I made up that word. Pretty cool, huh? Animorphs? Just popped into my head. Animal morphers. Animorphs, animal morphers, Animorphs are the champions. Sorry. Just thought of Digimon. See, not every alien in the universe is a Yerk. The universe has its heroes too. It was one dying doomed Andalite who gave us our powers to acquire the DNA of any animal and then to become that animal. His name was Elfingor. He and a lot of other Andalites died trying to save Earth from the Yerks. So for him, and for all the people of Earth, we fight hoping to slow the Yerks down enough so that the Andalites will have a chance to come again and save us all. Who is we? Well, that's me, Mark of the Magnificent. Then there's Rachel, who thinks she's Xena, warrior princess. And then there's Tobias, the bird boy, and Cassie, the tree hugger, and Axe, our resident Andalite. And of course, our fearless leader, my boy Jake. My way too serious best friend, Jake. Responsible, practically adult Jake. Jake, who grinds my nerves with his total refusal to just have a good time. Look, I said to Jake, it's not a crime or anything. There is absolutely no law against dogs going to outdoor concerts. They don't have a ticket for dogs.
You know, Marco, the point of morphing is not for us to use it to get into concerts.
Jake said. We were walking down one of the streets of our subdivision. We'd shot some hoops down at the outdoor basketball courts, and now Jake was dribbling the ball as we walked. 9-inch nails, Alanis, offsprings. I would sneak in for the offspring. I said. He stopped and stared at me.
Marco,
Yeah,
what happened to your hair, man?
you're just noticing? Looks cool, huh? Jake just stared.
Offsprings?
Yes.
You're sure Offspring will be there?
See, Jake is an offspring fan. My guy. My guy, yes. I could see him weakening. He was dribbling slower. I hear they are so great live. They kick, they dominate, they crush all oppositions underfoot, they rule, they.
Marco, after I criticized Rachel and Cassie for using Morph for personal reasons, I can't just.
Who's going to tell them? I argued. See, Marco gets it. My son. He's my son. I ran my fingers through my new, shorter hair. It was cool looking. I wasn't even going to pay attention to the way Jake just stared at it. It looked cool.
I'd be a hypocrite.
Jake said. I thought for a moment. You know, Jake, I have long suspected that Alanis may be a controller. And as a controller, think of the damage she could do by leading young, impressionable kids like us astray.
How
Oh, I
dare
hate
you?
to.
Sorry. How dare you besmirch the good name of Alanis?
Alanis Morissette.
The queen of 90s music. The queen of
But is
90s breakup songs.
but is she a bitch? Is she a lover? Is she a mother? I don't think so.
Mother.
Let's see. I'm a bitch. I'm a lover. I'm a mother. I'm a sinner. I'm a child.
I love that song.
She didn't write that, so I can't give her credit as being queen of the '90s
Fa-
breakup song.
fair enough, but she did give it the flair.
All right then. Where was I? Oh, I hate to even think of it. We have a duty, Jake. We have a sacred duty to go to that concert and find out once and for all whether any of these major stars are controllers. Jake smiled his slow smile.
That is easily the most pathetic excuse you have ever come up with.
I laughed. Get serious! I've come up with a lot more pathetic excuses than that. We were almost at Jake's house, so we stopped. Jake's brother Tom is one of them. a controller. We don't talk inside. We don't talk inside his house.
You know,
Jake said.
the only possible way I could go along with this is if I found out you were going to do this thing anyway. Then, see, I'd have to go along reluctantly just to watch your back.
Oh, look, it's that bitch. Our friend, that bitch is back.
Yay!
All right, chat. Who do we think is the controller out of all these bands they were talking about? They were talking about Alanis Morissette. They were talking about The Offspring, and then they said Nine Inch Nails. Out of all of them, who do we think is the controller among the lineup?
Definitely Nine Inch Nails.
Probably they're not the one that they're talking about. No one's gonna go see Nine Inch Nails. They want to go see Offspring and Alanis.
Hmm?
It's the one you least suspect. Let's see. Oh, Jake may be responsible and all, but he isn't a total 40-year-old. I grinned. Jake, I'm going to this concert whether you like it or not.
Then I guess I'd better go just to cover your butt.
Jake said.
You'll have to figure out how to cover that hair.
I made a face. Real funny,
I thought so.
Jake said, grinning at his own wit.
I'm going to more Palmer, I guess. You're right. Dog is the way to go. No one will ever think anything about us being there, since there are always dogs at the outdoor stuff. And dogs hearing is great. You need to acquire a dog morph.
I already have, I said smugly. An Irish setter. Girls love Irish setters. I laughed my evil laugh. I gave Jake a look, and he laughed too. There are these moments in your life that seem totally innocent at first, you know? Like normal, everyday life. But then it's like you stepped off a cliff, and before you know it, you're falling. Suddenly, you realize your innocent little decisions are going to spin out of control. I had decided to sneak into a concert. I had not decided to uncover one of the greatest secrets of human history, or become the person who would decide their fate of an entire race. I just wanted to hear some music. It should have been no big deal. Chapter 2. There are a couple of big problems while morphing. First of all, there's a 2-hour time limit. If you stay in a morph for more than 2 hours, you stay forever. Second, there's the fact that all the animals' basic instincts come along with the body. Sometimes, when you jump into that animal brain, it's like grabbing onto a power line. I've done that before. Um, Finally, there's a total creepiness factor. I mean, major Stephen King meets Anne Rice creepy. I don't know what that means.
Stephen King meets Anne Rice creepy. Uh, Anne Rice wrote
Babysitter's Club, right? Yeah, I know.
no, no, that's Anna Martin. Anne Rice wrote. What am I trying to think? The vampire ones, the one that's not Twilight, the other one, the earlier one. She wrote
Is
those.
it
Somebody in chat will help me out. I'm blanking on what they were actually called.
Nosferatu?
No,
Fuckula?
what the fuck?
Um, isn't that like the fancy '80s ones that like the erotic ones? And then like he's all like, I want to suck your cock or something like that.
I've never heard of this before. That's funny.
Never.
No,
Uh,
but the 80s, it doesn't surprise me. The 80s had a lot. There was a lot going on in the 80s.
Chat, please don't save that as a clip for the Discord.
Someone's gonna save it.
I'm gonna say fuck you. Anyways, so she wrote vampire stuff. Okay. The concert was taking place at a big outdoor arena that's at one end of the city park. We needed a private place to morph, but that turned out to be not so easy. There were people everywhere, thousands of people, kids in black shirts, displaced dead heads with little granny sunglasses and dreadlocks, parental units carrying babies and trying to look cool with in their dockers, and hardcore punk rockers with pierced everything. Nothing's going on, Natty. She was just trying to explain to me who Anne, what is it, Anne Rice?
Anne Rice, yeah.
Who Anne Rice was. I thought it was Anna Martin, but apparently not. Anne Rice wrote some vampire stuff. I thought she wrote like, if I'm gonna say it again, I thought she wrote Fuckula. But apparently that's not the case. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say I don't read books because I don't know these people.
You're like my brother. My brother doesn't read either.
Let's see. Across from the park, there was a little street with coffee shops and restaurants and an ecology bookstore. There were alleys behind the restaurant, and we headed there. Down one alley, we found a little dead end area stuffed with dumpsters.
Wonderful, Jake muttered. The two of us and the garbage. This is already fun.
Come on, let's do it, I said. I was impatient. I could hear a warm up band racing through a power set.
You haven't morphed a dog before, have you?
Jake asked. No. He smiled.
Don't get too happy.
He said. I didn't really pay attention to him. I looked around and saw some hippie girls walking by. They couldn't see us. I removed my outer clothes and stripped down to my morphing suit. I stuffed my clothes and shoes into the bag Jake and I had brought along and shoved it behind the dumpster. I focused on the dog I had acquired. I saw it in my mind, and as I focused, I felt the changes begin. Natty, there are plenty of people who don't read that are just very smart off the bat.
Oh, Spencer, like, he reads a lot of, like, news articles. He just doesn't read a lot of, like, novels. He reads a lot of, like, academic things.
He loves that Linda Ellerby, huh? He loves the Nick
Uh,
News with Linda Ellerby.
yeah, Spencer's just never been a recreational reader.
I should do videos on that. The Nick News with Linda Ellerby because I hated those.
Do I know what that is?
The Nick News with Linda Ellerby.
Oh gosh.
How do you not know what that is?
I'm sorry. I was homeschooled.
Chat. Do you not chat? Am I the only one who knows about the Nick News with Linda Ellerby? They were news specials basically, like exposés that this lady named Linda Ellerby would do for like Nickelodeon.
Oh,
So
that
like
explains it.
she
I
did
didn't watch
stuff on
too much Nickelodeon.
she did stuff on like AIDS. She's done stuff on like 9/11.
Huh.
So like she's been doing this for like years, and I remember like every now and again I would see it on TV, on the TV guide, and I'm like, nope, staying away from Nickelodeon tonight.
It's too sad. Too much sad.
Nah, it just seemed really boring to me. Cause it's like I wasn't there. Cause like in my house it's like the news. What's that?
Yes, Natty, recommend books to Spencer, please.
Okay. I morphed much weirder things than dog. Um, but every morph is strange. Every morph is unpredictable. You really never know how it's going to go. I expected the first thing to be fur. It wasn't. The first thing that happened was the tail. It felt just like sort of a spurt out of the base of my spine. I turned to look back at my shoulder. Oh my gru! The tail was sticking out, but it had no fur yet. It was just kind of grayish chicken skinned whip. Natty,
That's
I
my
was
excuse for a
homeschooled
lot.
up to yeah.
Look, when you're homeschooled, your mother, at least in my case, your mother wants everything you watch to be at least slightly educational.
The
So
Nick News with Linda Ellerby was educational.
I agree from the description. However, comma, a lot of things on Nickelodeon were not the edutainment variety, so she wasn't
Dead Sea
wholeheartedly against
Classified
it.
School Survival Guide. That was educational.
She
It
wasn't
just had
wholly
school in
against
the name of it.
she was not wholly against it, but she also was just like, wouldn't you rather watch this other thing? Wouldn't you rather watch Crash Box?
Wouldn't you rather watch Zoe 101?
No, we didn't watch Zoe 101.
Alright, Jake, I looked back at Jake. His face was bulging out like something was trying to climb out of his mouth. At the same time, my own muzzle started to grow. There was a weird grinding sound from the inside of my head as the bones of my jaw stretched outward. It, I felt an itching in my mouth as my teeth grew bigger and
Ugh.
rearranged themselves. I saw my fingers shrink up inside my hand. At the same time, the little stubs of fingers grew these gray black nails. My palms became thick and calloused. I felt the bones in my legs and arms stretching in changing directions, and I began to grow slightly smaller. Suddenly, I couldn't stand up anymore. I fell forward onto my calloused paw. Only then did the fur begin to grow. It was a good thing, too. I was one ugly animal without fur. The reddish fur sprouted quickly, like the world's fastest grass. It just seemed to explode out of my skin, long and silky. Cool, I said to Jake in my thought speak. Check out this fur. Every girl in that country is going to want to pet me. He said something back to me, but right then the dog sense kicked in. I'd morphed to wolf, so I was prepared. I knew the hearing would be amazing. I knew the sense of smell would be incredible. But what I didn't expect was the dog's mind. It was not like the wolf's. The wolf was a cool, intelligent, ruthless killer. The dog was just a big goof. You remember that old song, Girls Just Want to Have Fun? That could be the theme song for dogs. Dogs just want to have fun. That's what fooled me. The Irish setter's brain didn't feel like some strange animal. It felt like I was just tapping into a part of my own brain. It was a perfect fit with the goofball part of my own brain. I looked over at Jake through my slightly dim dog vision. He had become a dog, Homer. I lolled. Oh, I lolled out my tongue and panted. Jake Homer panted right back at me. Ugh, I barked for no reason. I did a little dance, sort of like I was going to run away, but then stopped suddenly and crouched down on my front legs and grinned like an idiot at Jake. I was inviting him to play. I tore off down the alley at a run.
Marco, wait up.
Catch me, haha, like you even could. I scrabbled away at top speed, my nails clicking at the concrete, my floppy ears flying, my tail held high and wagging. I raced down the alleyway, totally ignoring the rich, wondrous smell of rotting garbage. I turned towards the park and raced across the street. Jake fell back, caught up in a small knot of people. A car slammed on its brake and missed me by a couple of feet. A couple of feet! I mean, if the driver had been 1 millisecond slower to hit the brakes, I'd been roadkill. But my complete dog brain reaction to the near death experience was cool, I smell something. I'm totally serious. The fact that I smelled some other dog's pee on the curb was about 10,000 times more interesting to my dog brain than the squealing car was. The driver got out and started yelling. I gave him a happy dog grin and trotted my own way.
Marco, would you wait up?
Suddenly, I was surrounded by people, but they were totally different from the people I'd seen before when I was still human. For one thing, I wasn't even I wasn't really looking at these people. I was smelling them. What they looked like was so totally not important, but the smell. I smelled sweat, I smelled shampoo, I smelled bad breath. I smelled what they had been eating. I smelled what they had stepped in. I smelled laundry detergent. I smelled everyone that had touched or shaken hands with. And I could smell all their animals. The humans might as well have been wearing big neon sign that said, "I own a dog" or "I have a cat." I could not only smell who owned dogs, I could smell whether the dog were male or female, young or old, fixed or not. Just by sniffing the people walking past, I knew if their dog ate canned food or dry food. I mean, when you hook up to the when you hook up to that dog nose, it's like you've been walking around with cotton balls in your nostrils all your life. And suddenly you take them out and wow, you're in a whole new experience of life. I'd been a wolf in the forest. Now it was like I was a wolf in civilization. The information from my nose was so complex, so full, so rich, so enjoyable. "Hey boy," someone said. "A girl." I was sure she was a girl, but was she a cute girl? I tried to make my dog eyes focus, but it was like sight was just irrelevant. I could see pretty well, but my dog brain was too busy smelling and hearing. I didn't notice the scent of patchouli oil. Though, the girl reached out her hand and stroked my head. Instantly, a warm wave of pleasure washed over me. Then she scratched behind my ear. This was almost too good. This was sublime. This was probably the best thing I'd ever felt in my life. I think I could have just stood there and let her scratch behind my ear forever. But then she was joined by a guy who owned a cat, incidentally. And then she started in on my ribs. I lay down and rolled on my side. The scratching of my ribs felt like tickling. I was so happy. I was beyond happy. See, dog happy isn't like human happy. Human happiness always has a little voice in the back of your mind going, "Don't be too happy. Keep your guard up. Something bad could still happen." But dog happy is just pure distilled essence of happiness. I just lulled my wet tongue out and slapped my tail against the grass. And then it started. My leg started going all on its own. Ugh. "Ha, I love it when dogs do that," the guy said. "That's so funny." His girlfriend scratched away on my rib, and my back leg just motored away out of control, and I was in heaven. That's when Jake found me.
That's nice, Marco.
Jake said.
Very dignified. What's next? You gonna lick yourself?
"Oh, it's another dog," the girl said. "He's even cuter." She leaned forward to pet Jake. That brought me to my senses. No way was Jake cuter than me. "Okay, okay, that's enough playing around," I said. "Come on, Jake, let's get closer to the stage." We took off, tails wagging, leaving the nice hippie couple behind.
See, I told you, Marco. Don't get too happy. A happy dog is almost too happy.
"Why not?" I asked a little wistfully. "Why not just get happy?" Then something stunning happened. There had been no music for a few minutes, and all at once, Offspring climbed onto stage and unloaded. They ripped into a song, and I cowered a little. The impact of my dog ears was shocking. It wasn't just that it was so loud, it was that I could hear everything. Everything. "Hey, I can understand the lyrics now," I said. "Cool," Jake answered. We trotted closer into the thickening crowd of humans. The smells were just overwhelming. and not always in a good way. Suddenly, I saw him. He was flying. He was passing out flyers. He was walking through the crowd and passing out handbills. A breeze caught a breeze caught one of the sheets and it fluttered to the ground in front of me. I forced my dog eyes to look at it. I couldn't read the fine print, but I could see the two big words at the top: the sharing. The sharing, the front organization for controllers. Jake, I said, that guy, he's handing out flyers for the sharing.
Yeah, you know what? Does he look familiar? Or is it just my imagination?
He had brown hair, just a little over his ears. He was maybe 5 feet tall, but he managed to look taller. A slightly shorter version of Jake. Strong and confident looking. Yes, he's familiar. His name's Erek King. He transferred out of our school like a year ago. Erek was coming closer, smiling and handing out flyers to anyone who would take one. He knelt down and smiled at me. He reached out to pet me, but I pulled back. Erek shrugged and walked on his way, handing out flyers. Jake, did you notice?
Oh, yeah,
He said.
definitely.
Oh man, I said. There is something very, very wrong with Erek. Well, chat's been a little dead. What's going on in chat?
What's
Sorry,
up,
Discord.
chat?
Yeah. Last thing I saw was,
I
I'm
think we're all
still
listening.
alive.
I'm glad you're still alive, Laser. Let's see.
So The Offspring. The only reason why I love The Offspring is because it is the soundtrack to Crazy Taxi.
Fair. Let's see. I'm checking and making sure we're all good over here.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And then for anyone on the PS4, Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy just came out today on PS4.
ooh.
So after the stream, I'm gonna jump off and then I'm gonna start playing that.
Whoop. Ah. Where
Let's see.
is the let me get back to this. Okay. I have the book pulled back up. We're all here. We're just chilling.
Something about found more obscure Australian TV and movies. By the way, I hope they don't get taken down like Skippy recently again.
Ah.
Oh
Copy
yeah.
that.
Speaking of which, I just remembered. The next thing I'm probably gonna look over is the very popular docu series before the pandemic, which is called The Secret Life of 4 and 5 year olds.
Aw.
It is a British docu series, free on YouTube. That basically they monitor how the kids behave, like on the playground or like when they're in like the preschool setting, and just like do a commentary over that. Like, oh, some kids are dandelion, some kids are orchids. Orchids are the ones that need more special attention and care, and the dandelion kids are the ones that can adapt and fit in anywhere. And blah blah blah.
Aw. That sounds cute. That sounds
So it's a
very cute.
British docu series, and it ran until COVID hit.
Ah.
But I
COVID.
think it pretty much ran its course at that point.
Yeah.
All right, chapter 3.
Chapter 3.
He didn't smell, I said. What do you uh, what do you mean he didn't smell? Rachel demanded. I mean, he didn't smell. He had picked up some odor off other people, off the ground, off dogs, whatever, but he had no smell himself. None, like a black hole of smell, like nothing there, nobody home. It was later that same evening. Jake and I had left the concert shortly after encountering Erek. We'd call we called a meeting, and now everyone except Axe was in Casey's barn. Cassie! Come on, brain. Cassie, not Casey. We're
How
not reading Power Rangers.
how dare you? No, I'm just kidding. Not our girl.
Not our girl Cassie. There's Cassie so shy and so very smart. There's Zach and Wheezy, tails apart.
I love
You
it.
know the words, chat.
Uh,
Emmy wished on a dragon scale, and that's what
it
started
started
Dragon
Dragon
Tales.
Tales.
Around the room, the dragon flew.
What's the rest?
So yeah,
What's
that's
the
where
rest?
I get it from. There's Jake, he's the biggest. Those are very smart. No, wait, there's Jake, there's Org, he's the biggest, but whatever. I was trying to make an Animorphs version.
I was like, I know there was not a
There's
dinosaur named
Cassie.
Jake on Dragon Tales.
There's Cassie so shy, but so very smart. There's Axe and Tobias.
I
There's
loved
Axe
Dragon
and
Tales.
Rachel, the tails apart, cause you know two heads are better than one. Animorphs, Animorphs. It's almost time for Animorphs. Come along, take my hand. Let's all go into Animorphs.
Okay, but Dragon Tales was fire. Side
Of
note.
course it was. It was. Until they added the third kid.
I barely remember the third kid.
Enrique, their cousin from Colombia.
Oh yeah, I did not like Enrique.
Yeah, but at that point, it's like, yeah, the show's kind of ran its course. When they gotta add somebody like how the Fairly Odd Parents had to take away the good character, then add what's her name to the cast.
Oh yeah, the third little
The third
fairy.
wheel.
Yeah, the
No,
third
not the
wheel.
fairy. The what's her name? The girl who had to share fairies with Timmy.
Oh, again, I barely remember Fairly Odd Parents.
Her name was like Carly or something.
Okay.
Because there was a fairy shortage. That's dumb.
Ah, got you. My brother could tell you. He would remember.
All right. No, I was reading what Laser said. All right. So it was later that same evening. Jake and I. Okay, I heard that. Cassie's barn is actually the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center. Take a shot, everyone. It was sort of a hospital for messed up wild animals. Cassie's parents. Stop saying Casey. Cassie. Cassie's parents are both veterinarians. Take a shot, everyone. Her mom works at the gardens, this big combination of zoo and amusement park. Take a shot, everyone. Her dad, with a lot of help from Casey. Cassie! Stop saying Casey! Cassie! Gosh, stop saying Casey. It's Cassie.
I just took 3 sips of tequila.
Take in every sick or injured wild animal they come across. The barn is lined with a wire cage filled with raccoons, foxes, opossums, eagles, rabbits, geese, badgers, crows, squirrels. I mean, you name it, it's Animal Central. Sorry, I got distracted by Maddie saying, "What?"
Is that in relation to me drinking alcohol? Yeah, people get weirdly people are always shocked when I'm drinking. I'm like, I do drink sometimes, you guys. Not often, but I do.
She's from Georgia, and down in Georgia they have that juice that helps make you limber and loose.
I know it.
Yo.
I know I look like a teenager, but still, I am 26 and I do drink sometimes.
Let's see.
Sometimes because
What's
she
funny is
looks.
that I look young too. It's that sometimes I'm too lazy to shave, but if I shave, people swear like as if I'm still in college. And it's
Yeah.
fun to be like, yeah, I'm 22.
Yep. My whole
Yeah.
extras career was made up of people being like, "You're 18 to look younger. You can play the high school students."
Mm-hmm. You were part of the children's cast in Stranger Things.
I was a stand-in for the kids, mostly Dustin. Yeah, because I'm short. And then I was in season 3. I did a lot of extra work, and I remember they took me away from my real life friends because they said she looks like she's too young to be talking to these older kids. So they put me with a bunch of 12-year-olds, and I was just like,
Should have showed him your ID and your wallet.
it was funny. It that kind of thing happens all of the time.
But what's the stand-in?
Stand-ins basically do blocking rehearsals. So like before the actors come in to actually film the scene, while they're like getting prepped for the scene, the stand-ins do the scenes for the purposes of like figuring out where the cameras go, figuring out where the lights go, all that good stuff. And we just run it over and over and over until they're like, okay, I think we're ready to try one.
Okay. Maybe you just didn't notice it, Rachel suggested. Rachel, you've been in Wolfmorph. Oh, wait, let me try that again.
Rachel, you've been in Wolfmore.
Jake said.
You know how good our sense of smell is. Well, the dog's sense of smell is almost that good.
Christopher B said, caught a Jordan Fringe video the other day about a show I'd completely forgotten existed. Never actually watched. Anyone watch Spider Riders? I watched Spider Riders. There's actually a book. There's a trio of books for Spider Riders, and then they made the cartoon. And I was planning on surprising Avery with the 3 books of Spider Riders.
Oh.
So that way you could like, and then I could be like, and this is the cartoon, by the way.
Nice. I love it.
All right. Rachel shook her head. That's what she does when she gets frustrated. She was standing in the middle of the barn floor, looking immaculate as usual. Rachel is one of those girls from the cover of 17. Beautiful, fashionable, way too tall, far too many bright white teeth, massive quantities of very clean blonde hair. But beneath all that fashionable clothing and perfectly applied makeup, there is a sword swinging Amazon warrior just trying to break out. Rachel's like one of those terrible elf maidens in Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, beautiful and dangerous. Jake is her cousin, and Cassie is her best friend. Maddie says, also, my BFF just pitched an idea for a TV show called Squatters' Rights, where they put someone in another home and see how long it takes them to figure it out. Freaking sociopath, my BFF.
Oh my god.
So are you saying that your friend is a squatter, or what's going on?
Like the creepypasta. How long will it take them to figure out that someone lives in the walls?
All right then. Where were they? Cassie, their best friend. Cassie actually experiences normal human emotions like fear and doubt. I approve of this because I sure experienced plenty of fear and doubt myself. I've experienced more fear and doubt since I've become an Animorph than most people experience in about 10 lifetimes. Cassie has never met a dress she liked. Sorry, I had to stare at Cassie. I had to stare at Cassie for a second and be like, wait, I know this one.
Look, so many times
Cassie.
so many times I'm reading and I look at a word and it feels like the word has to like unjumble itself for me to be able to read it. I've never had a doctor tell me I was dyslexic, but I suspect that there's a little bit of that going on.
But it's because I read Primal Rage first, and then because one of Kyle's sister's name is Casey.
Yeah.
So, okay. She does not subscribe to Teen or YM, which is probably Young Miss. I don't know. She's much more likely to buy a magazine called Smelly Animals of America. You know, the kind of magazine that would have articles like how to give suppositories to raccoons. Or
Cassie would love Tractor Supply.
Or let's examine owl vomit.
Owl vomit.
They don't vomit. They throw up pellets. They have hairballs basically.
Yeah, and all of the like bones of the things they've consumed are in there. We do love Cassie, Natty. What genre would Spencer like? Spencer likes a good Spencer likes a good horror. He's very into D&D. Yeah. I think something in that fantasy to fantasy horror genre he would like. Once dissected an owl pellet. Ooh, fascinating, but also terrifying. I think I'd be a little bit sick.
If you want to picture Cassie, think of a short, cute girl with very short black hair, wearing overalls and big muddy boots, and looking totally capable of giving a tetanus shot. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with me? Tetanus. Tetanus shot to an angry bear. Tetanus, really, girl? It's given dyslexic. It's given illiterate.
You know what? It's fun. Look, we need to stop. It's okay. And Natty's like, it's okay. It's okay. It's normal. A lot of people have trouble.
Tetanus.
Look, I've been reading since I was 2 years old, and I still have these moments where I'm like, oh my god.
Okay. Christopher B says, going back to the crack about Alanis Morissette, remember, she played God in Kevin Smith's Dogma. Imagine how awful that imposition would have been.
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
I would totally see both Avery and Daniel do a vid on the Animorphs TV series. Who agrees? Apparently, that's a thing now.
I've thought about that before. Like after Phantom Investigators, that should be our next
Yeah.
black batch record and post one a month.
Yeah. Our batch recording post one a month. Petition for a new Netflix series where I get to be the voice of Vista 3.
I love it.
Who shan't agree that I be Vista 3?
Okay, sorry, we keep distracting you. Continue.
Distractions. Commercial. All right. Tetanus right there. Tetanus shot to an angry bear. Casey. Oh my gosh. I am going to get upset if I keep saying Casey. Cassie is our animal expert. Canonically now, her name's Casey. Y'all have been saying
No.
it wrong the whole time. FYI, Meredith Brooks, the lady who sang I'm a I'm a bitch. She is unfortunately another celebrity disappointment. She supports 45 and started a
Oh.
while ago with why is Hillary so mean to him?
Oh. That's a shame.
Yeah, I'd rather be behind her than that Power Ranger actor committed um who committed crimes against human lives.
Oh. Wait, which one?
It's happened twice now.
Oh, great.
One was a child actor, and one was a Power Ranger themselves, and now they're in jail. They're well, actually, both of them are in jail.
Huh. Weird.
But anyways, Casey. Oh my gosh, Cassie is our animal expert and our resident ecology nut. Oh, stop it, Daniel. I'd say she likes animals better than she likes people, except she really likes steak, as in likes. Actually, she and Jake like each other, although neither of them will admit it, of course. The only time they'll act that way is when we're about 12 seconds away from doing something insanely dangerous. Then they'll kind of give each other these pathetic sad looks. It's so lame. The last original member of our group was perched in a high rafter overhead. Tobias had his talons sunk deep into the woods to give himself a firm hold, and with his hooked beak, he was preening the feathers in his right wing. Tobias is a red-tailed hawk. That's what he's been since he stayed too long and more. He lived as a hawk now, mostly. I mean, he hunts and eats like a hawk. Not that he has much choice. I don't think the school is really interested in Hawkboy as a student. Tobias lives in the woods along with Axe. Axe is an Andalite, the brother of Elfangor, the only free Andalite within a billion miles of Earth. Axe doesn't come to the meetings usually. He has a human morph, but he doesn't like to overuse it. Besides, he basically figures Jake is his prince, and has he'll do whatever his prince tells him has to be done. So that's our little group. Rachel standing in the middle of the room, looking like someone was shining a spotlight on her. Jake pacing back and forth, looking far too intense. Cassie cradling a duck in her arms, while she changed its bandage. Tobias preening his feathers and looking around with the eternal hawk glare, and me lolling back on a bale of hay. Shh, Jake said suddenly.
I thought I heard something.
It's just a squirrel up on the roof, Tobias assured in his thought speak.
You sure?
Jake asked. Tobias stopped preening and stared down at Jake. His hawk stare grew even more intense. Am I sure? I do know what a squirrel sounds like. Jake nodded and looked a little embarrassed. Hawks not only have amazing good eyes, their hearing is better than humans, and Tobias knows the sound that prey make. He has to. Asking Tobias if he recognizes squirrel sounds would be like asking Einstein if he knows how to add 2 plus 2. I don't think that's the same thing, Marco. I mean, Einstein was smart, but I mean, for all we know, we could be like 2 plus 2, and he'd be like, what?
Like the whole Terrence Howard thing where he's like 1 times 1 equals 2.
Now, thinking more of the Roseanne thing where Darlene asked Becky's boyfriend,
Ah.
like, she's like, hey, David, 2 plus 2. What? Yeah, I thought so. I tried to bring us all back to the topic. So, what does it mean if a kid doesn't smell like human? There are plenty of times when you don't smell like human, Rachel said with a smirk. But then maybe that's because you have a small monkey living on top of your head. Rachel, honey, come here, come here. Anyways, Kathy made a snorting sound as she tried not to laugh. Next time you decide to get a haircut, talk to me first, Rachel said. Yes, let's all listen to Rachel, the girl with the longest hair out of everybody. Ignore them both. Or I ignored them both. We had important business. I was not going to lower myself to trading insults with Rachel. There you go. That's my son right there. Besides, I couldn't think of any. Son. You had me in the first half, son. He doesn't smell, and he's handing out flyers for the sharing, I said. He must be connected to the Yerks, Rachel said with a shrug. But how? Cassie asked. She was pushing the duck back into the cage. I mean, Yerks infest various species. Humans, Hork-Bajir, Taxons, but that doesn't change the fact that a human with a Yerk in its head should still smell like a human, you know? Chapman is the controller. He still smells human, I pointed out. And by the way, I can't believe I'm even talking about how the vice principal smells. Jake shrugged.
I guess we need to know. I guess we need to find out what's going on with Erek.
But how do we find out? I asked. Infiltrate a meeting of the sharing? I could do surveillance of the school, Tobias said. Or maybe we could go back to where the concert was and look for clues, Rachel said. Then she winced. Wow, that sounds so Nancy Drew.
Don't be hating on Nancy Drew. We're not about that.
Rachel, come here, come here. Yes, yes. No, no, I just wanna talk to you about Nancy Drew. Okay. She winced about Nancy Drew. Then she winced. Wow, that sounded so Nancy Drew. Honey,
Honey, I love you, Rachel, but geez.
not your night tonight, Rachel. Maybe Axe can try and tap into the internet and get past all the security buffers to locate him. I suggested. Cassie, I said it, held up her hand like she was asking a question at school. Those are all fine plans, but how about if we just look him up in the phone book? We all just stared at her.
Or we could just look him up in the phone book.
Jake said sheepishly. Cassie headed for the house to get a phone book. You know, she is just not getting the whole superhero thing, I said to Jake. Does Wolverine look up things in the phone book? Does Spider-Man? I don't think so. No, but I'm sure Batman looks up phone book.
He has Alfred do it for him.
Alfred Darling, just look it up in the phone book.
He's like, dude, I need your help with something. And Alfred's like,
Alfred, I pay you. So I need you to go upstairs and look through the Bat phone book and find the phone number for me. I'm too rich to do that.
This is the most fun version of Batman that I've ever heard.
It's British Batman. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. Well, Wolverine has a big advantage over us. Rachel said dryly. He's not real. Then she snapped her fingers. That's what the hair. That's what that hair in yours. That's what that hair of yours reminds me of. A Wolverine. I knew it was something. Oh yeah, I shot back. Well, how about your? You smell funny. My what? Rachel asked coolly with an absolute confidence of a girl who never looked less than perfect. Your tallness, I said lamely. You're tall. Yeah, you're way tall. Somehow, this brilliant comeback did not cause Rachel to break down in tears. Cassie came back carrying the white pages, already open to the cave. There are 27 kings listed, but you said he transferred to Truman. So there may be 6 kings that are in that part of town. We work our way down the list, I said. Although he still could have an unlisted phone.
I can't hang out tonight, Jake said. I'm sick.
Boo, you whore. Sorry, it was just that line.
I can't hang out tonight, Jake said. I have got to write that English paper.
Here's a clue for the English paper. Don't say, I have to go. I teased. I could go tomorrow, maybe, Rachel said, but not tonight. My dad is in town just for tonight. He's taking me and my sister to Planet Hollywood. Casey looked at me. I'm free, she said. I'm good till it gets dark, Tobias volunteered. Talks aren't much use at night. Fine, me and Cassie and Tobias till it gets dark, I said. Shouldn't be too hard. Our mission to find the boy who doesn't smell. Maybe he just showers a lot, Rachel said. Did you think about that? Natty. Honestly, I love calling my friends whores.
It's such a fun word to use in a non-confrontational way.
Let's see. I'm gonna take. All right. Let's see. Let's do a chat. Let's have a stretch and lab break and get some water and take our eyes off the screen for a little bit, so that way I can stop saying Casey instead of Cassie. All right. Give me one moment. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Stretch
Okay.
break, everyone.
I'm gonna be a bad example and sit here and just keep working. So, how was everybody's May 4th yesterday? How was your Revenge of the 5th today? Would we like a blanket check-in? It's looking a little bit more like a blanket than it was the last time I streamed. When I took the weekend off, I got a lot of it done. It's Casey. Just the ADHD talking. Oh, sitting here and hyper focusing. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, if I ever did like a second channel for like you know, ASMR type stuff, I think I would definitely do Pomodoros that were geared towards ADHD. Because I love the Pomodoro method. I just think that like not enough people do like the long enough cycles for my brain because it takes a long time if you're ADHD to like really focus. But then once you're there, you get a lot of stuff done. But like the 25-minute cycles, I always feel like my brain is finally kicking into gear like right before I have to stop. So win the contest to have character named after him. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. That's right. We saw the cover art of that on what was it? 2 books ago? 1 book ago? I remember this. We mentioned this, I think. That's good to know. I wonder how Erek King is doing these days. I feel like Erek would, if I was Erek, I would bring it up in like every icebreaker game. Like Two Truths and a Lie. It's like, there's a fictional character named after me in a popular children's series. Oh, that's right. For our Australian friends, people in that, in the old southern hemisphere, you already had your May 4th and 5th to leave stream early because I have to wake up early for tomorrow, but I don't want to. Oh, I'm sorry, Natty. Well, it'll always be here for you to watch back if you want to see the other, the rest of the book. Um, and we will see you next time. Are you cosplaying as anybody?
Let's see. I have to leave stream early because I have to wake up early tomorrow, but I don't want to. It's okay. You can stay up late with us and then just put your alarm and then wake up when the alarm says.
Yeah, who needs sleep? We don't talk about Australia because the animals there are scary.
Let's see. No, I didn't have that time because it's happening in the midst of. Wait, what? What are you guys talking about? I don't have the time because it happening in the midst of final season.
Natty, I believe, is helping doing like running like a convention this weekend.
I see. I just want to make sure I haven't missed any text messages. Okay, it doesn't look like. Okay, so getting back to it. Chapter 4. I saw Jake the following day in the school cafeteria. I was wolfing down the goo of the day, drinking milk and trying to write my English paper at warp speed. See, I kind of had some homework due to, but I'd spent time yesterday even but I'd spent yesterday evening cruising around in Animorphs looking for Erek's house.
English paper.
Jake asked as he sat down across from me. Yeah. He laughed. Wait, what? You're good for me?
You're good.
Oh, okay, I see what he's saying. Okay.
You're good for me, Marco. Compared to you, I'm so responsible. You have a topic?
I looked up at him and thumped my finger down the paper. I've already written 3 pages. What do you mean, do I have a topic? But Jake knows me.
So, he said, do you have a topic?
A topic will emerge. I'm going to just write until I discover a topic. The topic will rise from these pages. It will reveal itself to me. I just have to keep writing. He nodded and made a face at the goo of the day on his tray.
This food is blue. Food should not be blue. Hey, here's a topic for you. The use of total bull in the writing of English papers.
I grinned. I am the master of bull. 3 pages so far and haven't actually said a single thing.
Did you guys happen to find our friend?
I shot a glance left and right. No one was seated near enough to overhear us. Besides, the cafeteria was so noisy from yelling and laughing and clashing dishes, scraping chairs that no one could hear much of anything. Yeah, we found out where he lives. Saw him through a window. Too bad though. One of the other king's residents we checked out had this girl living there who was amazing.
You weren't window peeping, I hope.
I gave Jake my best shocked and outraged look. How could you even say that? What kind of person do you think I am? As I clutched my pearls. Jake nodded.
Cassie wouldn't let you, huh?
I am trying to write a paper here, I said,
On the topic of.
on the topic of how to write 1,000 words of saying nothing, zero, nada, squat. Jake lowered his voice to just above a whisper. Sorry, I just got a text.
Hey, do I have any fellow crocheters, people who knit, people who do sewing or anything with pets in the house and like their fur gets into your project like as you're making it and you're just like, come on,
Yeah,
guys. I love my
I
pets
do.
dearly, but I'm just like, come on, guys.
Here's the tip. You can put a bobbing pin in your project so that way you don't lose your spot.
Ooh, thank you. That is helpful.
Let's see. Or a barrette so that way it doesn't slip out.
Cool.
Okay. Jake lowered his voice to a whisper.
We need to check Erek out. Definitely something wrong there.
I put down my pencil. You mean get inside his house? Jake shrugged.
Not yet. Get Tobias to watch him when he's outside. But Tobias will need some help.
I shrugged and went back to my paper. I'll help. I'll have plenty of time to help. I'm dropping out of school this afternoon, right after the teacher gets done laughing at this paper.
Topic: the use of rhetoric to obscure the lack of content.
Jake said. I froze. I looked up. Brilliant! I mean, the same as the use of total bull, but it sounds so much better.
Eat your goo. I gotta go.
He left, and I saw him head over to the spot where Cassie was sitting. It's one of our rules. We can never start looking like a group. In school or in public places, we keep our distance. We only reveal the relationship that already existed before we became animals.
Oh, I'm not
Okay.
scrolling very well. Sorry, guys.
What do we think the goo is, chap?
All I'm thinking about is that episode of Kim Possible where it's like, and now for the educational video, we will talk about what's in the mystery meat. And then you just hear screaming, and then you just hear Ron go, I knew there were snouts.
You should do a rewatch.
I should. I love Kim Possible.
I'm your basic average bitch, and I'm here to say what's the sitch. You can't stop me because I'm Kim Possible. Let's see. Let me just text somebody really quickly.
You're good.
Okay.
Has anybody been getting like really very random like YouTube recommendations? Like I'm pretty sure YouTube is changing their algorithm to favor smaller creators to try to kind of get more people that you haven't seen in your orbit, which is great, especially as a smaller creator. I very much appreciate that. But like sometimes I get recommended things where I'm like, I have no earthly idea why YouTube thinks I specifically would watch this. Not that it's like bad, just that it's just like I don't know why anybody thinks this is in my niche. Like I got recommended this video. It was episode 95 of a podcast where these two guys who are HVAC repairmen tell stories about being HVAC repairmen. And it's like,
I
I'm
think
sure.
I was gonna say I think it's because they heard our stream, one of our streams where I was like giving advice on appliances.
Oh my God, maybe. I mean, I'm sure that's like a very interesting podcast for somebody. They must be because they've done almost 100 episodes and they're still going strong. But I was just like, I know how to fix nothing. I don't know how this is the thing that I have been served right now. But you know what? Good for them.
Good for them. Very much good for them. Okay. Um. Sorry, let me just put my phone back on there. Okay, we still have 5 concurrent viewers. It's always, I'm learning not to take it personally. Of like, maybe I'm just not that popular of a person. Nah, I
No,
think it's because it's Friday night.
it's Friday
First
nights
off,
when we stream. Yeah.
Friday night, and then you're on the East Coast, and a lot of your audience is on the East Coast.
I mean,
So
yeah,
there's a
we're all
lot
in
of your.
different time zones, but yeah.
So it's already like 7 o'clock by then.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's 10:24 right now, so I'm sure a lot of people are logging
Chat, tell
off.
me I'm the least liked person that Avery streams with without telling me I'm the least liked person that Avery streams with.
No, I'm sure that's not true.
I'm Marco. Marco is my son because we hide behind our sarcasm.
Oh. No, the other thing too is just with streaming, like streaming will ebb and flow. All of YouTube ebbs and flows. I've noticed over the past 3 years, you have sometimes where it's just like, wow, 30 concurrent viewers. Like that feels easy. And then it's just like, you know, 6. And we appreciate the 6. But sometimes there's just different audience sizes.
Yeah.
And I'm glad because like bigger chats can't really like, chat with every single person like we do. So,
Okay. So it's already 10, and we're barely on chapter 4, I think. Yeah. Okay.
for
Okay.
speed read. No, just
Uh,
kidding.
we only okay. I happen to see Chapman coming in through the door of the cafeteria. He grabbed some kid who was running and told him to slow down. Then he gazed around the room, looking for troublemakers, like any normal vice principal would. But Chapman isn't normal. Chapman is a controller. The yerk in his head is high-ranking enough to speak directly to Visser 3. For about a second, Chapman's eyes locked on mine. It was nothing, but it sent a shiver up my spine. Chapman runs the sharing. The flyers that Erek had been handing out at the concert um, had been about the sharing. Christopher B says, British Batman? You mean Knight? Totally real, by the way. Look him up. His Robin is named Squire.
Really? I definitely need to look this up now.
British Batman. That is called a knight, dear American Yankee. Let's see. Where was I? Lost my spot. It looks. Let's see. Erek had never been some major friend of mine. He was just this kid I'd say hi to in the hallway. Except that he had been there for my mother's funeral. A funeral without a body. Some other kids from school had come, so I didn't think anything much about it. Still, it was a nice thing for him to do. And now he was working for the Sharing. The Sharing is a front for the for is a front organization for controllers. Take a shot, everyone. On the surface, it is a sort of club. Kids join it and go on campouts and field trips and stuff. Adults join it and supposedly do business deals together and take weekends at ski resorts. And probably most members of the Sharing never even know what's really going on. But the controllers who run the Sharing are always on the lookout for some person with problems. See, the Yerks don't just spread by forcing themselves on people. A lot of people become controllers by choice. I guess they want to feel like they're part of something bigger. Or maybe it's secrecy they think is cool. I don't know. All I know is that the Yerks would rather have a voluntary hook. They'd rather have you surrender your mind than have to take it by force. They work you up slowly through the levels of the Sharing till they decide you're ready. Then they make you promise and tell you lies. And then, and the next thing you know, you're a slave inside your own mind, all the more easily controlled because you let it happen. I shoved the tray away from me and picked up my pencil again. I stared down at the paper, but I was seeing a funeral service. Singing, flowers, some priest talking about how great my mother had been. He hadn't even known my mother. I remember turning around in my pew to look at the church. A lot of people had come, a lot of sad faces, a lot of tears. Most people just looked solemn because that's the way you had to look at a funeral. Erek had been 3 rows back. He was wearing a suit that was probably scratchy and uncomfortable, but he didn't look solemn. He looked angry, and he was shaking his head. Um, and he was shaking his head slowly, barely, from side to side, as if he was unconsciously disagreeing with everything the priest said. Oh, he knew what was up. Eric was like, "Nah, you're lying. She ain't dead." He knew what was up. He's like, "What a bunch of bullshit." At the same time, I figured he was mad because he had to dress up. I understood that. And now Eric had reappeared. The boy who didn't smell human. The boy who worked for the Sharing. Well, Eric, I muttered under my breath, we'll have to see about you. We will definitely have to see. Let's see. Sorry, my friend just like texted me 5 million things.
That's what always happens when you're on live. Without fail, when I'm on live, everybody is just like, "Hey, have you seen this? Have you seen this?" And I'm like, "I'm literally on live. Give me a second."
Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Yeah, chapter 5. But what was I reading about again? Oh yeah, the funeral. When I have my funeral, I want it to be not a traditional funeral, as in like no chairs. I want people like crying, looking a mess, throwing over my casket, rolling on the floor. You know, all the 9 yards, looking a hot mess.
You want somebody to like crash in and like start some drama.
Yes, I want all the smoke, all the drama. No chairs for anybody to sit on, so that way they're like on the floor, like pulling themselves by their hands on their knees. You know, all the tomfoolery. Then pull out a PowerPoint with and revealing secrets that I would take with me to the grave, and so that way the world can see them. Because now I'm dead, so there's no reason for me to hide it.
Ooh. So
And
your
then
funeral is going to be like an episode of Dallas, basically.
probably, and then have another PowerPoint that has a list of people that I purposely invited just to get dragged out. Purposely invite people I don't like just to be escorted out.
That's funny.
All right. Chapter 5. Um oh yeah, and the funeral playlist I want it to be like not necessarily a like blah blah blah, like the boring old. I want some stuff that you can get down to, that you have a few drinks and then you work up the liquid courage to shake it on the dance floor and all
Oh,
that.
I've always said that when my time comes, which hopefully is a long time from now, but when my time comes, I hope my funeral is like a party. Cuz there's no point in being depressed.
Exactly. Christopher B says that Natty, shush, we don't talk about Australia because animals there are scary. Must not op. Wait, what? I don't know what that last word is. Anyways, chapter 5. There may be something in this world cooler than flying on your own wings, but I can't imagine what it is. Rollerblading? Ha. Surfing? Big deal. Skydiving? Closer, but not halfway to actual flying. Nothing is as cool as flying. It was after school that same day. I'd finished the English paper exactly 9 seconds before the teacher came around to collect it. I know that feeling. Then I'd gone to history and been assigned another paper. That's the nature of school. It never really ends. But finally, the bell rang, and blessed freedom. I was out of there and looking for a private place to morph. I wanted to check up on Erek. Remembering the funeral and all had made it seem even more important, although I wasn't sure I knew why. I climbed up onto the roof of the gym. Of course, no one is supposed to go up there, but hey, it was a good reason. It was for a good reason. I morphed into an osprey. It's a bird, kind of hawk that usually lives right near the water. I spread my broad wings and flew away from the school. Tell me you haven't sat there in some boring class while some teacher went on and on and on and on about how x equaled y, but only if you multiplied it by pi, and wish you could just fly right out of the window. Zoom, goodbye. Well, I can't fly right out of class because if I morphed in class, there would be a lot of screaming and hysteria. But I came close to doing it. Kids were still piling out of the buses as I caught a nice little headwind and to go used it to go airborne. I zoomed high above all the kids heading for their buses and all the teachers heading for their cars. People were just ovals of black, brown, blonde, and red hair to me. That's mostly what a person looks like from 100 feet up, a hair oval. I have never felt as totally alive as when I'm in Hawkmorph. Tobias doesn't have it all like that bad. What? Tobias doesn't have it all that bad. In some ways, there are so many worse animals to be. I felt a thermal, a pillar of warm air billow up beneath my wings, and I went for it. Shoom! Like riding an elevator to the top floor. Up and up. The warm air current swept me higher and higher. Yeehaw! Now the hair ovals were just dots, and the buses were bright yellow toys pulling slowly away from the school. Not even from 500 feet up in the air, as high as a 50-story building, I could still see faces behind the school. Bus windows. I could still see faces behind the school bus windows. Ugh. With the osprey eyes, it's like wearing binoculars. I floated up there, wings spread wide, my tail fanned out to catch every bit of lift, my talons tucked back against the underside of my body. Air rushed over the leading edge of my wings, making a slight flutter sound. Wind flowed over my streamlined head, and I kept my hooked beak pointed forward to maintain every ounce of momentum. I rode that thermal as high as I could. I rode that thermal as high as it would carry me. I'd learned that from Tobias. See, the thermal will give you altitude for almost no effort, and you can turn that altitude into distance. It's like soaring to the top of a mountain, then skiing down the slopes in whatever direction you want to go. Still, It did eventually require some hard wing flapping to get Erek's neighborhood. I spotted Tobias far off, when he would have been invisible to any human eye. He was riding the wind, just like me, maybe with a little more style since he had so much more experience. When I got close enough to try thought speak, I called him. Tobias, can you hear me? I can hear you and see you, Marco. I've been watching you for 20 minutes. No way, I just spotted you. You have to know what to look for, Marco. By the way, when I count to three, you need to bank a sharp you need to bank a very sharp, very fast left turn. Turn, why? Just do it. One, two, three. I raised my wing, lowered the other, skewed my tail, and cut a sudden sharp left. Ah! A missile blew past me, doing what seemed like 1,000 miles per hour. Only it wasn't coming from the ground upward, it had fallen from the sky down. And this missile had gray feathers. The wind from its passing near the wind from its passing nearly knocked me off balance. It was half a mile away, down and south, by the time I could even try to think about focusing. I saw swept back, slate gray wings and a tight tail. It was diving away from me, so fast it made me look like I was still standing. What the? What was that? I yelled. Welcome to my world, Tobias said. That a peregrine falcon. You know, like Jake's morph, they usually prefer to knock off a tasty pigeon or the occasional duck. It must have been the way you were flying. He probably thought you were a big old clumsy duck. Geez, what did you ever do that? What did I ever do to make him mad? Shake it off, Tobias advised. He missed, right? I know that bird. He's not as good as he thinks he is. He's taken a shot at me before. He must be hungry. Suddenly, flying didn't seem nearly as fun. Yeah, I'll shake it off. That should be easy since I'll be shaking for at least another hour. It's not it's not all about writing thermals, Tobias said dryly. Come on. You wanna see our boy Erek? I moved oh look, oh, Paolo's back.
Welcome back, Paolo.
Alright, I moved closer to Tobias, much closer. This was his world up here in the air. He knew what he was doing. By the way, thanks, I said. Always remember to look up, Tobias advised. The danger is usually above you. But on a lighter note, that's Erek right there. He walks home from school. See him? Coming to the corner? I spotted the oval of the hair below me. Yeah, I see him. I watched him this morning on his way. I watched him playing soccer during gym. They play soccer? They play soccer during gym? Man, we never get to play soccer. Now he's heading home. I'm going to let you take over because I'm hungry. And I'm also bored with looking at the top of his head. Did he do anything weird or different? He scored a goal in soccer. Does that count? Hey, look. I had noticed three guys closing in behind Erek. Something in the way they moved caught my attention. From high up, it looked almost as if they were hunting Erek. That's not good, Tobias said. We both spilled air from our wings and dived, wanting a closer look. I could see the face of the guy behind Erek. It was an expression I had seen before. The idiot, giggling sneer, the idiot giggling sneer of a bully. Suddenly, the guys raced forward. Erek spotted them and started to run. It was a street on the edge of a development. There was a lot of traffic to Erek's left, and a stone wall to his right. The stone wall ended about 50 yards away, where it opened for the entrance to the subdivision. If this guy's the controller, these punks are making a serious mistake, I said. They may get him today, but they might regret it later. Maybe I'll just give that one jerk a little talon haircut, Tobias said. Tobias hates bullies. Back when he was human, he was the kid most likely to get pounded on. Jake met Tobias when Tobias's head was just about to be flushed in the toilet. Naturally, Jake helped him. Tobias, I don't think I started to say, but it was too late. Tobias was in a stoop and aiming for the biggest guy's head. It all happened in a flash. Erek ran. He tripped, he sprawled forward, out into the street. He slammed into the broadside of a passing bus. Wham! I could hear the impact up from the air. And then for just a second, Erek wasn't there anymore. Something else was where he had been. Something that seemed to be made of patches of steel and milk white plastic. Then, in the next split second, Erek was back. A normal boy lying winded on the sidewalk. The bullies ran off. The bus driver never even noticed and drove on. Tobias opened his wings and nearly stopped in midair. Did you see that? Tobias asked. Yeah, I sure did. What was that? I don't know, I said. But I know that it wasn't what it wasn't. It wasn't human.
Congratulations,
Story
Paolo, on
6.
your sports ball team of choice winning the sports ball game.
The Celtics. The Celtics ain't nothing, man.
Just kidding.
Just give it my New England accent.
So, do we think Erek is an alien or what is?
I mean, the book is called The Android, so
So, what's the difference between an android and a cyborg?
I don't know. To me, they're interchangeable.
Chap, from what you know, what is your interpretation of the difference between androids and cyborgs? As you type that down, I'll go ahead and read the next chapter because we are definitely behind. Chapter 6. Good night, Paolo.
Good night, Paolo.
Spot on accent, Danny. Pretty tired, so I'm gonna leave stream for a while and try to go to sleep night, folk.
It's very Brooklyn.
All right.
It's very Brooklyn. I love my Nona spaghetti. All right, she's a kind woman.
Yeah, like the New England I always think of as like Boston. So that's more like Paktika and the Yard.
When I think of New England, I think of New York and New Jersey.
I don't know if they would consider that New England. I think that's kind of like when you say Florida is southern
Florida is part of New England, though. Kind of.
in a way.
Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. Um, I'm pretty sure Georgia is part of New England simply because part of the original 13.
Yeah. People in Georgia would not like to hear that though. But it's okay.
But it's part of the original 13 colonies, so technically it is part of New England.
Technically, yeah.
If we're talking about historically, it is. All right.
How
Chapter
dare
6.
you stick Florida on us, Paolo says. No one wants to take responsibility for Florida.
Well, I say that because I remember doing a state report on the 13 colonies, and I got assigned Georgia because we each, like, every state had two people do a report on it. And so I got Georgia, and some people got Florida. So that's why in my mind, Florida was technically part of the original 13 colony, but it was technically founded by Spain.
Yes.
All right. Chapter 6. We need to we need to talk to Axe. I said to Tobias. Definitely. That was not human. That was seriously not human. So you did see it, right? I'm not crazy. Yes, you're crazy, but I did see it, Tobias said. Very weird. Below us, Eric climbed up off the sidewalk, dusted himself off like nothing had happened, and resumed walking towards home. Hang a right, Tobias said. We'll get some good updrafts off the road. Whatever your friend Eric is, I don't think he's from around here. We flew hard and fast towards home. Tobias split off to round up Axe. I demorphed and headed home to check with my dad and let him know I still existed. Then I called Jake. I got Tom instead. Hey Tom, is Jake around there? I don't know. Jake, he yelled. Oh, let me try that again. I don't know. Jake, he yelled. He said he's coming. Cool. I don't know why my brain was like, I don't know, Jake. Haven't seen you around. I haven't seen you here. Haven't seen you around here much, Tom said. Keeping busy? I felt a little chill. It's weird talking to controllers when you know that that's what they are. It was Tom's voice, and it acted like Tom, but it wasn't Tom. Tom was cowering helplessly in a corner of his mind. I was talking to a Yerk. Yeah, I guess so. Aha. We're going up to the lake. Do some water skiing. You and Jake? You're right. No, me and the sharing. You know, Jake's too much of a social misfit to join, Tom said, with a totally human big brother laugh of desertion, of derision. It's just that we have too many girls going and not enough guys. A lie, of course. A lie that was supposed to entice me. Why was Tom suddenly trying to get me to interested in the sharing again? He quickly gave me the answer. I heard your dad was back at work. That's cool. Yeah, I guess so, I said. My father had gone through a bad time after my mom died. Now he was back at work. He's an engineer, but he's heavily involved in computers too. He had been working with the new observatory on ways to design software that would aim the telescope better. He was also working on some projects he couldn't even talk about. Projects I figured must involve the military. You could bring your dad, Tom said, as casual as he could. I mean, not like anyone wants their father along usually, right? But I mean, maybe he's ready to go back out there in the world and all. The sharing is a good place to make business connections, you know. Yeah, I'll ask him, I said. Do that, okay? Your dad could probably use some downtime to relax. Take it easy. Meet some people. They were after my father, all right. I felt something burning inside me, like I'd taken a gulp of lava. I wanted to reach right through the phone and take a baseball bat to the evil creature in Tom's head. Here's Jake, Tom said. There was a scuffling sound as he handed the phone off. Then Jake's voice.
Hey Marco, what's up?
I went off. What's up? What's up? Those scumbags are after my father. That's what's up. How do you live with that? How do you look at a piece of crap every day? He's all like, bring your dad to the sharing. Do a father son bonding thing. And oh, by the way, would you mind if we stuck up?
Shut up.
Jake hissed. I shut up. But my hand was squeezing the receiver so hard I could have snapped it. Jake let me calm down for a minute. He made
Uh-huh.
noises in the phone, like he was listening to me talk. He made a couple laughing sounds. I guess Tom wasn't far away from the phone. I knew Jake was right. We don't talk secrets over the phone. There's no way of knowing who might be listening. Okay, I'm cool, I said. I wasn't cool, but I was under control again.
That sounds good to me.
Jake said, still pretending to have a conversation. We have to get together, I said. It's a nice day out. That was a signal that we should have a meeting in the woods.
Okay, later.
He hung up. I took a couple deep breaths. Then I took a couple more. The Yerks had taken my mother. They weren't getting my father. Before that happened, I'd tell him everything. Before I'd let that happen, I'd take Tom down, no matter what Jake said. I'd take Tom, I'd take Chapman, I'd take every controller I knew before I'd let them have my father. I had power. Deadly animals lived inside me. Their DNA swam with my own. I could feel the rage flowing through me, the blind, violent rage that became little films in my head, little head movies of revenge and destruction. I pictured the things I would do to Tom, to Chapman, someday even to Visser 3. I would do terrible things to them. Terrible, violent things. It was a sick feeling. It was sick, and I knew it. And yet, I ran those images over and over in my head. Rage is addictive, you know? I guess it's sort of like a drug. Anger and hatred get you high. Then get you high, but like any addiction, they hollow you out and tear you down and eat you alive. I guess I knew all that, but all I could think of was that they were not getting my father. So I ran the scene of violence over and over in my head. I rode that rush of fury till at last it burned itself out and left me feeling empty and beat. Oh, son, my son, my poor
Poor
son,
kid.
in
Poor
anguish.
child. All right.
He is all right. He is not stealing my husband. All right, you Yerks are not taking my husband.
Wait, what? What is that a reference to?
What?
That.
Nothing. No, I was just playing the part. Mark was my son, and his dad my husband.
Oh, I got you. I got you. Yeah. Caught up.
All right. Just in this instance, I ain't gay, but I'm in that way. But I mean, I play along with the parts. You got me.
Are we
That
on
makes sense.
chapter 7?
7.
7. Okay, I'm in the right place. Just wanted to make sure. I'm
But
falling
yeah, does
behind
that
on my
make
scrolling.
sense? Like, my brother has a husband, and I support that, and I'm an ally, and I've done drag, but I'm just not enticed by that. Like, I'm just like in general not enticed by romance in general.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's valid.
so when people are like, being like, "Oh, haha, you're gay because you called the guy handsome," like, okay, and men are handsome and women are beautiful, and it can be vice versa.
Yeah. That's all valid.
So when I'm like, oh, Marco's my son and his father is my husband, it's just I'm playing the part of the mama.
Got you.
I'm being Marco's mother. Oh shit.
Christopher says an android is largely recognized as a fully robotic entity designed to
Mm.
resemble a humanoid creature. This book yields a slightly different definition. A cyborg consists of a living being with a robotic modification, usually not for wholly medical purposes. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. That
Okay.
makes sense.
So it's like so a person with like so people with those extensions like for their legs and all, they're not cyborgs. They're just people with extensions. Okay. Yeah.
I was thinking more like when Detroit Become Human, the main characters in that would be androids, but
Oh, okay.
or like Star Wars, like C-3PO is an android, but
Okay.
um you know Darth Vader is a cyborg technically, I guess.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so I'm in my headspace right now. I am Marco's mother reading this diary entry.
It's not good to read your kid's diary. That feels like an invasion of privacy.
But I'm his mother, and I'm also Visser 1. I must gather intelligence. Intel. I need to know how these humans think. All right. But they are not stealing my husband. I am Marco's mother. I am also Marco's father's wife. So these Yerks are not taking my husband. No, no. It was part of our deal. That's why I sailed the ship. I sailed the ship for a reason. And it was not for you to steal my husband from the Empire. Anyway, chapter 7. I looked up. Well, I hooked up with Jake, and the two of us rode our bikes to Cassie's farm. Hey, look, I'm not saying the word anymore. He didn't
Yay.
say anything about my conversation with Tom. Jake knew how I felt. We've all felt it before. From Cassie's farm, we walked across the field to the edge of the forest. There's a place we meet there, deep enough in the trees that no one is likely to see us. Rachel and Cassie were already there. Cassie was on her knees in the pine needles, looking into a burrow hole. I have no idea what was in there, but she seemed fascinated. Rachel was sitting on a fallen log. Tobias is off finding axe, Rachel said as we approached. I think there are three of them, Cassie said. I guess she was talking about whatever was in the burrow. What's the big picnic? Rachel asked. Before Jake and I could answer, I heard something crashing through the bushes. He leaped into view, sailing over the log Rachel was sitting on. Aximile Escaruth Ishtil. Hey, Axe, I said. Very dramatic entrance. Of course, any appearance by Axe was going to be dramatic. Axe is an Andalite, the only Andalite to survive when their dome ship was destroyed by the Yerks in high orbit. He's an alien. You know how on Star Trek the aliens are always just humans with little nose putty and some bad outfits? But they basically look human and act human and speak English? Well, Axe isn't like that. You take one look at Axe and you know he isn't from around here. Picture a sort of big blue and tan deer, only instead of a deer neck and a head, you have a semi human chest and two weak arms, topped by a head that is definitely unusual. Axe has no mouth and four eyes. Two of his eyes are in a usual location, but his other two eyes are mounted on stalks on top of his head. The stalks, the stalk eyes. Oh my gosh, why am I bad at reading today? The,
Happens.
the stalk eyes can aim totally independently. Axe can look right at you with his two main eyes and still be looking behind him with one stalk and off to the right with his other stalk. It's kind of unsettling till you get used to it, but not nearly as unsettling as his tail. The tail makes you think of a scorpion. It curves up and over so the razor sharp blade tip is usually poised somewhere above his sloping shoulders. That tail is fast and dangerous. Very fast, very dangerous. Basically, Axe could slice and dice a human into bite sized chunks in about 2 seconds. Fortunately, Axe is on our side. Hello, Prince Jake. Hello, Marco, Rachel, Cassie. Did you lose something? Cassie stood up. Then, as an afterthought, she brushed off her knees. Baby opossums, she said, by the way of explanation, too big for the pouch, not ready to leave the den. Don't tell Tobias, I said. He'll eat them. I already know about them, Tobias said. I looked up in surprise. In the he was in the tree above me. I hadn't heard him arrive. Cassie shrugged. Tobias is a hawk. He has the right to be a hawk. Then she looked up at Tobias and smiled. Of course they are off. Ew. What was of course they're awfully cute. Okay. Oh man. Tobias groaned. Okay, okay. This litter is off limits. Happy now? You're a sweetheart, Tobias, Cassie said. We should move while We should move while we talk, Tobias suggested. There are some kids playing soldier just about 300 yards west. Let's stay well out of range. We all started walking east, and Tobias went up again to scout ahead for any danger.
Okay, Marco,
Jake said after a few minutes.
this is your party. What's up?
I told them all what Tobias and I had seen. Tobias came back and added some details. Then I looked to Axe. So Axe, you're the official alien. What does this sound like to you? Axe turned his head towards me, making eye contact with his main eyes. Marco, something has happened to your hair. I believe it has become shorter. Are you suffering from some sort of illness? That does it, I yelled as the others all broke out giggling. It'll grow out, all right. It'll grow out. Besides, it's easier to take care of. Man, I make one little change. Have I said something wrong?
No,
Jake assured him.
not at all. Marco's just a little sensitive. Go ahead, Axe. What do you think about this Erek person?
I don't know. It it doesn't sound like any species I know of. What? Dude, you're an expert on aliens, I pointed out. Marco, even we Andalites don't know every species in the galaxy. I swear he sounded embarrassed, although since he was using thought speak, maybe sounded isn't the right word.
You don't recognize the description?
Jake asked. No. The way you guys describe it, it sounds like a robot or something, Rachel ventured. But how does it pass for human? Oh, that's. Oh, that is technically possible. Oh, that is technologically possible. Um, Axe said, relieved to be able to add something to our speculation. It's probably a holographic projection, like your primitive TV, only three-dimensional. Primitive TV? Hey, we have cable at my house, I said. Oh, the days when cable was the impressive flex that people would give.
Oh, yeah. It was a great time.
Axe didn't think it was funny, but Cassie smiled. Tobias swooped low over our heads and came to rest on a branch. So when Erek gets hit by the bus, he dropped the hologram for just a split second. The power supply may have been interrupted or overloaded, Axe suggested. But that's the interesting question. What power supply? It would take a great deal of power to maintain such a hologram for hour after hour, day after day. Hey, maybe Eric's nuclear powered, I said. Axe laughed. Then I guess he realized I wasn't joking. I don't think nuclear power is likely, he said, still sort of giggling, like I was the primitive moron of the universe. I think it would take something much more advanced. Is there any way to see through this holograph? Cassie asked. We could hit him with something as big as a bus. Kachel. Kachel? Rachel! Jeez! Rachel. Not Kachel. Rachel. Now there's a classic Rachel suggested. I said with a laugh. I was feeling better hanging with my friend.
Marco found out the sharing is having a little water ski thing up at the lake.
Jake said. He bit his lip and added,
Tom told him. Erek is in the sharing. He'll probably be there too. Perfect chance for us to get a good look at him. That's the where. Now we just need to know how.
Axe stopped for a moment as we ambled through the woods. The hologram is meant to trick humans. It would be tuned for human sight. Hawkeyes are better than humans, but still see similar wavelengths of light. Maybe a totally different sort of vision would be able to penetrate the hologram. My heart sank. I knew what was coming next. Some gross morph. Unusual vision is our specialty, Rachel said with a careless laugh. She slapped me on the back of she slapped me on the back like life was just one big adventure. Sometimes Rachel really grinds my nerves. No bugs, okay? I said. All I'm saying is no more insect morphs. Is that too much asked for? Oh, honey.
Oh boy. Christopher B says, all the jokes about hair just because the cover model got a haircut. Did they use the same cover model for all the kids all the way through?
No.
I was gonna say, if they did, that would be pretty impressive.
One of the old cover models that did they did a Reddit AMA.
Ah,
And so they said that um they said something about how they would that she and was rotating in and out with like two other models
okay. That makes sense.
to fit their schedule or something.
That makes sense.
And then also by the last book, I don't think any of them are the original models. Like if you see the last cover book, you can like just like it's like
Whoop.
they
Just
don't
keep.
look like anything like anyone else.
I mean, that makes sense because like real life kids are gonna age faster than these kids, I guess.
But it's a 3 year span. It's
Fair
3 years.
enough.
That's enough time for them to, develop and go from these gawky, dorky little kids into teenagers, respectable teenagers.
Respectable teenagers.
But yeah, Marco definitely has to grow into that haircut. It's definitely a little awkward looking, especially
Oh,
with that turtleneck.
very 90s.
All right, chapter 8. I guess it was too much to ask for. I found out a couple days later. What do you mean we're going to draw straws? I asked suspiciously. To see who morphs our new morph. Rachel said, Axe is in, regardless. We need his expertise in aliens. One of us has to go with them. What's the morph? I asked suspiciously. Spider, Cassie said. We were at Cassie's barn. It was Saturday morning. On Friday, I'd found out I'd gotten a B on my English paper. How cool is that? I'd stay up watching TV with my dad and been late for this meeting. This was the kind of insanity they cooked up when I wasn't there. Excuse me. Must have I must have something wrong in my ears. I tapped the side of my head with my palm. Because see, I thought I heard you say the word spider, and I remember saying no insects. Cassie held her hand out to me, and in that hand was a spider. It's not an insect. Arachnids have 8 legs and 2 body segments. Insects have 6 legs and 3 body segments. I swear. I took a look at that spider and almost passed out. Oh, honey. Man, buckle down a little. It's a spider. Don't be passing out. Have some pride, son.
I mean, I would probably be creeped out by the thought of having to hold one, but also I probably wouldn't pass out. That feels excessive.
Yeah. I get hysterical when I see like major surgery and stuff and like talk about doctors a lot, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't pass out. Since I knew we were doing this today, I decided to do some reading. This is a wolf spider. It has pretty good eyesight. In fact, it has 8 eyes. Cassie said this like having 8 eyes was a good thing. Like 8 eyes is something everyone should want. Go away, Cassie. Go away. Go away. Go away. I am not going to morph a spider. You can morph a spider. I don't like spiders. Jake gave me a look.
Marco, Cassie always gets stuck doing the new Morse. Besides, this is more your mission than anyone else's.
What? Why? I demanded angrily. Why is this my mission more than yours or Rachel's? Jake shrugged.
Eric's your friend.
My friend? When did I ever say he was my friend? He's not my friend. I barely know the guy. Marco, you're such a wuss. Rachel said. Hey, you want to be a spider? Rachel shuddered slightly. Sure. She was lying. I just knew it. If I draw the short straw, I'd love to go spider. Then she grinned. She couldn't keep a straight face.
Look, you don't have to do this.
Jake said.
It's just that we're going to be infiltrating a meeting of the sharing. The Yerks are totally on alert for animorphs. You have to fit into the environment of the lake. Whatever morph you use have to belong there. We can't be showing up there as lions and tigers and bears.
Oh my.
Jack Cassie interjected.
Uh, we need good vision, but not standard mammal type eyes. And we can't all go in the same way. I want to be able to hang back as a rescue squad in case we get into a mess. Axe has to go because we need him to see if he can figure out what Erek is. Axe is going in as a spider, and we need someone to go with them.
Has anyone told Axe about this? He was here earlier, while you were sleeping in late. He said that he thought a spider's body was much more sensible than a human's, Cassie said. His exact words were, ah, good. With 8 legs, you won't fall over like a human. Be glad we waited for you all. Be glad we waited for you at all, Rachel growled. Just draw a straw. Jake had 5 pieces of hay in his fist. There was no way to tell which was the shortest one. Ha, I know how to beat this, I said. It's mathematical. If I choose first, my odds are just 1 in 5. The next person to choose has odds of 1 in 4. Then 1 in 3, and so on. So the safest thing to do is choose first. I took a deep breath. I reached out and yanked a straw. I took another deep breath and looked at a very short straw. Really, it made perfect sense mathematically, I said.
Honey.
I felt like crying. Oh, honey, don't cry. Rachel rolled her eyes. You know, if you're going to be a big baby, I'll do it. I should have just said, okay. That's what I should have said. What I did say to Rachel was, don't condescend me, oh mighty Xena. Just because I'm not a reckless idiot doesn't mean I'm a wuss. I've never chickened out of on any morph yet. And if Axe is in, so am I. You can hang around and be the backup, Rachel. I'm going where the action is. To which Rachel replied with a very calm, okay. See, this is why guys and girls should not be in combat together. Oh boy, let's hear what you have to say.
Oh
Because it's
boy.
much harder for a guy to be a coward when a girl's watching, especially when she's all gung ho. If it had just been Jake and Tobias, I'd been weeping and groveling on the floor. Honey, have,
Bro.
have some pride. Have some pride. It's good for you.
Oh,
Don't.
women shouldn't be fighting with us because it makes me have to step up more.
Women shouldn't be fighting with us because then it forces me to be a man.
Then I have to step up to the plate because of gender norms.
Yeah.
Oh, Marco.
Ellery says, I arrived to casual sexism. Is this a Marco book?
It is indeed a Marco book.
I swear, I'm pretty sure Marco, when he's on the phone talking to Jake, he's in his bedroom, kicking his heels to the ceiling, gabbing on the phone, twirling the cord, just being like, I know, she is so hot. I know. Are you gonna ask Cassie out? Oh my gosh, you should. Okay.
Marco has been going through some character development. However, Ellery always comes in to witness the worst points of Marco.
No, I'd say this is the fine point. Why? Because he said if I was just around my boys, I would break down crime. Like, I don't want to because I'm
No, I can't do it. No, it's so scary.
Slept all day. That sounds fantastic.
Okay. Where was I? Um. Okay. Cassie held up the spider. It's not bad, she said. I morphed the spider yesterday just to see what it was like. Charlotte's Web was one of my favorite books. It would be, I muttered. Well, that was the clincher. Rachel was ready to go, and Cassie had already done it. But the other said, it does seem I always show up to the stream where Marco at his worst. He's not at his worst yet. Well, I don't think so. Um, I reached down to, because he wanted to cuss out Tom earlier, so I'd say that was at his worst. He let his emotions to get the best of him. I reached out a finger to touch the spider. It was shaking. My finger, not the spider. I touched the spider back. I touched the spider's back. It tried to get away, but Cassie closed her hands around the spider and the tip of my finger. The spider became very still as I acquired it. Thanks to Andalite technology that had transformed me, the spider DNA entered my system. Maybe the Yerks were right. Maybe the Andalites were just big meddlers of the universe. I know one thing. At that moment, as I touched the spider's bristly body, I really wish the Andalites had found someone else to give the powers to.
Oof.
All right. So how's Chad doing?
It looks like
Yeah,
we're
just got
all
another.
good. Not at his absolute worst, but like I join when he's at a low moment. Yes, he genuinely has been making some very good character development strides. I will give Marco that.
Kind of pressure on anybody, but we're also trying to figure out whether we're going to. Is on. Okay.
Sorry, I was just some. We're still trying to figure out Saturday plans. Every other Saturday, I get what's my D&D group, and so like I don't
Ooh.
know. Lately, there's a lot of like maybe they're like some people that say that they'll show up and then they don't show up. So it's like,
Yeah, that sounds like
anyway.
having a D&D group.
All right. Chapter 9. Yes, I say D&D, Ellery. I play second edition, not the new fangled fifth edition. All right. Chapter 9. The lake is in the mountains. It's a long way from where any of us live, and if we'd had to walk, it would have taken several days. Fortunately, we didn't have to walk. We have our little airline, TWA, Travel with Animorphs. Um, it was a beautiful day. Just a few puffy clouds and a blue sky, bright sun, a canopy of trees spread out beneath us as we flew towards the mountain. With my osprey wings spread wide and the sun toasting the ground so it sent up elevators of warm air, it was as perfect as life can get. If you overlook the fact that we were heading towards utter, unspeakable grossness and uncertain destruction. Time to split up, Tobias said. The lake is just over the next ridge. We had not been flying close together because that would have looked massively suspicious. Two osprey, a harrier, a bald eagle, a peregrine, and a red-tailed hawk all flying together. Let's see. Flying together, not in the natural world, but we were all within a mile of each other and all heading in the same direction. Tobias went into a lazy upward spiral, hanging back. Rachel and Cassie split off too. The Yerks would have a heavy security around the meaning of the sharing. The Yerks know all about the morphing. They would be on alert. Jake is in a Harrier morph. Oh no, Axe is in a Harrier morph. Jake is in a Peregrine Falcon morph. And I flew on toward the lake, though still far apart. You know, one of, you know, one of your kind. Ugh. One of your kind tried to kill me the other day. I said to Jake. Tobias told me. Oh,
Tobias told me,
Jake said.
gotta watch out. Falcons roll.
Yeah, well, I noticed he didn't try a second time.
Don't diss Falcons.
Jake said. One on one in a fair fight, an osprey would kick your butt.
As if.
Jake sneered. Excuse me, Axe interrupted. Is there some special meaning to this conversation that I don't understand? Yeah, I said. The meaning is that Jake and I are scared, so we're babbling in a desperate effort not to think about it. Ah, I am frightened too. I don't really like morphing tiny animals. I keep thinking about all the rest of my mask. Your what? I asked, not really caring. I was focused on the morphing ahead. My mass. When you morph something smaller than yourself, your body mass must go somewhere. So it goes into zero space. Zero space is a space that ships travel through when they're going faster than light. It's not very likely to happen, but sometimes a ship traveling in Z space will intersect with a temporarily parked mass. That this got my total complete attention. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that when we get small, all the leftover stuff, all the extra flesh and guts and bones go bulging into zero space like some big balloon of human tissue? Of course. Where did you think all the mass went? I shuddered. I really didn't think about it. Sorry, everyone like texting all at once, so it's like, what the heck is up?
You're like, guys.
Like, dudes, let me just like, okay, let's see. Okay, so someone can't go, and then, okay. So it might just be me and one of my friends, so then I guess we'll just have a hangout day.
Well, that's fun.
Okay. Later said, after I'm done with Ship to Shore, doing a bit of shorter series and then back to longer stuff.
Nice.
Let's see. Might I suggest the California Diaries later? Or as they say in Australia, the California Diaries. Let's see. I don't know what's off. I'm probably off my reading mojo because today it's like, where am I? Where am I? Where am I? That part. Um. Okay, found it. I think Jake was no more thrilled than I was. So right now, there's a big bag of Jake floating in zero space, and it's possible some spaceship will zoom along and hit it and splatter it all over. No, no, of course not, Axe said. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. Too soon, it turned out. Of course, no ship would actually hit a floating mass, Axe said, talking to us like we were nitwits. The ship's shielding system would disintegrate the mass. That's what troubled me about doing small morphs. It very seldom happens. The odds are 1,000,000 to 1, but it could happen. Jake and I thought about it for a while. About a spaceship disintegrating some big wad of our mass. It was not a pretty picture. Hey, Axe. Jake said. You know how we wanted to be. Um, we know how we wanted you to be honest with us, to tell us everything you know. Yes, Prince Jake? Small change. In the future, don't tell us things that will scare us silly just as we're going into possible battle.
A big wad of Marco in zero space, I muttered. Like hanging your butt out in a car window waiting for a truck to come along and sideswipe it off. That's a pretty good analogy.
Honestly, yeah. Yeah, that paints a picture.
So like have you ever like stuck your butt out of
No,
when
can't
you're
say
on a
that I
road trip
have.
on a highway? Have you ever been so bored you decided to moon the highway? Yeah, imagine doing that and you're not paying attention and a semi truck sideswipes your ass.
Uh,
Holy visceral mental image, Batman, Ellery says.
that is a very visceral image.
Alright. Alright, just at that moment, I topped the crest of the ridge. Tall pines nearly scraped my belly. And there spread out before me, sparkling in the sun, was a large lake nestled between the surrounding hills and mountains.
Okay, boys,
Jake said.
this is where I peel off. Just one final word. I know spiders eat bugs, so do not, I repeat, do not eat any flies. I'll have enough to worry about in my fly more.
Remind me again, I said. Why are we doing this instead of staying home and sleeping in late?
We're saving the world.
Jake said. Oh yeah, great. My mass is hanging out in a zero space highway, and I'm about to become Spider-Man. I knew there had to be a pretty good reason. Alright, chapter done. Let's
All
see, we
right.
have 4 chapters so far. 4 more chapters. Let me visualize that. Alright. Chapter done. There were probably 200 people around the lake below us. Boys, girls, older people. Some were swimming, some were water skiing, some were grilling burgers and hot dogs over charcoal fires. I like the clean taste of propane. Hank Hill would be mortified and he would help the Animorphs
He
because
would.
those people use charcoal. That that's how we know someone's a yerk because instead of using propane, they would be using charcoal. He'd be like, "That's a yerk, all right." I say. I tell you what, a lot of a lot were just milling around and talking and laughing. You'd swear it was some kind of big community picnic. From the air, they all looked so normal, and probably most of the people below were normal. But a lot of them were controllers, and one of them was Erek, who was certainly not normal. We stayed well back from the lake shore and dropped down into the trees. We came to rest on the ground inside a cluster of tall bushes. My osprey vision and osprey hearing had revealed no one within 100 yards, but I was tingling with nervousness just the same. Shall we demorph? Axe said. Not yet. Tobias said he would swing back over once we were on the ground. So we waited there, looking a bit weird. 2 birds of prey just hanging out inside a bunch of bushes at the edge of the forest. I could hear the whine of power boats out on the water, the closer little snatches of human laughter. Okay, guys, Tobias' thought speak voice suddenly spoke in my head. Looks clear. Looks clear to me. You've got a guy and a girl maybe 100 yards off, but I think they're making out, so they should be busy for a while. I quickly began to demorph. One of the limitations of morphing is that you can't just morph straight from one form to another. You always have to return to your own body in between. In Axe's case, this meant returning to his Andalite form. That had to make me, that had to make him nervous. There were dozens of controllers with just a few 100 feet away. Yerks might overlook one kid sneaking around. They wouldn't overlook an Andalite. Are you ready to morph again? Axe said to me, once we were back in our normal bodies. I'll never be ready to morph a spider, I said. My teeth were chattering, and it wasn't cold. I have to morph, Axe said. I can't stay here in Andalite form. Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm going to do this, but I'm going to keep my eyes closed. I focused my mind on the spider, but I lost concentration mostly because even the image of that wolf spider grossed me out. Then acts started to change. I knew I couldn't just stand there and watch. I knew I had to morph. It can't be any worse than morphing a fly, right? Or an ant? I asked no one. Not that I wanted to think about an ant morph. We had a very, very bad time in ant morph. Not worse than a termite. Cassie basically dethroned a whole monarchy and sent a whole colony into bedlam.
Yep.
I closed my eyes and focused again. This time I kept my concentration. I felt myself starting to shrink. Shrinking is always a little weird, but now I was also thinking about some big, disgusting balloon of Marco mass suddenly bulging out into zero space. Whatever zero space was. I could feel myself getting smaller. I could feel very strange things happening inside me. Suddenly, feeling of emptiness, where organs were simply disappearing. And there was a distracting, squishy sound that came up my spine and through my skull. The sound of bones turning to marrow, and of marrow sort of oozing away. I wouldn't be needing any bones, I guess. I kept my eyes tightly shut, not wanting to see what was happening, and I held onto my fear with a death grip of determination. If there's anything worse than being a spider, it's being some disgusting mix of half human, half spider. But then, bop, 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 I could see. I tried to close my eyes, but no, I didn't have eyelids. It's very hard to close your eyes when you don't have eyelids. You know, he could probably use his little spider arms and just cover his eyes like that.
Yeah,
Just your casual panicking.
just casual panicking. I will
Eyes
get.
were popping.
Go ahead.
You will get what?
I said I'd give. I can give all of these characters a crash course on just casual panicking.
Mm-hmm. Eyes were popping open in my forehead. Eyes were erupting out of my head like zips. I almost lost it right then. I would have screamed if I had any voice, if I had a voice any longer. But I was already half spider, and I was staring at Axe as he underwent a change very similar to my own. I was watching him with my vision that was half human and half the shattered broken mirror vision that was a spider's compound eyes. Something horrifying Something horrifying was growing from the place of Axe's face where a mouth should have been. Something huge and bulging and foul. Two monstrous woolen things like nothing I'd ever seen before. They were jaws, but huge and outsides. From the end of each one, a wicked curved fang grew. Sometimes you really, really need eyelids. There are definitely some things you don't want to have to see. I knew the same thing was happening to me. My bulging jaw, my bulging jaw parts grew till they entered my own distorted field of vision. Fortunately, I didn't have to worry too long about the jaws. See, I became distracted when the legs suddenly exploded from my chest. four, four new legs, two on each side, just shot out of me, like I was a tube of toothpaste or something. Had like like I was a tube of toothpaste someone had just stomped. They sprouted all Gumby, unformed, then began to form joints. Way too many joints. My human legs and arms were chaining to match these first spider legs. I fell forward, no longer able to stand erect. It wasn't much of a fall. I was already pretty small. The pine needles beneath me already seemed to be as big as a human finger. Not that I had any fingers left to compare with. All the while, new eyes kept opening suddenly where eyes absolutely did not belong. Some were compound eyes, some weren't. Then, as if it were extra legs and the mix and match eyes and the huge jaw and fang combo weren't enough. Some new leg-like things came sprouting out of where my neck used to be. They were like extra legs, only they weren't. I had no idea what they were, but they moved. Much later, I found out they're called pedipalps, a sort of cross between a mouth part and a leg. My head was swelling compared to the rest of my body. It was gigantic, in a small way. My entire body was now divided into two big chunks, a sort of bulging head and an even bulgier body. I was almost entirely spider now. The pine needles had been the pine needles had seemed as big as fingers were now as big as two. Wait, what? The pine needles that had seemed as big as fingers were now as big as 2 by 4s. Ah, I see. As the last touch, strangely soft hairs began to grow from everywhere on my body. It was the hair that seemed to trigger the awakening of the spider brain. The wolf spider had good eyes for a spider, but it's all the thousands of tiny hair that really get the spider's brain's attention. They sense every subtle clue in the wind, every minor movement in every direction. And all of a sudden, it felt like the whole world was moving, leaves, pine needles, and dirt beneath my claw-tipped 8 legs, bugs in the dirt, moles under the ground, birds in the air. All of it seemed to be hardwired into my hairs that covered my spider body. With all that sensory overload, the spider brain woke up. I had been afraid it would be like the brain of an ant, a mindless machine, or that it would be the terrified, fearful, panic-stricken mind of a prey animal. But no, definitely no. They didn't call it a wolf spider for nothing. This guy was tiny, no more than 2 inches from the end of one outstretched leg to the other. A toddler could easily crush him underfoot. But I guess it isn't size alone that makes a predator, because as soon as I felt the edge of that spider brain, I knew this boy was trouble. The wolf spider was a killer. All right, how's chat doing so far?
Chat's just kind of quietly listening. We're just chilling.
All right, let's see. So I just did that one. Okay, so when I get to chapter 13, that's when you start.
Okay, 2 more chapters.
Just 2 more chapters.
Yo.
Just double checking all my checks. Okay. All right. Chapter 11. Hunger. That was pretty much what the spider mind had to say. Hunger. It was hungry. I wanted to hunt. It wanted to kill. It wanted to eat up a few nice juicy bugs. It was hungry. Did I mention hunger? And it didn't care about what kind of bugs. Could be beetles, could be grasshoppers, could be crickets, could be big mean mantises. The spider didn't care. It ruled the world of bugs. It was to bugs what a lion is to a herd of antelopes. It was a shark among guppies. They could run from the wolf spider, but they couldn't hide. Motion. Something moved, left to right across my field of vision, and I was after it like a dog after a rabbit. 8 legs powered up and blew across the forest floor like a drag racer firing out of a starting gate. The world was weird to my 8 spider eyes. I saw colors no human ever saw. It was like when you mess with the color and tint knob on the TV. Things that should have been brown were blue and green was red or whatever. From some angles, the pictures were almost clear, but a second later, everything would shatter into bits, and I'd be watching a million tiny monitors at once. I never could make logical sense of it. But mostly, what I saw was movement. I was very, very interested in movement. My eyes and every hair on my disgusted little body were about spotting movement. And when the right thing moved, my body just answered all on its own. It was a rush, as they used to say in my dad's day, a charge. It was like tapping into the main pipe of adrenaline. It was electric. It's electric. It was nuclear. I was I blew across the pine needles and fallen leaves and over patches of dirt, and I kept that moving bug in the field of vision, and I knew what I was doing. I mean, I knew I was Marco, a human in morph, and I knew I didn't really want to eat that racing bug, but man, I was too jazzed up to stop. I'm guessing it likes jazz.
You like jazz?
The prey was running, and I was the predator. I had evolved from hundreds of millions of years to do exactly this. When Tyrannosaurus rex was still millions of years away from even thinking about evolving, the tiny arachnid hunters were killing and eating. The entire history of Homo sapien, from caveman to soccer mom, was a blip in the history of spiders. That's a good one. From caveman to soccer mom. Or, from caveman to Karen.
From caveman to Karen. Yep.
It was death on 8 legs. It was a beetle. That's what I was chasing. See, Christopher B says, mooning the highway. First heard that. Um, first I heard of that was, or well, if the scary movie franchise ever parodied Hereditary. Now I remember that in Rat Race when they went to the Barbie. What is it? The Barbie Museum,
Oh yeah, I very vaguely remember that movie.
and then the daughter had to go to the bathroom, and then they basically they cover. So the scene is like they put a blanket over her, and then she decided they had her do her business out the window of the car,
Oh
and it
gosh.
and it landed on a police car or something.
Oh, I forgot about that part.
And the daughter the whole time like, I hate you, I hate you. All right, let's see. It was a beetle. That's what I was chasing. Big old beetle, much larger than I was, larger and slower. He grew in my distorted field of vision. He grew, and I powered on. I wish I could explain why I kept on with the hunt. Sometimes the animal brain takes over for a while and sort of overwhelms the human mind. But that's not what was happening to me. I wasn't overwhelmed. I was just into it. A last burst of speed. My front legs touched the beetle. He dodged left, but was too slow. I clambered right up on his back. I positioned my jaws with my deadly fangs and Marco, what are you doing? It was Axe. I scampered down off the beetle, feeling like I'd been caught doing something wrong. Beetle ran off, relieved to have escaped. If beetles can be if beetles can feel relieved. Nothing. It was just I was just letting the spider be a spider. It was a pretty good answer, I thought. I guess its instincts kind of carried me away. Marco, I'm more the identical spider, Axe said. I felt a wave of guilt and shame suddenly swell up inside me. Axe, it was just a cockroach. Who cares? Come on, we have a job to do. Sometimes humans worry me, Axe said. I didn't ask him what he meant. Why had I gotten into the hut? Why hadn't I resisted the urge? I flashed on the rage I'd felt when I talked to Tom. Was that it? I think it's this way, Axe said. He took he took the lead and I saw him moving in front of me, a spider scurrying effortlessly on its 8 legs. I fell in behind him. I was calm now. The incredible, insane rush of the chase was over. Now the spider was just a tool I was using. Suddenly, from the sky, fell something towards me. Let's see. It landed right between Axe and me. A grasshopper, 3 or 4 times our size. It looked like an elephant. Then, swah, it fired its huge hind legs and shot into the air. It disappeared as quickly as it arrived. We raced on through the forest, covering the 200 feet between us and the edge of the party. I sensed the nearness of humans. I heard vibrations that might have been speech, but the voices are too garbled to make any sense out of. Hey Marco, Axe, you guys. Oh, wait.
Hey Marco, Axe, you guys around?
It was Jake's thought speak voice. Yes, Prince Jake. Axe answered, we are here. We're not pretty, but we're here.
Cool. I'm not exactly handsome myself. I'm in Flymorph. Haven't found our boy Erek yet, though.
Something massive and slow appeared in the air above me. I scampered sideways. It landed slowly with a loud woof. A human foot, a shoe, Nike. I'd been worrying someone might step on me, I said. But humans are so slow.
Be careful, anyways,
Jake said.
let me know if you find Erek.
I don't know how I'm supposed to recognize him, I complained. These spider eyes aren't good at seeing distances, and human head seem way up in the cloud from where I'm crawling. But Axe and I went on, skittering swiftly through a forest of huge, slow-moving legs and feet. Then, right in front of me, I saw it. It looked like a bare human foot, except I could see through the skin, through the toenails, with 8 strange assorted spider eyes. I could see right through the electric haze of the hologram. Oh my gosh, when he said toenails, ugh, reminded me of that really disturbing commercial.
Oh, the foot fungus one.
Yes,
Why
oh
do
my
I
god.
remember that? Oh god, it
Yeah.
always played while we were watching The Price is Right as kids.
I know, that's when he said toenails, like,
I hated that commercial.
we don't need to talk about it. We don't need to
We
talk about why it's disturbing.
we don't talk about Fight Club. We don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about the foot fungus commercial.
I know, we don't talk about that commercial. And if you ask, then you go and look for it. It's banned technically, or yeah, it
Did
was
they ban
banned.
it?
Yeah,
I'm
they banned it because too many people were like freaking out about it.
yeah, it was terrifying. I hated it.
So, all right. I could see what was beneath the hologram. I saw what looked like interlocking plates of steel and ivory. The foot had no toes. In fact, it wasn't shaped like a human foot. It was more like a paw. It was not human, and everything in my tingly, buzzing, spider senses told me it was not alive. Axe. Yes, I see it. What is it? I don't know. It looks like a machine, almost. Like it's made out of metal. Yes, Axe said. I think your friend Erek may be an android. You think? Alright then. This is the final chapter of Side A. If you would like to continue with Side B, narrated by Avery Vandenhouen, please turn this cassette over at the end of this chapter. Chapter 12. An android? Yes, a robot. A machine made to seem like a life form, Axe said, as though it had just uh, as though it was just the most common idea in the world. This is like something you know about. This is like something you know about, Axe. I asked, looking up at the thing called Erek. This is not a type of android I know, Axe said. It's not Andalite. I don't think it is Yerk. I don't know who or what it is. My spider eyes could see the foot and most of the way up the leg. It was like looking at a double exposure photograph. There was the outward appearance of the human leg, and way high up, and way up high shorts. But beneath all that, there was this machine made of what seemed like steel and ivory. It was thousands of interlocking parts, almost like the chainmail armor knights used to wear. Each of the individual links was roughly triangular in shape. Ivory segments were a little larger than the segments that looked like steel. The robot, android, whatever it was smaller than the human Erek. The leg I was looking at was oddly constructed, more like a stretched out dog leg than a human leg. The robot leg, along with the holographic projection of the human foot, lifted off as Erek went on his way. Jake, I called.
Yeah? Hey, I think I see your guy. There's this person. It's hard with my fly senses, but I see this person who's kind of shimmering all over. It's like there's something hiding underneath all that shimmering light.
Yep, that's him.
Wait a minute. There's another one.
What?
And another of them. Jake answered. I just put I just buzzed right past him. There are two of these things.
Okay. Now, things have gotten calm, I started to say. A hurricane of wind. The ground in front of me exploded as two big talon feet landed in the dirt. A shadow over my head. I ran. Two big black triangles came down from the sky above me. They dug in, just in front of me, just behind me, like a power shovel. The two triangles closed together. I was inside. I was in darkness, total darkness. Some big muscular thing was crushing me, squeezing me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see. I was being squeezed and pummeled. And then I realized I was being swallowed. Ah! I yelled. There are two kinds of thought speak. Private, in which is like whispering right in one person's ear, and public, which is like yelling. I was yelling. Every person near the lake heard me. Normal humans, who probably wondered, what was that? And controllers who knew it was thought speak. But I didn't care. I was being swallowed.
Marco,
Jake yelled.
what's happening?
Marco, everyone can hear you, Axe warned. I tried to control my panic. I was being swallowed, but I wasn't dead yet. Something, something just grabbed me, I said, aiming my thought speak at Jake and Axe only. I think it's a bird, Axe said. I saw it. Very big and black. It flew off. My spider legs were crushed against my side. Two of them were broken. The hairs all over my body were blind. My eyes were blind. There wasn't enough air even for my spider body to live on. I was being forced down the gullet of a bird, flying through the air and seconds away from suffocating. Tobias, I cried out desperately. Can you hear me? Marco, what's happening? Tobias answered. His reply came from far off. A bird ate me. Blackbird. We're flying. Can you see me? Help! Marco, there are a dozen big crows flying. I can't tell which one. I felt my mind beginning to fade. Spider was dying. What would happen if the spider died? I wondered as my attention drifted away. What would happen to the big wad of Marco mass in Z space? That thought did it. I was out. I was out of there. Morph out! I tried to form a mental picture of my own real self. A mental picture of a human named Marco. But it was all confused. My mind was dying, and as it sank, it called up 1,000 images. Images of wolves and giant ants and gorillas. Images of all the animals I had been. All the minds I had lived in. I couldn't grab the human image to hold on to. But then, floating up in my disintegrating consciousness came the image of my mother. I guess that's not a surprise. They say dying soldiers on the battlefield often call out for their mothers with their dying breath. And I guess that's what I was doing too. But this was my real mother. The way she'd the way she'd been when she was truly alive. Not the controller known as Visser 1, but my own real mother. She was smiling at me. She was much taller than me. She bent down to pick me up. I flew up in the air, up to her face. She kissed me. "You're going to grow up to be so cute," she said. "My little Marco." Marco, the human boy. I saw myself clearly then, like I was looking through her eyes, at the little toddler I'd been. Not the Animorph Marco, the little kid Marco. Suddenly, the pressure was growing. I was squeezed from all sides. I felt muscle tension to restrain me, but then the muscles weakened and quivered. A ripping, tearing sound. Light, light. I was demorphing and growing. I had burst through the throat of the crow. Ooh, jeez. And now I was falling. So add that body count. Marco killed a crow.
Yikes. That's
Ooh,
yikes.
that's a great party trick, though. They're the trick. Hey guys, let me show you my next magic trick.
Oh my god.
Ta-da! Happy birthday! Instead of someone in a cake, it's someone in a crow.
Ugh.
Marco! Tobias yelled. A muddy, distorted vision showed me the crow falling alongside me. I was falling through the air, a vile mix of crippled spider and emerging human. I was the size of a baseball, I guess, and getting bigger. I hate to even think about what what I looked like. I know, I wasn't pretty. I hit the ground. I bounced. I hit the ground again. I lay there, not knowing where I was or what I was. But I knew one thing for sure. I was going to demorph. I was getting out of that morph. If I had had a mouth, I would have started screaming and never stopped. But my mouth reappeared late. 4 of my spider legs withered and disappeared. My remaining legs became human arms and legs. My tiny claws became toes. My fangs and jaws became teeth and lips. My 8 spider eyes shut down one after another, leaving only 2. And slowly, those 2 eyes became fully human. I looked up through the human eyes at the blue sky, at the high branches of the trees looming above me. And then I looked up into the face of my former schoolmate Erek. Erek the android. Ooh, got caught.
Dun 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 dun. All right, before we switch, I just want to say I don't know if anybody can tell, but I've managed to add 3 more stripes to the growing blanket, and I'm proud of that.
Wow. Wow. Says Owen Wilson.
As Owen Wilson.
Wow. Alright, I'm gonna feel on coffee because literally my eyes feel like they're in a strain.
Yep. I'm gonna chat. I'm gonna read this. I'm not gonna rush through the second half, but just if it seems like I'm trying to get to the other side, it's just because it's midnight here and we have stream with Gabe tomorrow. So
Yeah, so sorry for taking up the first half.
oh no, you're good. No, you're totally good. I just, I read kind of fast anyway, but especially because, well, I try to read fast anyway, but if it feels like I'm like, and then this happened, and then that happened, sorry, I'll try to rein that in.
Alright then. Alright, so while she's doing that, woo, Young Wizards tomorrow.
Yes, I'm so excited. So super
Avery's next
excited.
top wizard.
Avery's next top
So you
wizard.
want to be a wizard? Want to be on top?
Oh my god. I'm so excited. We got Dinotopia, which was like, that was fun to read, like a good book. I'm excited to read more good books. And then poor Gabe. Gabe has been stuck with me with some truly terrible literature.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, I just remembered because you said Gabe, and that reminded me of the videos, and then that reminded me of Phantom Investigators. Were you able to get the next footage up on the drive or not yet?
Oh, that's right. Sorry. I forgot that I have to do the final day. We're on day 3. Finally. I can't believe it.
Day 3.
Day 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will get that up. Thank you for reminding me.
All right then. Okay, so while she starts reading, I'm going to go and grab some pre-made coffee and put in my nice cup right here. So I'll be right
Nice.
back. Going to get started.
That are mediocre at best books. Oh, with Model Land and with Imagines, we didn't expect them to even be mediocre, and they weren't. But yeah, we're finally giving Gabe like at least a small stretch of good books. We'll have to see if I have the heart to try to rope him into my immortal, or if that's something that I'll let him off easy. All right, chapter 13. Marco, Erek said, didn't you used to have longer hair? The hair thing again. Anyway, to my human eyes, Erek looked completely 100% human. I knew it wasn't true, but even so, it was almost impossible not to believe the holographic projection that surrounded the android. I could remorph into something powerful enough to make sure excuse me. To make sure he wouldn't be a problem. Problem? Probably not. There were controllers all around the area. All he had to do was yell for help. Just then, a girl came running up. She looked down at me, then at Erek. Who is this? The girl asked. His name is Marco, Erek said calmly. You know, the Andalite bandits Chapman is always talking about. The ones who use Andalite morphing technology to carry on a guerrilla war? Of course, she said. Erek pointed down at me. I think this human is one of them. There it was, the end of our existence as Animorphs. We'd always known that if the Yeerks ever discovered our true identities, or even that we were humans. Oh my goodness, sorry guys. They would wipe us out within a matter of days. I felt sick with fear for myself and for the others. I'd blown it. I'd given away our great secret. Erek jerked his head towards the girl. This is my friend Jenny. I was not pleased to meet her. I heard the sound of people rushing through bushes. Nothing over here, Erek said loudly. Jenny hurt her ankle. I'll help her. Keep searching. I think I heard something over there. Erek must have noticed the extremely shocked, puzzled expression on my face. He grinned. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, Horatio. I love that quote so much. Shakespeare? I said, amazed. Yes, Hamlet. I saw the very first performance. But that would have been like centuries ago. Erek nodded. Do you know where I live? I nodded with my head still down in the dirt. Morph into something small enough to escape from here, Erek suggested. Come to see me at my house, you and your friends. We have a lot to talk about. For some stupid reason, I said, you're not human. We know you're not. We know you're an android. And you're not an Andalite bandit, Erek said. How do I know I can trust you? Erek shrugged. I could turn you in right now. I'd be Visser 3's new best friend. Even the Visser knows how to reward those who carry out his orders well. Maybe You want to catch all of us at once, I said. Don't ask me why I was arguing with him. Maybe it was the humiliating position I was in. Maybe I felt like I had to act tough since I was on my back in the dirt, wearing severely unattractive clothing. Erek squatted down. Marco, if I gave you to Visser 3, he would get the names of all your friends from you. I know you're a brave person. You'd have to be to do all you and your friends have done, but you are not brave enough to survive the Visser's torture. Oh my god. Sorry. The Visser's torture. You would tell. I took a couple of seconds to think about that. He was right, of course. I had a healthy respect for the kind of torture Visser 3 could inflict. We'll be there, I said. I guess we don't have a choice. You have us cold. Erek shook his head. It's not like that. It will be a meeting of allies, Marco. You see, we too fight the Yerks. A double agent. Woo! All right. All right. I'm just going on to chapter 14. I forgot to do the little boop. This is side B of Animorphs, the android. Read to you by Avery Vandenhouten. If you'd like to read side A, please flip the cassette over and press play. All right. Hey, so in the chapter you've missed, Erek and his friend Jenny are apparently double agents who want to meet with the kids because they want to sell out. They are fighting the Yerks from the inside.
Oh, they're not getting paid enough, I see. Unpaid interns.
Yeah, so they all have to go meet at Erek's house now.
Erek with an E.
Yeah, Erek is a very no disrespect if if your name is Erek and you spell it like this. I've just never seen Erek spelled like that.
I'd rather name my kid Erek before I named him like Braden or something.
I don't have anything against the name Erek or the spelling. I've just never seen it.
Yeah, but that's all I'm saying. That Erek is a nice one that you can spell 50 million ways.
Yep.
ICK, IK, EK, ECK, CH.
Well, Eric Lestrade spells it Erique, so it's still not the weirdest way I've seen it spelled.
Yeah, so I'd rather, like I said, I'd rather name him that than like Braden or something like that. Braxton.
You don't like Braden or Braxton, huh?
They're too modern.
Fair. I like older names too.
I'm very old fashioned. You like David or like stuff like that. Just very simple. David, Davis, Davide.
Davide. I've always maintained that Marigold is a cute name. Yes, it sounds like a grandmother's name, but it's cute.
They're not peonies, they're marigolds. You bitch, look what you're doing to my peonies.
All right, chapter 14. My dad made chicken for dinner that night. I'd spent the afternoon with my friends debating the mess with Erek. We'd gone round and round, but in the end we knew we would show up for the meeting. We had no choice, really. Barbecued chicken, skin on mashed potatoes, roasted corn on the cob. This was the absolute height of my father's cooking ability, so I had to eat it. I had to. But man, there is something about popping out through the throat of a bird that totally destroys your appetite for dead bird. How is it? My dad asked.
Party trick.
What's up?
That it's a great party trick, though.
Oh, God. It is a great party trick. Great, I answered. We were on the deck in our backyard. It was a house like the house we'd lived in long ago when we were a complete family. After my mom's death, that's still how I thought about it. My dad had spiraled down for a long time. He'd lost his job, we'd moved out of the house, and ended up living in a pretty terrible apartment on the edge of a bad part of town. It was okay, really. I mean, having a lot of stuff and a nice house is cool. I can't stop yawning. But it wasn't being poor that bothered me. It was being alone. My father had been off in some world of his own for a long time. I'd been the one who had to cook and clean and all that. It was nice to have a house and a yard and a barbecue again, but it wasn't about the house. It was that my dad was my dad again. I know that sounds corny coming from me. Another piece? Sure. Breasts. I held out my plate and tried not to think about exploding crows or the fact that I'd come very close to having beetle for lunch. Sometimes my life was just too weird. I had questions to ask my father, but I wanted them to sound natural, like I was just making normal conversation. So, Dad, what are you doing at work lately? He shrugged and gave me a wink. We're finishing up the observatory project. I still can't figure out what happened there. The software your friend No accidentally created just sort of disappeared. My friend No was really Axe. There was a long story behind all that. You could probably ask our friendly neighborhood Andalite about it, but he wasn't a story I could tell my father. What'll you do then after you get done at the observatory? I asked, trying to seem totally casual by chomping on corn the whole time. My dad's eyes flickered toward me almost suspiciously. He shrugged. A project I can't talk about for this company called Matcom. I laughed, trying to stay very casual. Building a better bomb? He didn't answer for a few seconds. Then, in a strange voice, he said, I've never done weapons research. I was actually surprised. Why not? You're gonna eat that chicken or just tease it? He gave me a long look like he was trying to decide if I was old enough to hear what he was going to say. I picked up the chicken breast. Chicken wasn't crow, after all. It was your mom, he said. I stopped eating. The last year and a half before it was like this perfect time for us. He smiled at some picture only he could see. We used to fight every now and then when you were younger, like most couples, but then it was all as if all our problems were gone, settled. Maybe I had changed. Maybe she had. I don't know. I felt cold fingers around my heart. It was the best time of my life, he said. It was like we'd achieved some level of perfect peace and perfect love, but at the same time, there were these times when your mom would seem upset, like she was struggling with some problem she wouldn't tell me about. I had stopped breathing. I knew now when the change had been made. The perfect love my father was talking about was the yerk at work in my mother's head. The yerk wasn't interested in stupid little domestic battles. It wanted peace so that it could focus on deeper goals. Anyway, one day I woke up in the middle of the night. Your mom was sitting up in bed, wide awake. I knew she'd had a bad dream or something, but it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was just... He shook his head. It was so strange. She sounded like she was trapped in a deep well and trying to call out to me. There were tears in my eyes. I hoped my father wouldn't notice. She said, "They won't take you if you stay away from the military." It didn't make any sense, but the way she said it, like it was the hardest thing she'd ever said, like it was the most important thing she'd ever said. I had some idea just how hard it had been for my mother to say that. Sometimes, when there is some terrible need, the human being crushed beneath the yerk can force its way out. It can seize control for a few desperate seconds. They say the price the human host pays is terrible. The yerk has mental tortures it can carry on for weeks. My mother, my real mother, had struck when the yerk was distracted and for a few seconds regained control. Anyway, my dad said, I know it was just your mom having a bad dream, but ever since then, whenever the opportunity came up to do defense work, I just got this bad feeling about it. I couldn't even pretend to eat anymore. Dad, are you thinking about taking on military projects now? He avoided my gaze. There are some very exciting things going on with MatCon. The thing they want me on isn't military in any way, but, well, they do carry out some very secretive work. I guess some of what they do is probably military. There it was. The reason Tom was trying to get me to bring my father to the sharing. My father was working on some project that the Yerks wanted to control. My mother had warned him. It may have been the last words that she, the real human woman, ever spoke to him. He was going to ignore that warning, and now the Yerks wanted him. Oof. Hey, Bernie. Yep, looks like we're all good. We're just chilling. Reading the second half of this book. There is yarn all over my recording room. All right. Chapter.
I know that feeling.
Oh, yeah. It's everywhere. My cats love to play with it, too, so, like, they unravel it all the time. I'm just like, guys.
But do you pull from the middle or do you pull from the sides?
From the sides, I guess.
Because did you know you can pull yarn from the middle, right?
I did know that. I don't think I've ever done that. I'm trying to think now. Now I'm like, I forget. I always pull from the sides, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's a lot easier to pull it from the middle because then you don't have to unravel it. It's like unraveled itself from the middle.
That's actually really smart. I'll have to do that next time.
Yeah, that's what I first started to do it from the sides because I could only see the side, but it's a lot easier to keep it nice and clean when you just pull it from the middle of the yarn.
I'll definitely do that from now on. All right. Chapter 15. We had decided to meet with Erek at his house. We had not decided to trust him completely. Jake, Cassie, Axe, and I were going to the meeting. Rachel and Tobias stayed outside as backup. Rachel was all primed to use her grizzly bear morph if we called for help. I'll be within range of Axe's thought speak, she said for the 10th time. I can morph my bear in a minute and go through the door about 10 seconds later. If you do that, try not to stomp on me in the process, okay? I said. I glanced up and saw Tobias swooping down to settle in the tree in Erek's yard. I could joke about it, but the truth was it did feel reassuring to know Rachel and Tobias were ready to be the cavalry. When we went up to the front door of the very ordinary-looking house, I sent Jake a look that said, "Man, I hope we're right about this," but Jake was busy exchanging solemn glances with Cassie. So, someone knock on the door, I said. I glanced at Axe. He was in his human morph. His human morph is made up of DNA gathered at the same time from all of us except Tobias. There's some of Jake and Rachel and Cassie and me in Axe's human shape. In the end result, he's male, but almost as pretty as a girl. Guys can be pretty if they want to be pretty.
Hmm?
He's male, but almost as pretty as a girl. Plus, he's annoying in human morph. Knock. Knock on the door? Why? Knock. Andalites don't have mouths, and Axe can't get over how fun it is to make actual sounds. Plus, you don't even want the boy in the same room with certain foods. Jake knocked. The door opened. I was surprised. It wasn't Erek. It was his father, Mr. King. He nodded. Come in. We stepped inside. I felt completely dorky. It was like we were coming over to ask if Erek could come out and play. I mean, the house looked so normal inside. Normal furniture and normal lights and normal dishes and dishes displayed in a hutch. A normal TV on mute showing pictures from CNN. Oh my god.
What?
Yay, Applegate apparently knows my household on a Saturday. Any random Saturday growing up, my dad would have like CNN on. It was like a running joke. But it would half the time be on mute because if anybody like came over, like you don't want the news blasting over them. So it was like CNN on mute. That's a very like Saturday in a regular like American household, I guess.
Yeah, I was thinking more of Mean Girls. Like, did you have an awesome time? Did you guys have awesome shooters and just soak up each other's awesomeness? Normal furniture and normal lights and normal dishes.
Yeah.
That just reminded me of that scene.
There were 2 dogs, a Labrador mix and a fat little terrier. The lab just lolled over on its back. The terrier came running over to sniff our shoes. Is Erek here? I asked. Mr. King nodded. Yes, would you like a soda or anything? I'm picturing Stephen King every time they say Mr. King. Anyway, no thanks, Mr. King, Cassie said. She bent over to scratch behind the terrier's ears. You like dogs? Mr. King asked. She likes any animal, I answered. She even likes skunks. But dogs, do you like dogs? Cassie smiled. If reincarnation were real, I'd want to come back as a dog. Mr. King smiled, nodding as if Cassie had just said something profound. Would you all come with me? He turned and led the way towards the kitchen. Once again, the total normalcy of it seemed jarring. There were little post-it notes on the refrigerator saying things like dozen eggs, bell peppers. Someone had left a box of Wheaties out on the counter. Mr. King opened a door. It led down to the basement. We followed him down the narrow wooden steps. That's sketchy. Never follow some random stranger into their basement. At this point, I started to wonder. I noticed Axe was morphing slowly out of his human shape, returning to Andalite from a little at a time. Good old Axe. He sensed danger and he wanted his tail available. I wanted his tail available too. Mr. King paused when we all got down to the basement. He watched with absolutely no surprise as Axe finished transforming. He waited politely for Axe to be done. Then, to my utter amazement, I felt a slight dropping sensation. It took a few seconds to realize what was happening. The basement was dropping like an elevator. When I looked up, I couldn't see a roof overhead, just darkness. Whoa, Cassie commented. Don't be afraid, Mr. King said. It didn't last long. We may have dropped 4 or 5 floors, at least that's what it felt like to me. Then, with a slight lurch in the basement/elevator, stopped. Is this the floor for men's clothing? I asked. I was almost not surprised when one entire wall of the basement hung with tools and garden hose and a rake and a hoe simply disappeared. Where the wall had been was now a hallway lit with golden light. My basement won't do this, I muttered to Jake. Have you ever tried? He asked. This way, Mr. King said. We followed him. It was way too late to start worrying now. The hallway wasn't long, just 50 feet or so. It reached a dead end, a blank wall, but that wall too disappeared. Yeah! No way! Strange. This is just a hologram, right? I said, but somehow I knew it wasn't. It was real. Unbelievable, yet real. What was beyond the hallway was a vast, vast chamber, lit in glowing gold light, soft and buttery warm. I stepped out of the hallway into springy glass, and over my head, maybe 100 feet up, there was a glowing orb, like a sun. That's where the yellow light came from. Stretched out before us for more than the length of a football field was a sort of park. Trees, grass, streams, flowers, butterflies flying around jerkily, bees buzzing from flower to flower, squirrels racing up and down the trees. Walking here and there were androids in their natural form, machines made of steel and something white. The androids had mouths that were almost like muzzles, clumsy-looking legs and stubby fingers, but it wasn't the presence of half-dozen or so androids that was really shocking. What was really shocking was that there were hundreds, maybe even thousands, maybe even 1,000 dogs, normal, everyday Earth dogs, every breed and half-breed you could imagine, running in packs, yipping, yapping, bow-wowing, howling, growling, roughing dogs. They were chasing squirrels, smelling each other, and generally having a great old dog time. Jake, Cassie, and I stood there with our jaws hanging open like complete idiots. If Axe had possessed a mouth, his would have been hanging open too. It was doggy heaven. Dogs and robots in a huge underground park. One of the robots came trotting towards us. As it got near, a hologram shimmered around it. A second later, it was Erek. Welcome, he said. I guess you're probably a little surprised. Welcome to Jurassic Park.
When Kathy was talking about when she was talking about I believe in if I believe in reincarnation, it reminded me of that one movie with the guy who was like a businessman and then he got reincarnated as a dog.
The Shaggy Dog.
No, not that one. It's called Fluke.
Oh, I don't know that one.
No, not the Shaggy Dog. This one is a lot sadder.
Oh, damn. I wasn't incorrect, though. That is technically Could be said for
Kinda,
Shaggy
not
Dog
the Tim
too.
Allen one,
No.
the older version.
How's the book? What's up with the pole? Oh, so spiders were a morph in the pole. I guess we can take the pole down. But
But
that didn't age well. What didn't age well? Did I miss
I'm
something?
guessing the CNN thing.
Oh yeah. I mean CNN's, all legacy
Christian
media is
News
kind of
Network.
all legacy media is kind of sketch, but like, I don't know. CNN's just kind of like the default, I guess.
That's why I listen to NPR.
Yeah, I like there's a lot of independent news outlets nowadays, so that's a good turnaround thing. Independent news organizations are really important.
From WBEZ Chicago. It's This American Life.
We are the Chi, Erek said. This is chapter 16. Mr. King had left, and Erek had brought us to a place beneath a large tree. A little stream trickled by just a few feet away. A wall of silence had come down, as if someone had turned down the sound of all the barking dogs. I could still hear them, but it was as if the sound were far away now. You are androids, Axe commented. Yes. You show a very high level of technological sophistication, Axe said. Erek smiled with what looked exactly like human lips. We are just the creation. It is our creators who were the great builders. Why did you bring us down here? Jake asked. Why show us all this? We want you to trust us, Erek said. We know that you're suspicious. You have to be. I'm sure you've left some of your people outside just in case we betray you. I wanted us to be equal. I wanted you to know our secrets, since we know yours. We saw you at the concert, I started to say. He looked up surprised, then nodded. Ah, yes. You were the two dogs, weren't you? I sensed something odd about you. Tell me, what was it like to actually be a dog? It's truly cool, Jake said. You knew we were the two dogs? Erek shook his head. We didn't know, but I felt something strange. We've known there were morph-capable forces on Earth. There is very little that the Yerks know that we don't also know. You were handing out flyers for the sharing. You were at a meeting of the sharing, I accused. True, but maybe I should tell you our story. Then you'll understand who we are and why we are your allies. And also why we, or at least some of us, would like your help. That would be nice, Cassie said. You have to say one thing for Erek. The boy knew how to tell a story. Suddenly, everything around us dissolved. In its place, there grew a vast three-dimensional picture. It looked as real as Erek. We were no longer on Earth. There were two suns in the sky, one small and almost red, the other 4 times as big as Earth's sun, and a deeper gold. Side note, does anybody watch, I believe it's Film Riot. I think it's Film Riot, or it might have been Corridor Crew. There was one scene, they're filmmaking channels, and there was one where they had one of those like lights that you can like fly in the air. They're used on like bigger movie productions, and they had one and they were super excited, and they were like, the sun was going down, so they were like setting it up, and they're like, we fly it in the air and we make our own sun. And I always think of that. Okay.
Can't really comment on that. I know the movie that I know. I'm not. Here's the thing about me: when it comes to certain music and certain things, I'm really good at knowing. But like just in general, like movies and music, I'm like baby's first music, baby's first movie type of stuff. Where it's like, this is what a stand-in is. This is what this is. I'm like,
Didn't you work in TV for like a little bit, or am I just is that something my brain just made up?
I did, but I was 7. I was 7.
Yeah, so you're not gonna retain any of like the
Yeah, I only did like one major project, and that's pretty much it. Other than that, I don't like really have any like recollection of anything really. So.
That's cool though. Yeah, it's just the light, and I don't know the technical term for that light. It's kind of newer and very expensive. So
Mhm.
well, usually only bigger projects get to use them, but it's for creating artificial sunlight when the sun goes down and you're like, shit, we need more shots of this.
Okay.
Anyway, I have lost my place completely. Hang on.
Okay, so you were at the part where that would be nice, Cassie said. You have to say one thing for Erek. The boy knew how to tell a story.
Okay.
We are no longer on Earth. There were
Right.
two suns in the sky.
The trees and the flowers and grasses around us were definitely not anything that had ever grown on Earth. The trunks of the trees were green and smooth, but instead of leaves, the branches just kept splitting into ever smaller branches and twigs that grew gradually from green to silver to a brilliant shade of pink. These pink twigs were all intertwined so that from a distance the trees looked like huge balls of pink steel wool. The trees were no larger than earth trees, it seemed to me, but what was huge were the mushrooms. At least they looked kind of like mushrooms. They were half as large as the trees themselves. Messy nests of some leathery, leaping, three-legged animal seemed to be perched on each of the mushrooms. There were other animals around, each stranger than the last, but the main animal we saw was a two-legged creature that stood maybe 4 feet tall. It had long, floppy ears and a muzzle. It looked weirdly like a dog that could walk on his hind legs. It looked, in fact, a little like Erek when he dropped the hologram and showed us his true self. Sorry. Our creators, Erek said, they were known as Pemelites.
Hemelites.
Pemelites. 100,000 years before the Andalites learned to make fire, the Pemelites were capable of faster than light travel. I noticed Axe's tail twitch a little at that. And of course, humans were just hairy apes when the Pemelites first visited Earth. The Pemelites were of no interest in conquest or in interfering with the lives of other planets. Take a shot every time I say Pemelites. They enjoyed life, Erek smiled. They loved to play, they loved games and jokes and laughter, and they had been a fully evolved race for so long that the harsher instincts were gone from them. They had no evil in their hearts. They had no evil in their souls. I found this hard to believe, but as I watched the hologram around me, it was possible to believe that on this weird planet, the Pemelites had found some deep inner peace. They were just a sense of deep calm about the place, like one of those Zen gardens or something. It just felt peaceful. Peaceful, but not dead or tired or boring. In fact, everywhere I looked, I saw Pemelites jumping around, chasing, playing, and making an odd chuk 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 chuk. That must have been laughter. The scene around me changed like a movie doing a flash forward. Now mingled in with the Pemelites were the androids, like Erek. The androids looked vaguely like their canine creators. We were toys originally, Erek said. The Pemelites made us to play with. They called us the Chi. It is a word that means friend. They also had work for us to do, but they created us mostly to be their companions. An artificial race, yes, but not a race of mechanical slaves. Erek looked at us, and I swear there were tears in his holographic eyes. We were their friends and equals and companions. They taught us to laugh and play. They loved it when we were able to create androids who could tell a joke. Wait. Yeah. There was a celebration that lasted a year. Then, zoop, I jerked back. A monstrous beam of light sliced the ground open right in front of us, like some insane plow tearing up the earth. It incinerated the pink Brillo pad trees and the huge mushrooms. Then the Howlers came, Erek explained. They suddenly popped out of zero space, thousands of powerful ships. They had come from the clear outside the galaxy. The Pemalites had no idea what they were, and they never found out what the Howlers wanted. The Howlers made no demands, they just attacked. Maybe that's all they wanted to destroy. That's all they wanted to destroy. What Erek showed us next was like out of the one of those horrifying films from World War II. Pemalites hunted from the air, Pemalite space stations blown apart, Pemalite ships sliced open, and helpless Pemalites left to drift through cold, dead space. The scenes of massacre just went on and on. I noticed Cassie was crying. I think I was crying too. It was too horrible. Almost the entire race of Pemalites was wiped out, Erek said. A few hundred Chi and a few hundred Pemalites left the planet, escaping in a single ship just seconds ahead of a new wave of Howler attacks. We escaped into zero space. We had no plan, no idea what to do. Why didn't you fight back? I demanded. I mean, you talk about how advanced the Pemalites were. If they could create androids, they could create weapons. Erek looked at me and nodded, like he agreed. The Pemalites had forgotten the ways of conflict and war. They were creatures of peace. They'd forgotten that they could be such a thing as pure evil. The answer just frustrated me. It made no sense, but I let Erek tell the rest of his grim story. As we ran for our lives through zero space, we discovered that the Howlers had achieved a special revenge. The Pemalites began to become sick. They began to die. The Howlers had unleashed germ weapons. The Pemalites were doomed, but we were androids. We androids were unaffected. The scene around us became the inside of a spaceship, a scene of Chi looking helplessly while one of their creators writhed in pain. Then we remembered a planet similar to our own, but very far from our home, that the Howlers, from our home and the Howlers. It had only one sun and the light was pale, but there were trees and grass and wonderful oceans. Earth, Cassie said. Earth, Erek said. The Pemalites had not visited Earth in 50,000 years, and in that time everything had changed. The wandering tribes of primates had created cities. They had domesticated animals. They were planting crops. We landed on Earth with just 6 Pemalites still clinging to life. The hologram disappeared, and the underground cavern was back to its normal self, a wide park of earth trees and earth plants with dogs everywhere. We could not save the Pemalites. They would die. But we could try and rescue some part of them. We hoped we could keep their hearts, their souls alive somehow. We looked for some earth species we could use to harbor the essence of the Pemalites, their decency, their kindness, their playfulness, and love. Wolves, Cassie said once again, way ahead of me. Erek looked surprised, but he nodded, his holographically projected human head. Yes. They looked most like the Pemalites themselves. We grafted the essence of the Pemalites into the wolf species, and from that union, dogs were created. To this day, most dogs carry within them the essence of the Pemalites. Not all, but most. Wherever you see the dog playing, chasing a stick, running around, barking for the sheer joy of life, you see the remnants of the race of Pemalites. That's why all those dogs are here, Jake said. They're your, friends? Creators? That's why they are our joy, Erek said, because they remind us of a world without evil. The world we lost. We Chi are all that is left of Pemalite technology and genius. The dogs of Earth are all that is left of Pemalite souls. Well, damn.
Mm-hmm. And next they're gonna say that they created C-SPAN, huh?
Hi, Mr. Spooky. Thank you. I like this sweater too. Yellow is my favorite.
Christopher B said, morbid humor. Don't worry, the Pemalites just moved to a farm planet up galaxy, where they can run and play with a bunch of indigenous canines. It's the best possible place for them.
I love wolves too.
The Pumelites just went to go live on a farm. Oh wait, my thing froze.
Uh-oh.
Okay, there we go.
You good? All right.
Yeah, I'm good.
Chapter 17. I don't think I would have believed any of it, except for the small fact that we were in a huge underground park and there were androids walking around. Plus, there was the fact that my entire life had become one long, incredible, unbelievable story. So who was I to laugh at Erek's story? So you all pass as humans? I asked Erek. He nodded. Yes, we live as humans. We play the role of children, and then we grow older, and eventually our holograms is allowed to die, and we start again as children. How long has this been going on? Cassie asked. Erek smiled warmly. I helped to build the Great Pyramid. You designed the pyramids? No, of course not. We have never interfered in human affairs. I was a slave. I helped to quarry the stone. Oh, this is dark. It was a challenge because I was new at pretending to be human. I had to hide my real strength, of course. The Pemelite home world had a gravity 4 times stronger than Earth's. Naturally, we were designed for that gravity, which means we are quite powerful by human standards. Pause. I like how they came this close to the somewhat dangerous notion of like, oh, aliens built the pyramids, and instead they flipped it around and refocused to like, no, you remember how we don't talk about how the pyramids were literally built by enslaved people? They were almost problematic, but they got woke at the last second.
Yeah.
We love to see that.
That's funny.
We love to see that U-turn.
Mr. Spooky says, all I wanted to was compliment an amazing YouTuber, and that's all I'm probably going to leave. Leave. Or what? Oh, I'm probably going to leave. Love your videos.
Bye, Mr. Spooky. Thank you. What kind of not like wolves? Wolves are great, especially white wolves are kind of like a lucky charm thing with me. Wolves are just wonderful. I love wolves.
If you love wolves so much, then that's why Torn's your favorite character, huh?
Torin is a very complex character. I will say that.
He's a lone wolf, but the thing is that wolves work in teams, so he's eventually going to live up to the expectations of that spirit he possesses.
Yep. The Pemelite home world had a gravity 4 times stronger than Earth's. Naturally, we were designed for that gravity, which means we are quite powerful by human standards. I think that was where I left off. And you stayed a slave? Jake asked. You could have taken over Egypt. You could have taken over the world. No, we are not the Yerks, he said coldly. You see, when our creators made us, they hardwired us for non-violence. We are not capable of hurting another living being. No chi has ever taken a life. It's
kind of like, I was gonna say, it's kind of like that law. What is it? Something about how robots cannot destroy their it's some sort of law.
Huh.
Some sort of I'll look it up and I'll tell you after the end of the chapter.
Okay. Just then, I noticed a group of 4 chi walking quickly toward us. Erek saw them too. Even though I know his face was just a hologram, it seemed to me he was annoyed. What have you done? One of the chi demanded. What have you done, you fool? The 4 chi came up and glared at us with robot eyes. Humans? An Andalite? Here? What have you told them? Everything, Erek said defiantly. These are the ones, these humans, and this Andalite, who have been resisting the Yerks. They're the ones who can morph. His voice rose. They're the ones who are fighting the battle we should fight. We are chi. We do not fight, one of the androids said. It turned on its holographic projection. A human body appeared, the body of an old woman, maybe 80 years old. I am Chi Lonos. My human name, for now, is Maria, she said. I did not mean to seem angry toward you humans, or you, my Andalite friend. My dispute is with the Chi called Erek and some of his friends. We stood by helplessly as the Howlers annihilated our creators, Erek said to Maria. We can't stand by helplessly and watch this world be destroyed too. Dogs and humans are intertwined. They have evolved a dependency. Dogs cannot survive without humans. If the humans fall to the Yerks, we, the last great masterpieces of the Pemelites, and the dogs, their spirit homes, will all die too. I gave Jake a look. That's why the Chi wanted to help humans? To save dogs? Jake shook his head slightly in amusement. We do not fight, Maria said heatedly. We do not kill. You know that, Erek. Yet you bring these outsiders here. You blurt the secrets we have kept for thousands of years. Why? What good can come from it? We cannot fight to save the humans. That is where you're wrong, Erek said softly. We can fight. While you and the others merely hope that everything will work out, my friends and I have been infiltrating the Yerk organizations here on Earth. The Yerks even think that I am one of them. Maria and the three unhologrammed Chi just stared. The Yerks have been busy. They control a computer company called Matcom. It took me a couple of seconds to remember that name. Erek went on. The Yerks are working on a master computer to infiltrate and rewrite all the software in all the computers on Earth. When they have achieved sufficient force among humans, they will launch this computer bomb and in a flash control all the computers. Why does this have to do with us? Maria asked. The heart of this system is a crystal the Yerks obtained from a Dayang trader? The Dayang trader didn't know what he had, but the Yerks did. The crystal is a processor more sophisticated than anything even the Andalites could create, and it's more than 50,000 Earth years old. A Pemelite crystal, Maria gasped. Yes, a Pemelite crystal. If we had it, we could rewrite our own internal systems. Do you understand now? We could erase the prohibition against violence. We could be free to fight. A Pemelite crystal, Maria whispered. You can't do this, Erek. You can't. But Erek just turned away. If we can get the crystal, there is very little we can't do. Our strength joined with these Animorphs, the Yerks would have to double their forces just to contain us. How did you convince the Yerks that you are one of them? Axe asked him. Erek turned off his hologram and became a machine once again. And there, the front of his head split open. Inside his steel and ivory head was a chamber, just a few inches in diameter. And inside the chamber was a gray slug, helpless, unable to escape, tiny wires no thicker than hairs wrapped around it. Yerk, Axe hissed. Yes, Erek said. The Yerks believed I am human. The Yerks believe I am human. I accepted infestation, but of course, the Yerk cannot make a controller of me. I made a place for him instead. He sees nothing, knows nothing. I tapped his memory, not the other way around, and now I can pass among the Yerks like one of them. I had two reactions. One, I was sick at the thought of that Yerk trapped inside a steel cage. As much as I hated Yerks, it seemed harsh just the same. But another reaction was much stronger. We had an ally, a powerful ally, an android who could pass as a controller, who could enter the Yerk society, and an android with many powers of his own. How do you keep the Yerks alive without Kandrona rays? Cassie asked. See, every 3 days, a Yerk has to return to the Yerk pool to observe Kandrona rays. Without that, they die. I am able to use my own internal power to generate Kandrona rays to help this Yerk, to keep this Yerk alive, Erek explained. When I go to the Yerk pool, I am able to trick the Yerks into believing that my Yerk is swimming in the pool, and I generate a hologram of a Yerk leaving my ear and dropping into the pool. Later, I create a hologram of it returning. The Yerks never notice that they don't encounter this Yerk actually in the pool. Yerks communicate very little in their natural states. How do we fit into all of this? Jake asked. I mean, what do you want with us, Erek? Erek resumed his human appearance. He stepped toward us, eager, excited. We could fight together against the Yerks. We could be allies, if only. We need that Pemalite crystal, but the Yerks have created a maze of defenses like nothing you could imagine. The crystal in the room at the heart of the Matcom building. There are Hork-Bajir everywhere, elite Hork-Bajir warriors, the best. And the crystal itself is guarded by an ingenious system. It is concealed in a room of absolute darkness. Absolute darkness. The slightest, faintest light, ultraviolet, infrared, any light will set off alarms. Within the darkness are wires that are set off by the slightest touch. So to get the crystal, you'd have to be able to find it without seeing it and avoid the wires that are also invisible in the darkness, I said. It's like finding a needle in a haystack when you're blindfolded and can't touch a single piece of hay. The walls, ceiling, and floor are all pressure sensitive, so you can't touch them. It may be impossible, Erek said. How are we supposed to do that? I demanded. How can you find something you can't see? It's not like it's not like it'll smell or call out to us. Cassie said. Excuse me, Jake said in surprise. It can be done, Cassie said. I mean, if we want to. Of course we want to, I said. With these guys on our side, we actually have a chance of winning. Of course we want to. Animorphs and Chi together? Our morphing ability, their strength and holographic tricks? We'd kick Yerk butt. No, Maria cried. You don't understand. Chi do not hurt. Chi do not kill. No Chi has ever taken a life. She grabbed my arm and looked right in my eyes. While humans and Yerks and Andalites and Hork-Bajir and a million other species on a million worlds warred and slaughtered and conquered, we remained at peace. Would you end all that? Would you make us killers too? Yes, ma'am, I guess I would, I said a little coldly. We're in a fight for our lives here. Our parents, our brothers and sisters, our friends. They're all going to be slaves to the Yerks if we don't win, so I'll do whatever it takes. If you'd fought all those thousands of years ago, the Pemalites would still be alive, and you wouldn't be living with dogs in a big underground kennel. I didn't mention the sudden interest in the sharing had in my father. I didn't want to make this personal. Maria let me go, and Erek nodded. A big underground kennel, Erek said bitterly. Exactly. We'll get your crystal for you, Jake said. Tell us all you know about this Matcom, and we'll get your crystal. He looked to the Chi, called Maria. Sorry, but Marco is right. The Yerks have my brother. There's nothing I won't do to get him back. And here we get into War Crimes, the series. The plot is thickening.
Yes, it is. So, like I was saying, it was Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics. So, first law being a robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow human being to come to harm. And then the second law is a robot may obey orders given to it by human beings except where such orders conflict with the first law.
Huh.
The third one being a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first and the second law. And then he later added zeroth law. All of the above. A robot may not harm humanity or by inaction allow humanity to come to harm.
So basically all the opposite of the things that like sci-fi movies are scared of, where like robots take over the earth.
Yeah, but I think it's also a social commentary. The Chi are kind of like the I guess you could say they're kind of like the other first world nations, but like that don't have a hand in the war.
They're a neutral state
Yeah, they're like,
that are
oh no
being.
no no, we don't fight.
Yeah,
But
they're neutral like Switzerland. Switzerland is neutral.
yeah, like Switzerland,
They're being
they're the
pulled into
mercenaries.
war. Similarly to the way that the Russian-Ukrainian war, Switzerland had to break its neutrality rules for the first
Mhm,
time, like in forever, um,
mhm.
to help Ukraine, which it was good of them to do. But it is one of those types of things where it's like, huh, this is a commentary on whether or not war is always the wrong option, or fighting is always the wrong option.
But also, it's like I guess kind of a social commentary on like how certain countries don't want to go to war because it's like they don't have a reason necessarily to. It's like, oh well, why do we have to? It's not hurting us; it's hurting you guys. So why do we have to get our
Yeah,
hands dirty?
yeah, exactly. And America, we all know, is very guilty of that.
Yes, we are very much the Animorphs in all this. They're actually, yeah, we're the Andalites, where we
Probably.
feel where we feel like we have to interfere with everything that's wrong.
Yeah, we feel like that sometimes, but then there's other wars where we're just like, it's not hurting us. And then we get
Mm-hmm.
very chi about it.
Yes, we get very cheap about it.
That's what I'm going to call, like, it's trying to stay neutral when you need to say
Oh, don't be
something.
so chi.
Why
Don't
are
be
you being so
chi.
chi right now? Stop getting
Yeah,
so chi about this.
yeah. Don't be so chi. Come on. Either you're an Andalite or you're Yerk, and you better be an Andalite.
Stand for something.
Yeah.
All right, chapter 18. We rode the fake basement back up, leaving an eerie gold world of dogs behind. So, do we have a deal? Erek asked. You'll help us get the Pemalite crystal, and then we'll fight alongside you to defeat the Yerks. Sounds good to me, I said quickly. Unless anyone has an objection, Jake started to say. That's when Cassie interrupted. Erek, let us talk it over. It's a big decision. I was surprised, but not as surprised as Jake was. Then we heard a noise coming from directly above us. Oh man, I said. Excuse me. Oh man, I said. I know that sound. We all know that sound. Rachel. Oh, it's more like. It's the grizzly bear sound.
It's more
Rachel.
about rawr,
Rawr.
rawr.
Cassie
I'm a
said.
bear. Rawr.
Cassie said under her breath. We were down there a long time, Jake said. Erek, I think a friend of ours may have come in to rescue us. Erek shrugged. I don't think it's going to be a problem. You don't know our friend, I said. The basement had settled back into the normal place. I tore up the stairway. Rachel, chill! I burst back into the utterly normal kitchen and raced into the utterly normal living room. The front door of the house had been ripped off its hinges. The couch was thrown against one wall, and there, in the middle of the room, standing so tall its head scraped the ceiling, was a full-grown grizzly bear. Rachel roared in rage and frustration. Frustration, see, because the Chi, who passed as Erek's father, had her in a full Nelson. His human holograph arms were wrapped around the unbelievably massive shoulders of the grizzly, and he was actually holding the great bear still. He had pinned a grizzly so powerful it could literally turn a Toyota into an aluminum can. Okay, now I've seen everything, I said. You Chi are very strong, Axe commented. This was the understatement of all time. Where have you been? Rachel demanded. I waited as long as I could. I figured you were dead or something. And if you don't have a good explanation, you will be dead. Oh, we have a story, all right, Cassie said. Rachel had calmed down and stopped roaring when she saw us. Now the Chi slowly released her, and she began to change back out of morph. Jake looked embarrassed and started to pull the couch back down. Erek, this is our friend Rachel. It was smart of you to keep a reserve, Erek commented. To Rachel, he said, I hope you weren't hurt. How come you can wrestle a grizzly if you have to be non-violent? I asked Erek. Of course, my father here knew she was not a true bear, and he only held on to her. He did not destroy her. If Rachel had been strong enough to win, my father would have had no choice but to allow himself to be destroyed. I laughed. I see why you want to change that. I expected Erek to agree. Instead, he looked a little sad. Yes, he said. Just that one word. We started to leave. I left the others to get a few steps ahead of... Let me try that again. I let the others get a few steps ahead of me. I pulled Erek over. Hey, Erek, you were at my mom's funeral. I don't think I said thanks at the time. Erek looked away and bit his lip. Marco, there's something I have to tell you. I think I already know. My mother isn't dead. She's a controller. She's Visser 1. It was Erek's turn to be impressed. You guys have learned a lot. I shrugged. Is that why you were at the funeral? Did you know? Erek nodded. I knew. I might have been able to save her if... I met his gaze. Too late to save her, I said. But payback is going to be very painful for those filthy slugs. On the way home, we filled Rachel and Tobias in on what had happened. It took a while. We were back at Cassie's barn before we were done. I say do it, Rachel said. That Chi guy held on to me like I was a baby. They're strong. They have technology we don't have. They've already penetrated the sharing. They would double our chances. End of story. No, not end of story, Cassie said, contradicting her friend. What right do we have to interfere and destroy the thousands of years of peace this species had? Didn't you hear, Maria? No Chi has ever taken another life. You want them to be saying 1,000 years from now that the Chi ever took a life till we made them killers? I rounded on her, angry. What I don't want 1,000 years from now is for people to be saying, too bad about the humans. They ended up as dead as the Pemelites. Axe? Jake said. You haven't said much. Axe was a human morph, of course, since we were in the barn. As you know, we Andalites are not supposed to interfere in the lives of other species. I am already breaking that law with you, and I am proud to be breaking that law in this case. But the Chi, it makes a funny sound, doesn't it? Chi. He smiled with his human mouth, then grew serious again. The Chi are a different species, older than Andalites. I feel badly helping another species to become violent. Rachel said, Look, no one likes violence, all right? But we didn't ask for this war with the Yerks. When the bad guys come after you, when they all start the violence, they leave you no choice. Fight or die. Fight or die, I agreed. And you want proof? Look at the Pemelites. They didn't fight. They died. All gone. No more. Scratch a whole species. Now their essence, whatever that means, is stuck inside dogs, and their robots feed them extra kibble. Yippee! That worked out real well for them, and even that's better off than we'll be if we lose to the Yerks. Law of the jungle, Rachel said. You eat or you get eaten. Maybe, Tobias said, speaking up for the first time. But still, wouldn't it be nice if that wasn't the law? How can you take that attitude? I demanded. You're a predator. You know how it is. Yes, I know exactly how it is. That doesn't mean I like it. Look, the Pemelites were wiped out. Maybe because they didn't fight. Maybe they'd have lost even if they had fought. We'll never know. But the Chi have lived for thousands of years. I know they're androids, but they're a species too. They've survived without killing. Doesn't something about that make you jealous? Don't you wish we could say the same? Don't you wish Homo sapiens could face the universe and honestly say, we do not kill, we don't enslave, we don't make war? I don't make the rules, I said. I didn't start this war. Humans didn't start this war. Look, I don't want to make this personal, but I know the name Matcom. My dad is involved in some work with them. And the other day, Tom, I shot a glance at Jake, his brother, was on to me to come to the sharing and bring my father. The sharing is targeting my dad, and now we know why. So for me, it's simple. If we take this Pemalite crystal, maybe my dad isn't involved with Matcom anymore, and maybe the Yerks find something else to infest. No one had an answer for that. I knew they wouldn't. Cassie walked down to the far end of the barn and came back carrying a small cage. Total darkness can't touch walls, floor, or ceiling, and you have to travel through a room stung with sensitive wires you can't even see. She held up the cage. Meet the animal that can do all of that. It was no larger than a small rat with leathery wings folded back. Cool, I said. First I'm Spider-Man, now I get to be Batman? Yay, I love bats. Bats are so great.
Sammy H says, "Hi Avery, how are you today?"
Hi, Sammy, I'm good. How are you?
Okay.
Alrighty. Let's see. Chapter 19. I thought for once we'd get a chance to practice with the Batmorph. We were planning to go after the Pemalite crystal the next weekend. Plenty of time to plan and prepare. Yeah, right. Marco, my dad yelled up the stairs to my room, where I was desperately trying to figure out some math homework. Yeah? Phone. X equals 0.039. I reminded myself so I wouldn't lose my place. I went into the hall to grab the upstairs phone. 0.039. Yeah, who is it? Hi, Marco. It's me, Erek. Oh, hi, Erek. What's up? I hoped he would remember our phones could be bugged. Not much, she said, sounding very convincingly human. I was just thinking, though, you know that thing we were going to do next weekend? Why don't we just do it tonight instead? I knew what the thing was, and I knew Erek wasn't calling on a whim. Something had gone wrong. I swallowed my heart, which had jumped into my throat. Okay, maybe I'll call Jake and see if he wants to do it too. That'd be excellent, Erek said. Later, man. I hung up the phone and thought seriously about pretending I hadn't gotten the call. I mean, I wanted to do this. It was important, life and death, but it was like something out of Mission Impossible, and without planning or practice, it was beyond impossible. Plus, I had homework to do. I picked up the phone and called Jake. 4 hours later, with all of our parents asleep in their beds, we met at Cassie's barn. All of us, including Axe. Erek arrived last. He didn't waste time with small talk. There's a problem. The Yerks are putting in a brand new security system on top of the existing system. I don't think it's active yet, but I can't find out what it is. Fine, we can wait a few weeks till you can get the details, Tobias said. The crystal is already so well protected that any new system may put it beyond our grasp for good, Erek said. And don't forget, the Yerks are racing to the crystal to create a computer system so powerful it can take over every computer on Earth. They're not there yet, but the longer we wait... Oh man, this sucks, I said. No planning, no preparation, just go in and hope for the best? I'll tell you everything I know, Erek said. Listen carefully. It is not too complicated. For a few seconds, we sort of teetered on the edge. We weren't sure what to do. Erek wanted us to go in, obviously, but he had his own interests, which might not be the same as ours. It was the worst possible situation. Any one of our parents could wake up and discover we were not at home. That would mean frantic phone calls back and forth from our folks to our friends' parents, calls to the cops, probably search teams out beating the woods. Go or don't go? Jake asked. Go, Rachel said, but with less enthusiasm than usual. Not a lot less. Go, I said, but personally, I can't blame anyone who wants to sit this one out. Cassie gave me a dirty look. I guess she took that personally. I say go, she said. I don't sit anything out, Marco. I'm not in this, Tobias said. I'm useless on this mission, so I don't vote. I go where Prince Jake goes, Axe said. Don't call me Prince Jake. Don't call me Prince, Jake said wearily for the 1,000th time. Okay, we go. Don't call me Prince. You can just hear it.
Surely you jest. I don't. And don't call me Shirley.
My dad loves that movie. Erek immediately began telling us all he knew about Matcom and the security of the Pemalite crystal. After about 2 minutes, I was ready to change my vote. But then it was too late. We'd made our decision, and it was as if we were being swept toward a waterfall like a bunch of canoeists who'd lost their last paddle. We'd survive or not, but one thing was for sure, we were definitely going over the edge. All right. Did I miss anything in chat before I go on to the next thing?
No, but my best friend is on the chat, so.
Oh, hey.
I don't know what he's talking about. All he's saying is everyone wants to be Batman, and we all know where it's going and what he means by it. I don't know what exactly he's talking about, so.
Albert, Batman is pretty cool. He knows like all of the martial arts.
Yes, all of the martial arts.
Like every single one. That's pretty impressive.
Yes.
Chapter 20. Erek was not going with us, but he would be waiting outside Matcom when we came out. Assuming we came out. We flew from Cassie's barn to the Matcom building. It was one of those boring-looking 3-story glass and cement buildings you see in industrial parks everywhere. Just a bunch of blue glass rectangles with big parking lot in back. In fact, it looked so much like every other boring square building in the industrial park, we had trouble finding it. We flew around a lost gang of owls for a good 15 minutes before Rachel spotted the Matcom sign. We landed on the roof of the building. Erek had assured us that there were no cameras or guards up there. Let's find that pipe, Jake whispered as soon as we were all human again, or in Axe's case, Andalite. Erek said southwest corner, right? I said. Northwest, Cassie said. She sounded sure, so I decided to agree. Yeah, that was it. Which way is northwest? Axe laughed in thought speak, till he realized I was serious. You can't find directions? He sounded shocked, like he'd just discovered we had hidden tail blades. It's that corner over there. The pipe was about 3 inches in diameter. I hope this works, I said. I don't even know if my Spider-Man can make silk. Spider-Woman, Cassie said. Your spider-morph is female. Wolf spiders don't make webs, but they do make silk. It should work. Easy for you to say. I don't even know how to turn on the silk thing. But Axe was already morphing into the wolf spider, so I hurried to catch up. By the time Axe and I were in spider morph, the others had all become cockroaches. Man, you two are ugly at this scale, Rachel said. Geez, I don't ever need to see another spider at my own size again. We're ugly? You want to know what you look like right now? You look like dinner, I said, laughing evilly. Juicy cockroach. The spider morph is hungry. This spider morph is hungry, and you look tasty. Marco, get a grip, Jake said patiently. Let's do this. I'll demorph and step on your ugly butt, Rachel growled. From where I was standing, the gravel of the rooftop, From where I was standing in the gravel of the rooftop, the pipe looked like a round skyscraper. It extended above the roof by about a foot, which is quite a distance when you're half an inch high. I scampered around the pipe. On one side had been splashed with tar. It would be easy to grip. I raced easily up the pipe and to stand precariously on the lip. I could feel the breeze blowing up from the blackness beneath me. It was like standing on the edge of the Grand Canyon. The pipe went down through all 3 stories and an extra underground story. 4 floors, bad enough when you're human-sized, 1,000,000 miles when you're a spider. Axe came crawling up to the teeter alongside me. Okay, I said. Now comes the fun part. I tried to search the spider brain, looking for the subtle, secret signals that would start me spinning silk. Fortunately, the spider wasn't exactly Albert Einstein. It only knew how to do about 4 things, one of which was spin silk. The spider body sort of, pushed out a strand of gooey white filament. It stuck to the edge of the pipe. Axe did the same. Well, this is certainly disgusting, I said. Ready, Axe? Yes. Then, yee-haw! I sprang from the lip of the pipe into the darkness. It was so totally Spider-Man. I fell slowly down, 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 twisting and turning my way down the pipe. Behind me, a long white string grew. It braked my fall so that I was dropping in slow motion. The spider eyes were not bad at seeing in the relative dark. A bit of moonlight followed us down part of the way as we dropped. And then it started being fun. I kicked away from the side of the pipe and cartwheeled through the air. My web looped around Axe's, and soon we were weaving a weird silk rope. It was cool in a way, till I felt a certain emptiness. Axe, I'm running out of web. Yes, me too. How far do you think we've dropped? I don't know. You know which way is northwest, but you don't know how far we've dropped? We could still have 2 stories to go, I said. I think our plan has a minor flaw, Axe said, with his usual understatement. But we are very light, small creatures. We should survive a fall. So should the others in Cockroach Morph. Maybe. See, the problem is there's only one way to find out if we'll survive. By dropping. Axe didn't say anything. Oh man, I groaned. I cut the strand of web, and I fell down through the darkness toward a landing I could only hope wouldn't kill me. Chapters are getting shorter. We're getting towards the end.
Yep. So we got a new viewer, Mr. Bowser Jr., who stumbled upon your channel.
Mr. Bowser Jr.
And then Sammy H wants to remind you of the suggestions to Australian media. And if I can interject, well, Avery has a big plate of things on to do, live streaming and working to help edit other videos and working on her own videos. So it's not that she doesn't want to do it. It's just that there's a big list of stuff, and it's on there. It's just slowly moving up the list.
Yeah, we'll get to it. But yeah, there's just a million things. So I haven't been ignoring it on purpose. It's just one of those things. Who wants to volunteer to chump?
Damn it, AJ.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Let's draw straws again. Wink.
Wait, I'm reading. Whoop, hang on, let me go back. Big Animorphs fan, and I've never seen someone do a read along aloud before. So we're reading in order because we have the shared file of all the books. So we're on book 10. We've also read one of the Megamorphs because that's like 7.5. So yeah, so we're on our way through. We have all the VODs up if you wanted to go back and watch the other VODs that we've done so far. And we're just every Friday we've been just reading one of them. Been pretty fun. I never read Animorphs as a kid, so this is a first time through for me.
I only saw videos by people, and they're like, "Oh, this sounds interesting to read. Let me get into it." And then what was I gonna say? Oh, so for Bowser, we do the Animorph readings every Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time or 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So if you're wanting to join us, that's when we normally have them, and we have made Visser 3 into the mustache twirling villain of the story. He loves his boxed wine and he loves his fur coats.
Yes, we love Visser 3. Well, our rendition of Visser 3. He's very fun. No, you're good, Sammy. Just letting you know. We'll get there eventually. It's funny, when I started the channel 3 years ago, I was like, how many things can I actually talk about? And then it turns out a lot of things. Unending things. The Department of Nostalgic, Obscure, and Strange is most of the things. This keeps minimizing, and it's just like, hey, there's our...
You're a lot better than this than I am, and I started 3 years ago, too. But I started on podcasting.
Yeah, now I'm...
Like, you know what? This is not fun anymore. I'm going to put a pause on it for a sec.
And see, now I'm about to start juggling a podcast with all the other things, so that'll be fun. All right, chapter 21. It was a long drop down. Ah! They really love a good automatopoeia in these books. They really do. We hit something hard. We bounced. We hit again. You okay? Jake called down. Oh, yeah, I'm great, I said. I fell about 1 billion feet and landed on a steel trampoline. Couldn't be better. Sarcasm, Rachel commented coolly. He must be okay. Laugh now, Rachel. We'll see how much you laugh when it's your turn. The plan was for Axe and me to create silk cable the others in Cockroach Morph would be able to climb down. That way, they would all have to go spider. Not that it would have helped anyway. We're coming down, Jake said. When we reach the end of the silk, we'll jump. If you two survived, we will. Nothing kills a cockroach. True, I found that out the hard way. Nothing does kill a cockroach. Why don't you stand right beneath me, Marco? Rachel suggested. You can break my fall. Axe and I scurried out of the way. A few seconds later, after they had climbed down the end of our silk. What? I don't know what the sound of cockroaches hitting the ground sounds like. I don't like to think about it. 3 cockroaches landed nearby. It's pretty dark. Who knows? I answered. It's a heating air conditioning vent, I guess. Erek said it would be part of the furnace system. Supposedly we go west 100 feet or so, then drop down, then go across the furnace, then down again, then right, then we're at the edge of the high security room, where the real trouble starts. Excuse me? Did someone say furnace? Cassie asked. Yeah, I said furnace. Does it occur to any of you that the furnace might actually come on? Cassie said. Not till right this minute, I said. It's not very cold out, Rachel pointed out. Okay, I've seriously changed my mind, I said. Let's go home. Of course, no one listened to me. We scrabbled along the steel floor, 2 spiders and 3 cockroaches. Our rough claws seemed to make a horrible din on the metal, scuffing and scratching. I hate that. But it probably wouldn't have sounded like anything to a human. As we ran, there was more and more dust on the floor of the vent. It was weird, like walking through dried leaves. My 8 legs kicked through it, and it swirled behind me as I passed. Eventually, the dust became as thick as a carpet, although in reality, it was probably no more than a few millimeters thick. Every 10 feet or so, there would be a grilled opening. Through the massive upright bars, I could see offices. The light in the offices was very dim, just the glow of computer screen savers and red or green function lights. But it helped us to find our way through the darkness of the vent. Then, what's that? Rachel yelled. She was the farthest back. Uh-oh, something coming. I feel the vibrations, something big. She took off. I took off. We all took off. Now I could feel the vibrations too. Quick, confused sounding footsteps and a dragging sound like something was being hauled. I ran. To my left, another spider. Axe. Ahead of me, 2 roaches almost as big as I was. Rachel was just back to my right. I couldn't exactly turn and glance over my shoulder. I had no shoulder. I had no actual head to turn. So I paused, spun around. In the dim light from the vent, I saw it. Huge, 20 times my size, a vast, horrible menace. A rat, I yelled. A rat! The thing I'd heard dragging was its naked tail and furried abdomen. It was hungry, and it was after us. And unfortunately, it was faster than me. Go, go, go! It's great! It's gaining! I yelled. We blew at top speed, spider and cockroach speed, which seems really fast when you're an inch long, but isn't really that many miles per hour. A rat can do maybe 5 or 6 miles an hour. A spider is lucky to break 1 mile per hour. We'll have to morph back, Jake said. Not in here, Cassie cried. Not enough room. Next vent, Jake said. We go out through the next vent. The next vent was about 10 feet away. I couldn't turn around to look at the rat, but every hair on my spider body told me it was just inches behind me. Yet there was something else making my hair tingle, too. Something about the breeze. Yeah! I heard Jake yell. A split second later, my spider leg was clawing air. It was like a Roadrunner cartoon. I was zoomed out into space. It seemed to hang there with my little feet motoring away, and then I fell. Oh, yes, Axe said. Oh, wait. Axe said calmly. Erek mentioned we had to go down again. Wham! 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 We hit steel again, and each impact sent dust clouds swirling. Keep running, Cassie cried, and fortunately for once, I didn't argue. Ba-boom! The rat dropped behind us. It was still after us. Fortunately, it was a little stunned by the impact, whereas we were out of there. Suddenly, ahead of us, the steel floor opened up and again, but instead of a drop into darkness, there was a weird, vast plain of jagged spires. Each of the spires was steel, 3 times as tall as my little spider body. Each metal spire opened at the top. There were hundreds of them, all arranged in perfect rows. A foul smell, something my spider mind knew nothing about, came from the field of spires. A weird flickering glow lit the landscape. In the eerie light, it looked like some awful graveyard with the spires like industrial strength gravestones or something. I mean, it was creepy. What is that? I asked. Let's just get going, all right? Rachel suggested. We can sightsee some other time. I would never have walked into that field if the rat hadn't been just 2 feet back and gaining again. I didn't need spider senses to know there was danger here. It screamed danger. I stuck out one spider leg and touched the top of the nearest spire, then another, and another. I walked from spire to spire carefully, cautiously. The cockroaches crawled and squirmed through the valleys between spires, unable to stand normally. They had to drag themselves inch by inch. What is it? What is that? I asked again. You don't want to know, Jake said grimly. Let's just get out of here, okay? Right then it hit me, from the tone of Jake's thought-speak voice. Oh man, this is the furnace, isn't it? These spires, the holes in the tops of them, it's where the gas comes out. Not if one of them turns on the heat, Rachel said grimly. Over my head now, I saw the source of the eerie glow. It was the pilot light. It was a jet of blue flame as long as my body. I could feel the heat from it, even though it seemed to be as far above my head as the ceiling of a cathedral. The rat, smarter than we were, decided to stop at the edge of the furnace, but there was no going back. We had to cross the furnace. We had to hope that Matcom Corporation was into energy conservation and didn't waste heat. We had to pray that no one had messed with the thermostat, because if the heat comes on, gas. The gas blew with hurricane force up through the tops of the spires. In seconds, the gas would rise to the pilot light. In seconds, the entire landscape would erupt in flame. I thought I'd been moving as fast as I could move. I was wrong. I had a whole extra speed. Ahead of me, I saw Jake, Rachel, and Axe all reach safety. Only Cassie and I were still deadly inches away from safety. Run! Run, 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 run! Then whoosh! Fa-whoop! The whole world seemed to explode around me, a wall of flame, a hurricane of hot air. I was blown head over heels, somersaulting through the air, as hot as an oven. Oof. That's a big oof.
The roof, the roof,
The roof is on fire.
We don't need no water. Just let it.
What's up? What's going on in chat? Spiders from outer
My friend's
space.
just joking, and then Bernie's all like, I don't want to think about that. Mutant space spiders.
Sounds like the sequel to Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
The way that he said it, though, it reminds me of from the docuseries I told you about, where one of the kids, like, because all the kids start singing, and then one of the kids, like, can you stop singing? You're making me nervous.
That reminds me of, did anybody watch Charlie and Lola as kids?
Oh, I love that cartoon when I was a kid.
I loved, by the same author who created Charlie and Lola, was Clarice Bean books, which I loved, and I'm going to read at some point on the channel because I literally read them just over and over and over again. They were super fun.
I guess we found our next project, huh? Let's react to Charlie and Lola.
Oh my god, Charlie and Lola was so cute.
So underrated.
Yep. Laser's seen Charlie and Lola. Charlie and Lola was great. I somersaulted backward, hit steel floor again, and screeched like a skidding car. I plowed straight into Jake, and a split second later, Cassie plowed straight into me. Cassie, are you okay? Jake asked. Yes, I think so. Who can tell with this roach body? I'm okay too, I said. You know, just in case anyone cares. I guess they like to keep the building nice and warm, huh? Rachel said. That was very close to being a disaster, Axe said. We should thank the rat. If he had not chased us, we would have been crossing those gas jets several seconds later. That was not a nice picture to think of. We would have fried, sizzled, and popped open faster than we could even try to think about demorphing. That would have left a big wad of macro mass floating in Z-space, I muttered. I could joke about it, but I was quivering inside. The rest of the trip through the heating and air conditioning system was calm, but that just gave me time to think about the close call. 1 second slower, and I'd have gone out as a roasted spider. There are walls up here, Jake warned from the head of our little pack of singed bugs. No, wait, not walls, like a maze, like Erek said. We traveled through a series of switchbacks around a steel panel, then back around another. It was a light blocking system. It would block out every last photon of light that might come through the vent. Then we came to the edge of a drop. Beyond it, I knew, was the high security room itself, the location of the Pemalite crystal. We were 6 feet up. We had to drop and then stay within 2 feet of the wall. Any movement farther toward the center of the huge room, and we would set off pressure sensors and the floor. By that time, we were used to falling. Next, I want to try jumping out of a plane without a parachute, I said as I stepped into the black void. It's an eerie experience falling into total darkness. You have no idea where the floor is. It's almost like you're not falling at all, until you hit the bottom, that is. Stay close to the wall, Jake reminded everyone. Hug the wall and demorph. I was relieved to be human again. My human eyes were no better than spider eyes at penetrating the darkness. It was darker than any night, darker than hiding in a closet at midnight. This was the darkness of being buried alive. There could be 6 Hork-Bajir standing 3 inches away, and we wouldn't know it, I said in a whisper that seemed to be deadened by the darkness itself. That's a nice thought, Rachel said dryly. Even a single photon of light would set off the light sensors, Axe said. This is complete darkness. And according to Erek, we stepped 2 feet away from the wall. We'd run into a maze of ultra-sensitive wires, and any contact and the alarm goes off. We have to travel 40 feet without touching a wire, without touching the floor or ceiling or walls, Jake reminded us. Let's morph. We'll all be able to see then, Cassie said. Or maybe not see exactly, but you know what I mean. What she meant was that we would be able to echolocate, kind of like the dolphin morph. You guys remember playing Ransom of the Seven Ships? For everybody that was there last year, they're all having flashbacks. For everybody that wasn't there, just wait until this year, because it's going to be awful all over again. We would
Yeah,
be
because I was like, is that a Nancy Drew game?
Yes, I've decided I'm gonna replay them like once a year, because I wanted to do that anyway. But it looks like we're getting a new game finally from Her Interactive. So I think in June, June is gonna be like the time where like we replay all the Nancy Drew games.
Fun.
We also, a lot of us that are here in this community weren't here last year for that, so it'll be fun. Have like an annual thing. Anyway, Ransom of the Seven Ships is a terrible game, and we all hated it. We
hated it. It was horrible, but 10 out of 10 would play again.
0 out of 10, but would play again just to have like, completion. Kind of like the dolphin morph, we would be able to make very fast, ultra high sounds that the human ear would not even hear. Those sounds would vibrate off any solid object and send back a sort of sound picture. At least that's what we hoped. We had been planning to practice and find out if it was true. Instead, we were morphing without any knowledge of what we were getting into. Someday we'll think all of this is funny, I said. If we happen to live long enough. I focused my mind on the morph we had each acquired. They aren't as creepy as people think. Certainly not as creepy as morphing a spider. The particular bat was a very small, just a few inches long. It looked like a mouse with huge ears and the face of a Pekingese dog. If you forgot about the leathery wings, it was just another basic mammal. But this was one case where the weirdness wasn't something you saw. I couldn't see anything. Nothing. I couldn't see myself shrinking, the ground rushing up at me. I couldn't see the way my legs shrank to almost nothing, and broken fur and brown fur. I was like, what is broken fur? And brown fur spouted from my body. I couldn't see the way my fingers grew so long, and a paper-thin leather web filled the spaces between them. I saw none of it. I didn't even know I was a bat until my bat brain sent an order for me to open my mouth and chirp out a pulse of sound. I fired a string of super fast sound pulses, like making a loud machine gun sound, only a lot higher and way, way faster. And then, whoa, I said, the entire pitch black invisible room had just lit up. It wasn't like seeing exactly. It was like feeling almost, except it was like you were feeling from a distance. I felt a vast room. I felt thousands of wires strung taut up and down, left to right at angles. And in the center of the room, beyond the maze of wires, I felt a raised flat surface and a sort of pedestal. There were curling wires coming from the top of the pedestal. All that came in a flash. Then it was gone. The others each fired off their own echolocating blasts, but I couldn't feel their sounds as clearly. Okay, that is cool, Rachel said. That is way cool. The wires seemed awfully close together. Sorry, I was turning my gain down just a little bit because I could hear myself popping the mic a little. Where was I? Okay, that is cool, Rachel said. That is way cool. The wires seem awfully close together, Cassie worried. I wish we'd had time to try out these wings. I guess all we can do is hope for the best. Trust the bat to do the flying. Abandon yourself to the Force, Cassie Skywalker, I said. Thanks, Darth. You first. Me first? Oh. Suddenly, I didn't feel at all like laughing. I licked my lips with my little bat tongue, assuming I had lips. I wasn't sure. I opened my wings, spread them wide, and thought, well, this should be interesting. I tested the wings cautiously. They moved differently than bird wings, more like I was reaching out with each stroke to grab the air and push it behind me. Okay, here goes. I fired an echolocating burst and took off. Fired again. Then there were tight strings all around me. Left, left again, down, no up. Right, left, right, right, straight up. Again and again, the high-pitched sound machine gun fired. Again and again, I dodged millimeters from a wire. It was insane. It was so fast, my human brain was 3 steps behind. It was instantaneous. It was impossible. The speed, the agility, the instant translation of the echolocating blasts. And suddenly, I was through. I was through the wires. I landed on the table in the center of the room. It was all over in 10 seconds of lunatic flight. Okay, now that is a roller coaster ride. Yes, I said, incredibly jazzed from having made it. Yes. The others came one by one. I could watch them fly. Seeing them in my echolocating flashes, everyone made it, and we were feeling pretty good about it too. It was a rush. We did it, I said. These bats can fly, Rachel added. Is that the crystal? Cassie asked. Axe fired a burst and said, that must be it. It was no bigger than a grape. It rested on a small pedestal, wires. Now the sensor wires, not the sensor wires, but curling electrical type wires, edged in all around it. But the crystal itself was not attached to anything. It just lay there, where anyone could grab it. It made a low sort of humming noise. I know it makes no sense, but it was almost like the crystal. It's almost like that crystal was alive. I have a stupid question, I said. How do we grab this thing? For about a second, no one said a word. We don't have hands, Cassie said, pointing out the obvious. We can grab it in our mouths, Rachel said, right? Bats eat moths and stuff. They must have pretty strong jaws, strong enough to get the crystal back to the air vent. Oh, duh, of course, Jake said, sounding relieved. I'll do it. I believe that may not work, Axe said. Jake? Cassie said. Jake, if you have a crystal in your mouth, how do you fire the echolocating burst? At which point, we were suddenly no longer feeling good. I believe our plan now has somewhat of a flaw, Axe said quietly. Thank you, Axe.
Let's see. Ellery said, my proudest moment was getting the fucking alphabetically listed ransom of the 7 ships walked through deleted from the internet.
You did! That's amazing. I don't think I realized you actually got it deleted. There was this walkthrough. Ellery and Paulo because I was stuck and they were trying to help me with like cheat codes, and the walkthrough that they could find was alphabetically ordered, so it wasn't ordered in like the order of which you do things in the game, so it was like nearly impossible to use. And Ellery was just like pissed.
So 8 more pages. It looks like a lot of chapters. 3 more chapters, but I'm pretty sure it's only 2 pages each.
8 more pages. What I'm going to do, Ellery, or what I'm going to attempt to do, is go through and make some notes. Paulo sent me this really great, it's a yellow notebook, and so it just screams Nancy Drew to me, so I was going to go through and make some notes, so like, basically pre-game this time, because last time I was like, let's see if I can do it all by myself, and I could get through a lot of those puzzles, but not all of them. I don't think anybody can really get through all of them. I'm not going to speed run it, but I'm going to have, like, the cheat codes written down so that if I absolutely have to, they're there. Or, like, that's the plan.
Avery for speedrunning 2024. Let's make that happen, people.
8 more years. 8 more years.
8 more pages.
8 more. And then I'm going to have to sign off and go to sleep briefly. Chapter 23. See, we should never get cocky, Cassie said. It's tempting the irony gods. Irony gods, Axe asked. Irony gods would be a great name for a band. Yeah, Cassie said. The bitter spirits who wait around till you get cocky, then hammer you. These are real? No, of course not, Cassie said impatiently. How do we get out of here with that crystal? We power our way out, Rachel said. Axe said, Erek's opinion was that there would be many guards here in this building. We didn't see any of on our way through the shafts, Jake remarked, but Erek's been pretty accurate so far. I have a feeling if he says there are guards here, there are guards here. No choice, Rachel said. We morph whatever we have that's big, mean, and nasty, and then slam our way out of this place. Speaking of irony gods, I muttered. What do you mean? Rachel asked. I mean, we came here to get this Pemalite crystal so that she could be free to be violent. And now, despite all our clever planning, all our sneakiness and subtlety, we're stuck in the end going for total Schwarzenegger. Rachel's right. They do reference Schwarzenegger a lot, don't they?
Mhm.
Just a lot.
It was big at the time.
It was big at the time, yeah. Rachel's right, Jake said. He sighed. We're looking at a fighting retreat. Cassie said, I think there's a door over there. Try echolocating. You'll see a raised rectangular outline. I think it's a door. Yep, Jake agreed. Morph out. Keep that direction in mind. Remorph and be ready to haul butt for that door. Head for any way out of the building. Don't stand and fight. Just try to force your way past anyone who comes after us. It was times like this I was glad Jake was our so-called leader. We all knew what we had to do, but someone had to actually say it. And boy, was I glad it wasn't me. I have such a bad feeling about this, I muttered. Have you ever watched those old war movies where the Americans would be heading for some enemy beach? You know, they'd be in a little boat riding through the surf, getting ready to jump out on a beach that was going to be chewed up by machine gun bullets and mortars. That's what this felt like. Like we were pretty calm now, but in a few seconds it was going to be life and death. Things would happen very fast, and none of it was going to be good. I morphed back to human. Then I focused my mind on the morph I liked for fighting. It was still absolutely dark, so I didn't see my body grow big and hairy, but I could feel my shoulders bulk up beyond anything any bodybuilder ever even dreamed of. I could feel the strength like no human could ever possess. It was comforting to think that I was stronger than 3, 4, maybe 5 strong men, but not even the gorilla is invincible. Everyone ready? Jake asked. There in the darkness, near enough to touch, but invisible, was enough power to shred a small army. Jake was in his tiger morph. Cassie had gone wolf. Rachel was one of the few animals mightier than my gorilla. She was a full-grown, massively powered grizzly bear. And Axe, well, Axe was Axe. And trust me, when you've seen an Andalite in battle, you know that tail is all he needs. Ready? Why I'm looking forward to it, I said, trying to sound like I wasn't scared silly. I'll go first, Rachel said, and before anyone had time to object, roar! Rachel barreled past me, hitting me and practically spinning around me like a top. A microsecond later, scream! The alarm was deafening. The others barreled after her. I hesitated for just a moment while I felt in the dark for the Pemalite crystal. Aside from Axe, I was the only one with hands. Then I went after them. I plunged wildly into total darkness with a tiny crystal in my massive fist. Rachel tore a path through the alarm wires, and I could feel where she had gone. I slammed into Axe, then bounced into Jake, then suddenly, wham, hit the wall. That really blew out the microphone. I'm so sorry. Screech! 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 Harumsh! A loud, screeching, tearing noise. Suddenly, light. I could see. Man, it was a relief to be able to see something at last. Dim light came through the door, or what was left of the door, after Rachel had given the door 1,000 pounds or so of mad, ready-to-fight grizzly. The door was splinters. It was steel, and it was still splinters. I saw a flash of orange and black, moving fast but almost delicately. Jake and Tiger Morph. Cassie the wolf followed him. Right behind her was the one animal that wasn't from anywhere on Earth. There was a hallway outside. Jake said left, and we went left. Past doorways, past offices, past normal things like copiers and computers and fax machines and desks and cubicles. We ran. Rachel was in the lead, a huge, lumbering truck on 4 legs. Her roars mixed with the endless scream of the alarms. Scream! My voice to do it a little bit. Like, it's just a horrible sound. Suddenly, another door, a dead end. Rachel hit it with her shoulder, and the door was gone. There was a big room beyond. High ceilings, open space, a lobby sort of room, windows. I could see faint stars. I could see faint stars through the tinted glass. Escape was just 100 feet away. Freedom, life, and all that stood in our way was 20 men, human controllers, armed with automatic rifles, and behind them, 24 or more Hork-Bajir warriors. Rachel's bear had very poor vision, especially in the dim light. Hork-Bajir? She asked. Yep, I said. How many? Too many. Way too many. Uh-oh.
What happened?
I just said uh-oh based on how many Hork-Bajir and human controllers there were. KH2 speedrun plus all non-data. Oh my god. Yo, technically I still haven't beaten that last boss fight. That was just horrible. But still, we are done with Chain of Memories.
You didn't beat the last boss. You're not done yet.
We did. We're done on stream. I said I'd go back later and finish it. I spent the entire stream. I spent the entire stream trying, and I got really close.
Rescuing the rest of the 12 children from the haunted island? I don't think so.
No.
We're not done with that yet now.
I still need to get it running again.
We haven't rescued the rest of those children.
So yes, Albert, we are starting Kingdom Hearts 2 on Monday.
His name's AJ, by the way.
Oh, sorry. I was just reading the name that was there.
Yeah, I know that's his first name, but he likes to go by AJ because he's named after his dad, but he'd rather go by AJ.
Copy. AJ, we're starting Kingdom Hearts 2 on Monday. So That'll be fun.
Monday 4 or 5? Or what time your time?
4 your time. 7 here.
7 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock Pacific time.
She did it. It's done. Moving on. Look, I got like 1/3 away of a bar away from killing him after an entire night.
Doing that or Genie Jafar?
That, because I never actually got it. I never actually beat it. I'm going to have to sit one day and just try to beat it.
Okay. You heard it here first.
I mean, that one was more fun than Genie Jafar, but it was very difficult. All right, chapter 24. Scree! The alarm was howling, and then a far worse sound. Sh-click! The human controllers had cocked their... I don't know how to do that sound. The human controllers had cocked their rifles, chambering around. If they fired, we'd be blown apart before we could twitch. A human controller stepped out in front. She was a nice-looking middle-aged woman wearing normal street clothes. She had bleached blonde hair. She could have been someone's grandmother. So, the Andalite bandits, she said. Her face was twitching with tension, but she tried to sound calm. You've done me a big favor. When I turn you over to Visser 3, he'll promote me 2 grades, maybe 3. Or he may decide to destroy you for letting us get this far, Axe said coolly. Surrender. You can't escape. The woman snapped. I'd rather take you all alive, but the Visser would still be happy to have your corpses. We stared at her, and we stared at the muzzles of the 20 automatic rifles that were leveled at us. I held up my hand. Between my thick, brutal fingers, I held the Pemalite crystal. The woman turned as pale as her hair. Give me that. I shook my big gorilla head. Lower those guns, the woman snapped. What? Some guy behind her yelled. We have them cold. The woman's jaw twitched again, but she stayed in control. What do you think a bullet would do to that crystal? But the odds are that a bullet would hit the but the odds that a bullet would hit the crystal. It's not going to happen. But the woman smiled grimly. That crystal's worth more than the mother ship and everything in it, she said. The visor started yelling. You want to shoot? Go ahead, fool. If you hit the crystal, you can explain it to Visor 3. She got a grip on herself while the guy who had spoken out decided he was not interested in explaining anything to Visor 3. All human controllers back, weapons on safety, the woman snapped. The rifles faltered, then lowered toward the ground. But I knew better than to breathe a sigh of relief. See, I knew what was coming next. The woman looked right at me and smiled. Hork-Bajir forward. The Andalite who'd given us our powers had told us that Hork-Bajir had once been a gentle, decent race before they were all enslaved by the Yeerks. All Hork-Bajir were controllers now. But it was hard to believe the Hork-Bajir had ever been the sweethearts of the galaxy. They were death on 2 legs, 7 feet tall, 8 if you counted the forward raked blades that protruded from the top of their snake-like heads. They had blades at their elbows, blades at their wrists, blades at their knees. They had huge claw feet like Tyrannosaurs, and a short, thick tail that ended in cruel-looking spikes. They were walking razor blades, all sharp edges and lightning speed. I fought Hork-Bajir before, and I can count 2 dozen Hork-Bajir was at least a dozen more than we had any hope of defeating. Then, behind the Hork-Bajir, beyond the retreating human controllers outside the building, staring horror-stricken through the glass, I saw Erek. Erek, who could do nothing at all to help us, who was helpless to do anything but witness our slaughter. I felt like throwing up. The fear was all over me. The fear was surging through me, washing over me, drowning me from inside and out. We were going to lose. We were going to die. And life, any kind of life almost, is so much better than being dead. Attack, the woman said. Her voice was nearly a whisper. Oh, that time it's nearly a whisper. Okay. The Hork-Bajir leapt forward, a wall of slashing, whirling blades right in front of me. Shoo! A huge Hork-Bajir slashed and bright red line cut across my black leather chest. I swung my fist and hit the Hork-Bajir hard enough to fold him in 2, but another leapt over him and came at me. I blocked his arm, but he kept at me with his clawed foot. I fell back. I looked down and saw a hole in my stomach. A hole. I could see the gorilla's insides. My insides. My insides. Ah! I screamed in thought speak as the gorilla bellowed in agony. The Hork-Bajir leapt on top of me. I swung again and knocked his legs out from under him. He toppled down, but landed beside me. My left hand went to his throat, and I squeezed. I squeezed with all the strength that I had. The Hork-Bajir slashed at me again and opened a gash in my hairy arm, but I kept the grip tight. I screamed as the Hork-Bajir twitched and scrabbled wildly and began to jerk uncontrollably. The battle raged all around me. Screams, cries, bellows of animal rage, the garbled roars of the Hork-Bajir, even the guttural roar of the human controllers who were watching and cheered the Hork-Bajir on. I saw Jake leap through the air and close his jaws around a Hork-Bajir's face. I saw Rachel swing a paw and open up a Hork-Bajir like someone cleaning a fish. I saw Cassie dodging swiftly, biting, backing away, lunging, biting again, red foam flying from her muzzle, and Axe striking again, with the deadly speed and perfect accuracy of his Andalite tail. But we were losing. It would be over in a few seconds. We were losing. Oh God, someone screamed. Maybe it was me, I don't know. Help! Help! Get him off me! Look out! No! No! It was all one combined thought, speech, scream, and still the alarm howled its screet. I felt my grip weaken on the throat of the Hork-Bajir, but it didn't matter anymore. It was safe to let him go. My vision was red and fading. I felt a sharp stab as another Hork-Bajir sunk a blade into my gorilla heart. None of it mattered, though. It was all coming to an end. Through a red mist, I saw a face on the other side of the glass. Erek, somehow in the battle. I had ended up not far from the wall of windows. Erek was just a few feet away, just on the other side of the glass. I felt something hard in my palm. The crystal. I crawled. A vicious Hork-Bajir kick, and I went sprawling right against the glass. Oh no, I said. I could see the damage the kick had done. I was dead. I could feel my brain shutting down. Human controllers were closing in around me, hammering me with the butts of their rifles. With my last ounce of strength, I rammed my fist through the glass. I felt strong fingers pry open my hand. I felt the fingers lift out the crystal, and then, later, much later, someone slapped my face. Morph back, Marco. Morph back. Do it. Well, that's
Do it.
Do it.
Make your dreams happen.
Don't let your
Do
memes
it.
be dreams. Don't let your memes be dreams.
3 more pages.
Turning into a spider, I think. Just do it. Oh.
Yeah.
Beat the final boss charity stream. We do need to do another charity stream at some point. It would be Kingdom Hearts would be a fun thing to stream. We also need to redo, speaking of charity streams, we need to do a full stream series so that we can play Cuphead all the way through. Talk about a difficult game.
Oh, you played that?
Yeah, it was the first live stream I ever did. It was for charity. And I streamed for 12 hours. And so I obviously didn't win the whole game. But I've since said that I was going to go back and do a whole series, like playing the game from start to finish.
I see.
It's a very fun game. I like that game.
One day we'll go back to the haunted island. But
One
I'm sure
day.
You're still traumatized from me saying, it's 6!
It's 6! It's 6! We'll go back as soon as I can figure out. And it's annoying because we ran it on this computer the first time we played it.
Yeah.
But for some reason, it's still giving issues. But one day we will figure it out because there is a way because it happened before.
Yeah.
All right. Chapter 25. I woke up on the ground. Not a floor, the ground. Dirt and leaves. I sat up very fast. I looked at my body. Human, I said. I wanted to cry from the sheer relief of being myself again. Myself and alive. I looked around. Jake, Cassie, Rachel, Axe, all there, all human, except for Axe, of course. Tobias was perched on the tree above us. Someone else was there, too. I heard a voice sobbing. You okay, Marco? Jake asked. Yeah. Yeah, oh, man. Man, I was so close to being dead. You were, Jake said solemnly. He gave you an electric shock to start your heart again. Who did? Jake jerked his head towards the source of the crying. It was Erek, sitting in the dirt with his head down. Where are we? I asked. Little bunch of trees just down from Matcom, or what's left of Matcom. How did we get here? How did we get out of that place? We were toast. Cassie came over and sat beside me. You saved us by getting the crystal to Erek. He used it. He rewrote his programming. He's the one who... She looked away. He took care of the Hork-Bajir, Rachel said. I saw some of it. I was still conscious. I was confused. How did Erek take care of all the Hork-Bajir? He destroyed them all, Axe said. I almost laughed. Erek took out 24 Hork-Bajir? No one laughed with me. Erek had stopped sobbing. I thought, why would a robot cry? All the Hork-Bajir, Axe said. All the human controllers, all of them. I stood up. I could see the Matcom building. It was only a few hundred yards away. There was a big hole in the front glass. A big hole in the front glass. I had a very bad feeling about what was on the other side of that glass. All I could think to say was, all of them? It lasted about 10 seconds, Rachel said. She closed her eyes, trying not to remember what she had seen, but I guess the images weren't easily shut out. She opened her eyes again, and to my utter amazement, I saw tears. That's what brought the horror home to me. Rachel's tears. It was extremely brutal, Axe said. Very brutal and very swift. He carried us here. He revived you. He even reattached my arm. I saw a scar on Axe's left arm. He hasn't said anything since then, Cassie said sadly. He won't talk to any of us. He saved us, though, right? I said. Yeah, Cassie agreed, smiling a deeply sad smile. He saved our lives and lost his own soul. I went to Erek. I wanted to thank him. I wanted to tell him he'd done what was right. He'd beaten the bad guys, saved all the good guys. He stood up. I came over. You okay, man? I asked him. He looked at me with holographic human eyes. Maybe he had to choose to make them cry. Maybe he had to choose to give them that empty, hollow look. I don't know what the connection is between the android Chi and his projected human body, but his expression answered my question. No, Erek was not okay. You saved our lives, Erek, I said. How do you live with the memory? He asked me. I knew what he meant. See, win or lose, right or wrong, the memory of violence sits inside your head. It sits there like some lump you can't quite swallow. It sits there, a black hole that darkens hope and eats away at everyday happiness like a cancer. It's like the shadow you take into your own heart and try to live with. I shrugged. I guess I try not to think about it. I try and forget, and after a while, the nightmares don't happen as much. Erek put a finger to his head. Android, he said. He made a bitter, ruined smile. I cannot forget. See? I can never forget anything. I looked at him, already my own human mind. The memories of that night's horror were fading. The flash of blades and all the pain and sickening feeling of my fist closing around the Hork-Bajir's throat, they were being covered over by scar tissue. What if I could never forget? What if all those memories were fresh forever? I realized then why the Pemalites had forbidden their creatures to kill. The Chi lived forever. Forever was a long time to remember what Erek had done. I'm sorry, I said. Erek nodded. Yes. He held out his clenched fist, palm down. I knew what he was doing. I didn't want it, but I held out my own hand and took the Pemalite crystal from him. I've changed my programming back, Erek said. Maybe at times I can tell you things, information, but I will never fight again. I can't join this war, my friend. He walked away. We went to our homes and crawled into beds. Our parents never knew we'd left. I was beyond exhausted, but I couldn't sleep. Too many images, too many memories, and I was afraid of the nightmares. There are evil things in life, and I guess there are times when when a human being has to fight those evils. I closed my eyes and wandered lost and afraid through my nightmares, and already my mind was forgetting. Last chapter.
Last chapter.
Dark
All right.
poetry,
Good night,
drugs, and
Bernie.
alcohol. Good night, Bernie. Hammering your butt with a rifle. Almost what it said, but not quite.
Oh, Erek, you're a robot. Robots don't feel, robots don't feel feelings.
Where did... What?
What?
I'm trying to get your face is gone. Hang on. Why? What happened? What are we
I don't know.
doing? Let's see.
Let's see. Let me turn it off and then turn it back on.
No, it's definitely a me problem because it's showing a web browser. It's showing me just a blank web browser instead of, let's see.
Invisible Daniel, AJ.
Invisible Daniel. Did that just happen? Whoop.
I'm guessing so.
All right, let's see.
What's the last chapter, anyways? But anyways, Erek is a robot. Robots can't feel emotions. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, I've committed such a heinous crime. I'm such a pedestrian.
Apparently, he can feel emotions.
Nah, it's all an act. Robots don't. Robots can't, feel feelings. It's an act. Act. Get off the stage, bud. It's an act.
Whoop.
I'm not falling for it.
There we go. I got it back. You had been replaced with Affinity Photo for some reason.
There we go. Apparently, I'm back now.
Welcome back. All right, chapter 26. Let me take a sip of my drink.
But yeah, Erek is nothing but an actor. It's all a hologram. It's all an illusion. He is not. He's stringing him along, letting him do all the. So that way he can get away from his employer.
Alexa, play Perfect Illusion by Lady Gaga. That just set somebody's Alexa off.
Page.
All right, chapter 26. Yeah, go boy. Homer ran flat out, kicking up divots of sand in the frisbee as the frisbee soared over his head. With a burst of speed, Homer got out in front of the frisbee, jumped, pivoted in midair, and snatched the disc out of the air. His jump carried him from the water's edge, and he landed in the surf. Yeah, good boy, Jake said. Not bad, I said. He's not quite that frisbee dog we saw on TV, but he's not bad. Hey, that was a professional frisbee dog. Homer's just in it for the sport. Homer doesn't even have any endorsements. Homer came trotting back across the sand with the frisbee in his mouth. High overhead, it was a week after the battle for the Pemelite crystal. Jake and I were at the beach. Tobias was high overhead, riding the thermals. I didn't know where the others were. And my hair had finally grown out a little, but I'd gotten used to having it shorter. I decided to keep it that way just to spite everyone. Good for you. Do what you want to do. There weren't
Fun being an independent person.
There weren't that many people on the beach because it was a little too chilly for lying out. Instead, people came down and flew kites or walked along looking for sand dollars and shells, and they played with their dogs. Jake knelt down and tried to take the frisbee from Homer, but Homer, like just about every dog in all of history, refused to give it up. They just don't get the point of the whole game, I said. You throw, they catch, they bring it back for you to throw again. Why is that so hard to figure out? Jake scratched right behind Homer's ear, and Homer dropped the frisbee. Oh, they know how to play the game, all right, Jake said with a laugh. For them, the game is I throw, they catch, they bring back, they get a good head scratch, then they give up the frisbee. But just then, Homer lost all interest in the frisbee. Two dogs were trotting by, tails in the air. Homer jogged over to greet them. They sniffed each other by way of introduction, then took off running like the giddy, happy, always excited dog goofs they were. It made me smile to watch them. It must have been a nice place, I said. Jake knew exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, a planet where the people were sweet and decent as dogs. Yeah, that would have been okay. I ran into Erek at the 7-Eleven yesterday, I said. I think he was looking for a place to accidentally run into me. Anyway, I gave him he gave me a phone number. He said it's an absolutely safe phone. He says the Yerks couldn't tap it or trace it if they tried. Yeah? So? Jake asked. I shrugged. So he says if we ever need him, we could leave a message on that number, and if he has something to tell us, he'll record a message for us. Huh, Jake grunted. Think anything will ever come of it? I don't know, I said honestly, but I think the Chi are going to go on fighting the Yerks. They'll just be doing it in their own way. I reached into my pocket and drew out the small diamond-like crystal. I still have this, by the way. I don't know what to do about it. Erek didn't even want to talk about it, but this is the most powerful computer ever created. It could rewrite the Chi's programming. It could take over every computer on Earth. The Pemalite crystal. We almost died getting it. What am I supposed to do with it? Jake and I stood there looking down at more power than any human had ever held in his hand. Suddenly, I realized we weren't alone. Homer and the other two dogs were standing right in front of us, watching us. I know this sounds crazy, but I swear some flicker of intelligence appeared in those laughing dog eyes. The three of them looked at us, and we looked back. I held out my hand, palm up, to show the dogs the crystal. Homer scarfed the crystal out of my hand as if it were a dog biscuit, but he didn't swallow it, just held it in his teeth where it glittered like a diamond. The three dogs turned and ran down the beach. They ran into the surf and splashed out into the water, paddling for a dozen feet or so. Then they came back to the shore and had glorious time shaking themselves violently and spraying water all over the two old ladies who were hunting shells. Maybe someday the Pemalite crystal will wash back up on some beach somewhere. Maybe by the time it does, we'll be as wise as the race that created it. Homer, Jake yelled. He threw the frisbee, and all three of the dogs, happy, silly, loving fools that they were, went racing after it. The end.
I swear, Marco's always the closest to dying.
Yeah. They kind of take turns, but yeah, Marco has taken a lot of hits. I've been.
Like, what is your problem against my son, K.A. Applegate? He is my son.
Oh, good for you, Ellery. That sounds fun. We appreciate it. We know you're here in spirit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Boy, would Dr. Dinosaur love to get his hands on that crystal.
I want to give him a hug. Yeah. But yeah, that was book number 10, The Android.
Yeah, still not buying that the Chi are doing it for the for the benefit of the Animorphs. I think they're like,
You don't trust them?
I don't trust them. They're robots. Robots can manipulate humans.
I mean, sure. I don't know. I trust them for now.
Marco, my agent says Marco is the Kenny of South Park.
Well,
all right then.
We have another book down.
Mm-hmm. And then next week will be book 11. Jake book.
A Jake book.
I wonder
can't
how
wait
long my voice will last with the
deep voice, because Jake's like really gawky and awkward and blah blah blah.
I also can't wait to see how many times Jake says his cousin is attractive.
You're seriously reading Ex Machina or something into this?
No, I think I read it as just it's just a story about like war, how war sucks and you shouldn't want to fight in war because it's traumatizing. I think that's all it really is.
No, I no idea what you'll make of the next cycle. I don't know what they're talking about, like American Next Top Model, or like what are we talking about cycles?
I think he just means in terms of if they all take turns reading, so it's like every so often it's like another cycle of stories.
Ah, I see.
But yeah, I will log that this book is read on the old Goodreads for anybody.
4 out of 5, -1 because the Chi are Chi.
-1 because the Chi are Chi. That's just
Yeah.
that's the whole review.
Mr. Spooky says, Avery, you're one of my favorite YouTubers. I love your videos. I hope you have an amazing day. I will tune in on the next.
Thanks, Mr. Spooky. I appreciate all of you being here. Next narrator cycle of 5. AJ says, who really wants to go to war? Maybe boat camp for the toughest. Boot camp for the tough experience. Yeah. No one. War sucks. You shouldn't. The whole the wanting to fight and kill is not exactly the core message of these books, but yep, we have tackled yet another Animorphs book.
Mm-hmm.
In the tomorrow. Well, actually today, because it's tomorrow now. We have Gabe will be over here, and we're gonna start reading So You Want to Be a Wizard, which I have heard a lot of really good things about. So for anybody interested, that will be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Calculations may apply to figure out what time zone for each and every individual person that is. LOL boat camp. Doesn't boat camp sound delightful though? If boat camp was a thing, that would be fun.
Don't you mean Boat camp? I am boating.
Anyway, that'll be the next thing. I'll populate that stream probably before I go to bed tonight, but stay safe, guys. Thank you for being here. I will see you guys next time.
Yep. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the yerks in your brain at night.
Boating. Oh no, another Sweet Home Alabama POV. Ellery says.
Yes,
Fun times.
another gawky Jake book.
Teen boat about a teenage wereboat. He'd like boat camp. Good night. Good night, guys. We'll see you. Bye.